Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 김상윤 교수님께서는 현재
Professor
덕성여자대학교
김상윤
스페인어과에서 재직 중이십니다.
works at and teaches at the Department of Spanish Language at Daksan Women's University.
언어학 박사학위를 취득하셨습니다.
He got his PhD in a university in Madrid University in Spain,
통사,
and he
인터페이스에 관한 연구를 진행 중이십니다.
is carrying a research on linguistic features. And also, the professor Kim Sang-yoon is a member of Hammam Science Institute. Please give a big round of applause to Professor Kim Sang-yoon.
네, 안녕하세요. 좀 전에 소개를
Good morning. As introduced, my name is Kim Sang-yoon. First of all, it's indeed a great pleasure to serve as a moderator in this meaningful session. And also, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us despite early hours. Now we are going to begin the last day of the international conference, the first session. So overall, this is the fourth session of the international conference. And so for this, we have two presentations under the title of the spiritual practice and communication. And the first presenter is the translator-interpreter Ko Hyun-in, and she will be talking about building communicational bridges through the professional translation to convey Sun Master Daeng's teachings in COVID-19 pandemic. Ko Hyun-in was born in Seoul, and then she moved to the Argentina at the age of 8, and currently she's working toward the postgraduate degree as an English-Spanish conference interpreter at the institute, and also she is the member of the Buenos Aires branch translation team and has been working on translating, interpreting, and subtitling her teachings. And also to ensure the smooth proceeding of this international conference, she also served as the Korean, Spanish, and English-Spanish interpreter for smooth communication for this conference.
네, 이렇게 저를 이
So,
자리에
good morning.
참여하게끔 해주신 모든 분들께
I'd like to thank
감사드립니다.
everyone
그리고
for
생각하시기엔
giving me
제가
this
한국어
opportunity
스페인어를 하기 때문에
to
발표를
stand
한국어로
before
할
you.
것이라고 얘기를
Some of you may
하셨지만
expect that
제가
I'm
그
going to
정도의
speak in
한국어 수준이
Korean
아직 많이
because I am a
많은
Korean
모자란 점이 있다는
Spanish
것을 알고 그래서
translator, but in fact,
모국어도 아닌 영어로 좀
I am pretty
천천히
poor at
발표를 해보겠습니다.
Korean, so I'm going.
부족함이
I
있다면
mean, my
잘
level of
부탁드립니다.
Korean is not up to delivering this kind of presentation, so I will be speaking in English.
The paper which I worked on was entitled Building Communicational Bridges Through Professional Translation to Convey Sun Master Daeng's Teaching in COVID-19 Pandemics. It was meaningful to me and to us, the translation team in Buenos Aires, this idea of being a bridge of communication, because we live in two cultures there, one which is Korean and the other one which is Spanish, Argentinian. Spanish cultural context. So we've been working during 20 years in order to convey some Master Deng's teachings. So it was quite meaningful, and to be here to share with you about this research is an honor. Okay. Sorry. Okay. And I want to begin by defining what it means to be 번역, or traducción, or translation. All the same, the three words point to translate a message from one language to another. In the case of traducción or translation, this word originates from Latin, from the verb transfero, which means to transfer from one place to another. And you can say that almost translation is a very integral part of our modern life, because throughout the history of humankind, it is what enriches us, as in the past, in the present, and it will going to be in the same way in the future. It enriches us in the different spheres, such as religious, political, economical, social, and cultural aspects. And there are many academics who have been dealing about this theme. For example, Amparo Hurtado Albir, who is a Spanish translator and an academic, she defines translation in three aspects. Translation is a text, and at the same time, it's an act of communication, and as well as a cognitive activity, because it involves a complex task of comprehending the message in the original language, and in the case of a translator, as a special kind of communicator, is at the same time the receiver of the message and the producer of the same message in another language. And here we have another academic, Jeremy Mundy, who identifies translation in three aspects. In the first one, translation is a subject, or is the subject for all or a phenomenon, is at the same time the text, the translated text, and it is also a process. But I want to invite you to focus on the approach of Son Master Deng about translation. It is not a definition by itself, but it's the approach that she had about how to translate her teachings. And she said, as I interviewed the head of translation team in the Buenos Aires branch, Venerable Master Hedong, she said, recounting what Son Master Deng said, it is of utmost importance to render a text that is accessible and meaningful to both adults and children. And if I would have to talk about the history of translation, it's quite a lengthy theme, so I'm going to make a summary of it. Because translation, the history of translation is focused in two aspects: the translation itself and the study of how to translate. And we can see that the debate about the styles regarding translate, free or literal, has been a debate occurring from the antiquity. And we can go back to Cicero. He, in his work, De Optimus Genere Oratorum, dealt a great about these aspects of the translation. And the another examples that we have is that of Horace, Saint Jerome, or Saint Augustine, all very important contributors to the spreading of knowledge. And in the case of Buddhism, we can see that the teachings of the historical Buddha spread out throughout the pan-European continents in the 3rd century BCE through Indian subcontinent, the Hellenistic kingdoms, Burma, Thailand, China, etc. So we can see that this was current of thinking in which was not focused in one geographical place. And we can see again how translation is a very integral part of our human existence. And in this aspect, we have two huge or important translators, also practitioners, disciples of Buddha. We have the example of Xuezhang, Henzhang, and Nagarjuna. The first tried to use the existing terms in the Chinese culture. In the case of Nagarjuna, he tried to coin new terms in order to adapt the teachings to the context of the target language. And if we go to what happened with the humanistic movements, we have the examples of academics such as, or translators, Tyndale, Dole, and Luther. They translated into vernacular languages the Bible. And in the case of the Romance period, we have the case of a philosopher, Schleiermacher, of German origin, and the father of the modern Protestant theology, who pointed out two tactics. You can choose to leave the author calmly, come in his place and move the reader towards the author, which is called foreignization, and the other round, which is to move the author towards the reader. And this is called domestication. And those are terms coined by another academic, Lawrence Venuti. And I will go. In England, there was, in the 18th century, different, again, the same debate about how to translate, if the style of free or literal, which one to choose. And John Dryden came to this triadic model metaphrase, which is to translate word by word and line by line, which is called the literal translation, and paraphrase, which is the Ciceronian sense-for-sense translation. And the third one is imitation, where the translation may express the sources as best they think or fit. And communicators. As you know, the translator is a communicator who tries to bridge the gap between two cultures and two languages and two different contexts. And I want to make an analogy with Somnath Teng, who is also a very important communicator of the Dharma from her own experiences of practice to convey it to the audience or the general public in trying to share her own experience about relying on and trusting her Hammam Chuingong. So, okay. As you can say, there are two aspects which characterize the translator and somebody who is a communicator of the Dharma. in this case, of Master De Heng. Both of them are responsible in conveying the accurate message, and they are in the middle of delivering the message to an desired audience. And this is a very important part because we in Buenos Aires always try to convey as faithful as possible her message to the Spanish audience. And I want to mention here something about the linguistic relativity. In the same way as does a Spanish speaker, or an English speaker, or a German speaker. So as a translator, we have to be very careful about these aspects. And a language is a living thing, it's a very dynamic element, so it's constantly changing, and this is another characteristic. And for example, there is cognitive scientist in the United States. She is Ukrainian, raised in and formed in the United States, who is called Lera Boroditsky. She says that in the world we have 7,000 languages, which means that we have 7,000 different worldviews. And in some way, with this linguistic relativity theory, what we can do is to enhance and to communicate with each other, provoking these kind of changes through language. And she says, and I concur and agree with her, that this is a very positive view. And in the same way, the teaching of some Master De Heng can provoke positive changes in the person who decides to apply her teachings or some of the aspects of her teachings in their life as individual beings and in their family surroundings or labor world or professional world. And I have problems always with this Korean term, maum, because it means so many things. Sometimes it can be described as a feeling, or it's a thought, it's a volition and intention. So it depends on the context. And in order to grab the right meaning, it is of utmost importance to read and reread the same text from all angles possible. And as you can say, or as Gustavo has said yesterday, the Korean language always leaves the most new or innovative or important information at last. So this is a very difficult situation to solve for a person who speaks Spanish, for example, because Spanish it comes from the Romance languages, and we have this structure of subject, verb, and object, whereas in Korean, the verbs always comes at the end. And, okay. In the case of some Master De Heng, and in her transmission of Dharma, she had a compression, other representatives of other religions, is enlightenment and liberation, which is an important part and the ultimate purpose of, I think, human existence. And in order to achieve this, it is very important the practice of a non-duality principle, which is, or as Venerable Master Heyu explained yesterday, the 5 Kong principles. And this is life in common, feeling in common, movement in common, body in common, and sustenance in common. Only by practicing this non-duality principle, we will be able to free ourselves from suffering. And I want to make a comparison between the hermeneutic motions of George Steiner, who was a philosopher and a literary critic of Franco-American origin. He described 4 movements in translation. He said that first, there is initiative trust. Creates some kind of imbalance in the system. But this is compensated by the 4th movement because the balance is restored and enhanced by the translated text. So we, in this way, enlarge the stature of the original text. And this is what happens by experience with the Spanish text as regards to San Master Teheng's teachings. Sometimes when, as a Korean speaker, or I read her teachings in Korean, I don't totally grab all the meanings or all the layered or intertextuality in the text. But when I try to translate it, I see all this, and I see the better connections, or I see where I have to compensate in Spanish in order to deliver her message faithfully. And this was very interesting for me, because at the first time or first moment, this was not going to be one of the core themes of this presentation. But we can make an analogy with Steiner's movements and the practice of Hamaim Chuingong's movements, because the practitioner, in order to practice this, have to have initiative faith in his Hamaim Chuingong, because it is the ultimate fundamental mind or Buddha nature, and it transcends time and space and has all the answers. And then the practitioners must let go and entrust everything, which is the methodology of Quan, or introspection, as we call it in Spanish. And then with this introspection and trusting, there is integration and response of all the beings inside the body of the practitioner and with all the elements and persons outside. So therefore, we move to the 4th movement, which is liberation and enhancement. This changes completely the initial state of the practitioners and gives him the opportunity to move forward pace by pace in his path of practice and liberation. Here we can observe these by excerpts of her Dharma talks. For example, in initiative phase, she says, Buddhism is another name, because what is important is that we focus on what it points to eternal essence. And since it is eternal, it connects us with the universe and with this realm of ours and drives us forward through the principle of feeling in common, or 공심. And letting go and trusting and introspection. Know that only Hammam Chewing Gong can guide your body, also in the face of death. Do not be like the immature peapod that stubbornly refuses to open. Have trust that only Hammam Chewing Gong can lead you to freedom without agony, to split easily, like a ripe peapod that opens with the slightest prodding. You have trust that only your chewing gum can direct you to transcend the pain, to die without pain, to be reborn as an evolved being, and to attain complete freedom. I therefore encourage you to practice with diligence. The third move, integration and response. She said, I'm not a physician, but I can tell you that if you practice, you will realize there is no spot where disease may adhere. In detail, your body's consciousnesses have no criteria and simply obey the thoughts we make. I wish to emphasize that there is a possibility of recovery precisely for this reason, in spite of your urgent situation. If you have a genuine faith in your essence, I shall become one with you, and all Buddhas one with you. And with these merits and virtues of practice, you will heal rapidly. Now, if you do not practice, you will only be able to recover from this illness, but you will be incapable of resolving future problems. Therefore, I encourage you to practice. And here comes the liberation and enhancement. When the practitioners release the self, millions of matters fall asleep. They rest from them. Nothing is a concern anymore. And I want to give or share with you some guidelines and, about some challenges that we face when translating some masters' teachings. Faithfulness is a very important aspect because you say, oh, I must translate it, but how do I do it? Or which are the parameters? There is a Spanish academic called Valentin Garcia Chevra, who provides us with this golden rule. And he says, it should say everything that the original says, nothing. Say nothing that the original does not say, and say it all in the appropriate and natural ways that the target language permits. These rules have proven very useful to us because it's always a challenge. Because Korean and Spanish are very different languages from very different traditions. And it's important to understand also the dimensions of language functions, because in the teachings of Master De Heng, we have for moments informative aspect, expressive aspect, and appellative aspects of her teachings. So the purpose, she says, for example, in an extract of another Dharma talk, the purpose of this practice is for you to comprehend that there is no idea of the past or future, just as there is no idea of the present, because this is emptiness. And my duty is to guide you along this path so that you might realize this truth. And here you can identify the three functions of the language. And about difficulties, sometimes there are some parts of the text which results so difficult to translate that many or the first choice is to leave out, to omit, or to compress. But there are academics such as Giri Levy who says it's immoral to omit something of the original message. So in our translation team, when we see the minimal possibility to translate, we try to debate and discuss and get the right solution to the problem. And about the specific features of the Korean, Spanish, and English language, I want to share this with you. For example, from the linguistic points of view, the Korean language is some kind of spiral that circles and goes to the center. So in order to understand the full message, you have to keep calm, have patience, and go and wait until the speaker delivers the full message. In the case of English, it's a downward arrow, so it is easier to understand subject, verb, and object. And in the case of Romance languages, such as Spanish, it is a downward but crooked arrows, and it splits up, and it draws a kind of plateau. So I think that this is important to understand when you are translating from Korean to English or Spanish, or I don't know the features of German, but the same. Yes. And I want to clarify that the translation that we do is only one possibility among others, because in these 20 years of working with Master Hedong, we have shifted from one style to another, tried to experiment different things that we have encountered. So translation is also evolution, and it is a cultivation of this study. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, Argentina has gone through one of the largest lockdown from March to December. So we had prohibitions about normal gatherings and so many restrictions that we focused only solely in subtitling and uploading some Master Teheng's Dharma talks to YouTube, so you can see that you can find materials in Spanish and in English and in French if you speak the language. And subtitling is a different kind of translation because you have the restrictions of time, the characters per line, and you have to take into account the camera cuts, the sound, the image, and also the movements. For example, what Son Master Teheng does, if she says yes with her head, you have to, in some way, deliver the same message. Or if she says no, again, the same. So these have proven very, very difficult to synchronize and give the audience all the conditions so as to feel that they are not reading a subtitled text, but feeling and hearing her voice and feeling her message. And as a conclusion, from the beginning of this present work to the end. There have been many changes and shifts in the ideas, what themes to focus on or what to leave out. And I can say you that this has been quite a journey. But I can assure you that this journey didn't begin last year, but 20 years ago when I met some Master Zheng's teachings and the causality with Venerable Master Hedong. So I want to illustrate this with a final teaching of some Master Zheng, which in some way guides us through our path of life. Would there be any reason why the current might wish to go in the reverse way? If a stream meets a rock, it flows around it, right? Both raindrops and the causes of suffering behave in the same way. The water should converge and flow, and in your case, you must release in your essence all the conflicts that you face. Consequently, they and you will reach the ocean. Thereafter, there will be no distinction or discrimination between unclear and pure water or anything else. Once the water is settled, there will simply be clear water. So I want for you to take this message of some Master Zheng, and the name of our temple, our center is Hanmaum Sonwon, Hanmaum Son Center. Hanmaum is a very meaningful word, which is in somehow the great consciousness that unites us, and it's deep within us. So I invite you to work together, to join hands, and make this freedom a reality. So may all of you and all beings reach your ocean of peace and freedom. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 흥미로운 발표
Thank you very
잘
much
들었습니다.
for a very interesting
번역하고 관련돼서
presentation.
이야기 중에
So
번역은
regarding the
반역이라는
translation,
말이
there is a
있습니다.
word that the translation is a rebellion.
그 번역이라는 작업에 동반되는 고충이라든지
So, and she explained about all kinds of difficulties that she experienced through the translation. So I'm sure that it will be a very daunting task to translate the Sun Master Deheng's teachings and Dharma. And because of time constraint, we will take only one question. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Can someone give the master the microphone? It's not a question. It was what I heard in Germany that I heard that if you want to search the Buddhist term in Spanish on the internet, then you have to search Gohyorim, the translator's name, in the Google. So when I heard that story, I thought that the Gohyorim is truly a representative translator for Hanmaum Sun Center. And also she's a sort of the recognized figure in the translation for the Buddhist teachings. And today she shared with us all kinds of afflictions and also the considerations and contemplations that she has poured on her translation work. I felt that it's nothing different from the practice and meditation. And also this shows that this international conference is not just a play with words, but it's truly the moment of awakening and enlightenment. And in this sense, I would like to thank everyone who have contributed to this conference, and also the translation team. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 좋은 말씀
Thank you.
새기도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 시간 관계상
Because of the time constraint, we will conclude the first presentation of session 4.
네, 다음은 유정호 박사님께서
Next, let me invite Dr. Yoo Jung-oh, and he will deliver a presentation under the title of the development of Kwangpo practice guidelines based on some Master Deheng's Dharma talks. Dr. Yoo Jung-oh is an elementary school teacher at Ibansung Elementary School, and also he carries a research works in diverse areas. He also is the author of a Korean language education communicative competency evaluation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yoo Jung-oh.
대행선사 본문에 기반한 광법
Let me deliver my presentation on the theme of the development of Kwangpo practice guidelines based on Son Master Deheng's Dharma talks.
문제 삶의 모든 순간을 준 주인공이
Jingong, who gave the problem of every moment of our life, also gives the answer and wisdom. That is what Son Master Deheng told us. And also that is the opening of my presentation.
두시며 저희들을
When Son Master Deheng was still with us,
내가 죽으면 산소에
she asked us if she dies,
이 도리를 알아야
will the practitioners come to her grave and ask her to save them? She told us that we all need to know that no matter what troubles come later, we are not going to avoid it.
자기 생활을 재료 삼아 누구나
I started my research inspired by the teaching of Son Master Deheng and her Kwangpo practice, which guides us through difficult Buddhist scriptures so that we all can use our life experiences as a basis for a material to walk the path of spiritual development. Son Master Deheng told us that we need to practice Kwan. That is the most urgent thing, and also asked us to believe in the deep root of our soul and go straight. The purpose of this study, inspired by the fervent aspirations of Son Master Deheng, is to develop guidelines for the practice of Kwangpo, that she taught, so the general public can practice it and to build a foundation for the globalization of Kwangpo.
연구계열을 말씀드리겠습니다.
Now let me brief you on the overview of my study.
선사께
Since Son Master Deheng is not with us anymore, so we cannot have the blessing of asking questions to her and having her guidance in person. This is time for us to continue our practice based on her past teachings.
허공을 걷는 길에 기반하여 광법 수행
So the preliminary guidelines for the practice of Kwangpo are identified based on Son Master Deheng's Dharma talk titled The Ever-Flowing Path, which contains her teachings exactly as she presented them. A panel of experts to verify the validity of these guidelines consisted of the monks from Hammam Sun Center. I believe that the best experts in practicing Kwangpo would be her own disciples, who now carry on her Dharma lineage. And thankfully, 102 disciples of Son Master Deheng participated in my research for 3 times. As a result, a total of 17 validated Kwangpo practice guidelines were developed based on social science research methodology.
광법 수행 초기에 겪기 쉬운 오류를
The expert panel of the ordained monks who participated in my research identified 4 common errors that the practitioners easily encounter in the beginning of their practice. The first, the error is the lack of understanding in the concept of Jingong. And the second, the error is not believing in the innate ability in one's own mind. And the third, the error is that practitioners start observing or practicing Kwangpo only when they are faced with difficulties. And the fourth one is that they actually cannot concentrate and entrusting everything to 주인공 incessantly. If I have a discussion with my fellow practitioners, I would say that 주인공 is what makes me saying all these things. However, I cannot write that in my written thesis, so I defined 주인공 as my origin and the basis of everything directly connected to my mind. Now let me talk about the 5 characteristics of 주인공 based on the dharmic talks of Son Master Daeheng.
누구나 갖춘 주인공이기에 보편성.
So the first, the quality or the characteristic of 주인공 is wholeness. 주인공 consists of every single thing in the universe as a whole, and universality is the next characteristic. Anyone is endowed with the 주인공, and equality. 주인공 does not discriminate based on wealth, status, gender, and so on. And then immobility. 주인공 doesn't move, and instead it sends out energy like the exhale that lets wills move. And the next, the quality or the character is the dynamics of 주인공. 주인공 is fully accessible by the intention and the use of the practitioner. So 주인공 is fully used based on the intention. When I first met Son Master Daeheng in person, I asked her to let me get hold of 주인공. And I was very embarrassed because Master didn't say anything with a cold face. And after looking back on that incident, I just realized that I actually tried to get hold of 주인공 without trying myself. And Son Master Daeheng taught me that I shouldn't do that. So I believe that among the 5 characteristics or the qualities of 주인공, dynamic and immobility of 주인공 should the 2 qualities that we should keep our mind, keep in our mind, and try harder. And this picture was taken one of those happy days that Son Master Daeheng was still with us and guided us in person. I started practicing at Hammam Son Center when I was a kid, and what I heard a lot back then was that I should put everything into the so-called furnace of 주인공, and I thought I knew how to practice Kwanpa, but then I realized that I didn't know anything about Kwanpa after 15 years, so I started working on this study after I realized how ignorant I was 20 years ago. Back then, I thought that Kwanpa or observing is to take my agony away and put it into the furnace called the 주인공. I thought the 주인공 is an imaginary figure, and the 주인공 is totally different from me. So I just thought about there are 2 wholes. One is myself, and the other one is 주인공. It was such a big error in my understanding. One day, one of Hammam Son Center practitioner came to Son Master Daeheng and asked how she can convey the master's teaching to others. And the master answered, tell them there is only one whole. And there are too many people who do not know the way, even if they have studied for 20 or 30 years. But it's very easy once you know that putting it into one hole and putting it out of that same hole is what one's own 주인공 is doing. These days, there is a growing number of practitioners who haven't seen Son Master Daeheng or talked to her at all. So I believe that is our responsibility to write down what Son Master Daeheng taught us in writing and in paper and pass it down to our future generations. I believe that one whole is a big theme for 주인공, and this is the principle of 주인공 practice. Since we should entrust everything to 주인공, whether it works or not, and I believe that it can be represented in this green, gray line, which is circling incessantly. So we have a big round cycle here to depict the incessant cycle, and everything comes out of 주인공 should be put into 주인공 back again. So whether you like the output or not, you should entrust everything to 주인공. So you need to continuously, put everything into one whole of 주인공 and keep practicing. That is the very fundamental principle of Kwanpa practice. And based on the Dharma talks and the teachings of Son Master Daeheng, I just came up with these 5 aspects of 주인공. Believing in and 주인공, and entrusting everything to 주인공, and observing and putting into action. So this is the incessant cycle of all those 4 different areas, and 주인공 is right there, located in the center. This is a one big giant circle or wheel. When it comes to the methodology of Kwanpop practice, I refer to the teaching of Son Master Daeheng. We should believe that 주인공 does everything, and we should entrust everything to 주인공. We will just keep watching and observing what 주인공 does, and we will just put what 주인공 does into action. And now let me talk about the result of my study. The guidelines were developed based on the teachings of Son Master Daeheng, and also those guidelines went through the validation process by Hammam Son Center monks to check their feasibility and the credibility. So there are a few guidelines that I came up with in the area of believing and having faith. The first one is understanding the concept of 주인공. Second guideline is to believe in the power of our mind that we already inherently possess. And the third one is see ourselves and 주인공 as one. And the fourth one is believing that 주인공 is the force behind everything. And the fifth one is to believe that 주인공 presents us with the problems and also gives us the wisdom to solve them. Son Master Daeheng told us that we should believe in 주인공, and also we should regard the 주인공 and ourselves as one. So 주인공 is the true self, and it can do everything, and that's what we should believe as practitioners. So everything comes out of Hammam, and therefore the problems can be solved only within Hammam. And that's why we need to keep observing what Hammam does. Now, let me talk about the guidelines that I identified in the area of entrusting. First of all, actually, we need to entrust everything to 주인공. That's one whole principle. And also, we need to raise well-decided single thought by entrusting. And also, we need to entrust incessantly. There were times that I had very complicated family issues, and I was in such a big agony. And the branch headmaster came to me and asked what troubles my mind so much, and who actually gave that those ties. And she also told me that I should put everything to 주인공 and the furnace, so those ties can be melted down. And it was the time that I understood the teaching of Son Master Daeheng by heart. She also, the Son Master Daeheng also taught us that actually what we thought or what we think matters a lot. So if we hate someone or get pissed off, then that will be our input value, and that will be our destiny. And also, we shouldn't be lazy. So we should continuously practice, and also we need to use all our daily life's experiences as a material for our Kwanpop practice. I believe that I can actually develop these Kwanpop practice guidelines to help the general public to practice Kwanpop without any doubt. So I just came up with 4 guidelines with regard to the observing area of 주인공. First one is observing with patience. The second one is observing without doubts. And the third one is observing without losing faith. And the fourth one is returning things in order and taking care of our mind. There were times that I actually doubted myself and the teachings of Son Master Daeheng. I tried to back off or back away and run away. However, after hearing a dharmic talk of Son Master Daeheng, I realized that I was too impatient, and actually the only path ahead of me is to keep practicing. And on hindsight, I realized that I was on the right track.
좋은 마음으로 입력된 게 나올 때까지
Son Master Teheng told us that we shouldn't back away and should be patient till we have a great output from 주인공. I was very sick in the past, and I also had a chance to meet Son Master Teheng in person. And she took care of me with such a great care, and I thought that Son Master Teheng could save me, and I wouldn't be sick anymore. However, next day I just found that I was still sick, even though the severity had decreased. So even after meeting Son Master Teheng, it took another 10 years for me to actually relieve all those pains or my sickness, and I realized that actually there are some things that we should do ourselves. Son Master Teheng told us that our doubt will hinder and also block the door to our realization or realization of 주인공, so we shouldn't back away and keep trying and keep practicing. She also said that the people cannot see their roots because they are obscured by their customs, greed, and obsessions. Now, let me talk about the Kwangpa practice guidelines in the area of putting in action. The first one is to understand the purpose of Kwangpa practice, and the second guideline in this putting into action area is to practice with a sincere and genuine attitude. And the third one is to study mind with teachers and fellow practitioners at a practice center. And the fourth one is to wish for deepening the practice, and the last one is to check on our own Kwangpa practice. Son Master Teheng told us that we should know ourselves first. So in order to identify the true self, we should practice Kwangpa. She also told us that the entire universe would know whether we truly knew it or not. And also, we need to practice rigorously with a great sincerity to the state that we would believe even if we were a stone or a rock. And also for the practitioners who practice Kwangpa, need guides and teachers. And if we engage ourselves in a temple or a kind of sun center with full of energy, then we can recharge ourselves. And also we need to broaden our wisdom and our enlightenment by talking and interacting with the fellow practitioners. I told you that there were a few times that I wanted to give up and run away. However, thanks to the guidance and the teachings of our teachers and fellow practitioners, I have been able to stay on the right track and keep practicing. I believe that I was saved by the guidance and the teachings of my teachers and my fellow practitioners. And also, Son Master Teheng told us that we need to continue to check ourselves on Kwangpa practice, and actually find whether we are on the right track or not. Now let me talk about the final outcome of my study. There are two main outcomes. The first one is the explanatory text for Kwangpa practice guidelines out of the original text of Son Master Teheng. Key remarks about Kwangpa practice have been summarized so that the general public can understand the Kwangpa practice guidelines better. In addition to that, the original source of the explanatory text is specified, making it easier to access to the original text of Son Master Teheng's teachings. The second outcome of my study is the Kwangpa practice reflection tool. It is structured to enable self-reflection with 17 Kwangpa practice guidelines, each of which is assigned with a score according to their importance rating. If the content is too heavy, it will be burdensome for busy modern people to use, so I made it compact. With the key points of Son Master Teheng's teaching about Kwangpa in a total of 6 pages. 3 pages printed on the front and back. Now let me provide you with some tips on how to use it. Please read the explanatory text of Son Master Daeheng's teachings first and then use the tool for self-reflection. According to the result of a pilot test participated by 7 practitioners of Hammam Son Center and 3 non-practitioners, it was found to be very effective when the explanatory text and the reflection tool were used as one step. Now let me share the feedback of our pilot test participants. The first one is a non-practitioner's feedback. She told me that it helped her think about her own value, believe in herself, and practice positively. When meditating, it seemed to be effective in reducing impatience and examining her mind calmly. And also, there was a feedback from a new practitioner of Hammam Son Center. That's what she said. When I found a paragraph that was intuitively understood in Son Master Daeheng's teachings, there was a real impact and I was so moved. But when I tried to find it again, to feel the touch feeling again, it was really hard because I was tired of trying to figure out what to listen to or what to find as a beginner of the practice. However, while reading the explanatory text for Kwanpo practice guidelines, it was very refreshing to be able to revisit the important points of Son Master Daeheng's teachings that moved me in the past. But still, I do not have enough understanding of how I can regard Juingong and myself as one. This reflection tool has the advantage of showing the core of Juingong Kwanpo at a glance. If this tool is distributed or sold, I definitely want it and I want to recommend it to the people around me. And also, my fellow practitioner of Hammam Son Center gave me a feedback. She said that actually she was in need of the key points or kind of way to further her practice of Kwanpo. And she was kind of lost what to find and what kind of methods she can utilize or take advantage of. Now, the Kwanpo practice guidelines and explanatory text actually is the right solution that I was looking for. I am so touched and I'm in tears. I promise to live my life more fully, helping people around me to become more enlightened. There also was another feedback from our fellow practitioner. Actually, she was in need of a systematic mind practice, and while looking at or using this Kwanpo practice guidelines and explanatory text, she was relieved and felt grateful for the text and the guidelines, and also it was a great opportunity for me to look back on my mind practice, and also I believe that if I want to back away or become lazy in spiritual practice, I will use the reflection tool. And once again, I feel so grateful for the great teaching of Son Master Daeheng, even though she is not here with us. Now, let me summarize my study once again. The guidelines that will help on Kwanpo practice of general public were developed on the basis of the expert panel's validation and importance evaluation. And I believe that will lay the foundation for the globalization of Kwanpo practice. First, actually, I believe that the reflection tool can be utilized for the purpose of self-introspection, and also the guidelines can be utilized for professor syllabus, for the development of Kwanpo practice program or education, and also it can be used as a measurement tool for Kwanpo practice research. And I would like to conclude my presentation with gratitude for the boundless grace of the Son Master Daeheng, who guided the spiritual practice of the general public. Thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다. 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you.
경험하신 부분
Dr. Yu.
들려주신 이야기 중에는 저 개인적으로도
You just mentioned a few your private stories and episodes, and it just gave me a lot of implications to me as well. And thank you very much for your insightful presentation. When you actually provided this paper to Hammam Science Institute, you said that you haven't tried and tested it with the general public yet, but now it seems that you conducted the test already. We have 4 minutes left, so if there is any question from the floor, we can entertain a few questions. I am Hye-sung, and thank you very much for your presentation. It's very important for us to practice ourselves, and also it's great for us to have Kwanpo practice guidelines. You said you are elementary school teacher. And I wonder whether these Kwanpo practice guidelines can be utilized by elementary school students, middle school students, or the adults. So I believe that actually your guidelines are targeting the adults. So what could be the improvement points of your guidelines? Master Tang told us that actually mind practice is all depend on what kind of practice that we have ourselves. But still, in the modern society, we need to have such we need to have a kind of toolkits to further accelerate our practice. Thank you very much for your question. And I believe that what you mentioned, the improvement points, are the tasks for my follow-up study. So those guidelines were not tested targeting the elementary school students. I just actually completed the summarized test or the interim test targeting the practitioners at Hammam Science Center and adults. So if those guidelines are to be applied to the classrooms or the school children, maybe I can refine these guidelines to meet the needs or the knowledge level of school students. And also, I believe that there is a limited possibility for me to expand the scope of guidelines. So thank you for your recommendation to expand the target to school students. I wish the indefinite development of your research work. Thank you very much.
저 아까 먼저 드셨던 기억이 있어서.
네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you.
유정호 박사님 발표를 잘 들었고요.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, Dr. Yu. I am Baek Do-soo from Korea Buddhist University. I am teaching meditation at temples such as Woljang Temple. You just mentioned what made you develop your Kwanpo practice guidelines based on the teachings of some Master Taeheng. The Buddha told us that we should actually pay attention to manage our body, our mind, and our mouth. So there are certain the tools for the Buddhist meditation developed until now. And also, when we think about the Hammam Kwanpo practice, which is rigorously practiced at Hammam Science Center, we need to think about when or what should be the right timing for Kwanpo practice and who we should teach with regard to Kwanpo practice guidelines. And what kind of methodology would be more sufficient for the application of Kwanpo practice guidelines. So we just came up with the guiding kind of guidelines with regard to the practice of Kwanpo. But in reality, I believe that we need to come up with a kind of action-related guidelines to apply the guidelines on site or in actual the practicing sites. So I'm just wondering what kind of physical kind of setting or the environment we can provide for the application of Gampo practice guidelines. So I think it would be great if you can refine your guidelines in more detail, including those physical settings or the setup required for the application of the guidelines.
네, 끝난 줄 알고 들어가서 이제 질문하시는데 감사합니다. 어쨌든 네,
I thought my time is up, but thank you very much for your
세계 및 국내에서
question. We have overseas branches around the world, and also we have great experts and monks who practice Kwanpop, who are teaching the local people rigorously. And also we have support from fellow practitioners and teachers to provide the regular Kwanpop practice teaching and the lessons on a regular basis.
제가 이제 초등학교 선생이니까
So since I'm an elementary school teacher, let me make an analogy of elementary school. So students come to school to study, and what's the purpose of study?
그 지금 배우는 목적은
So the purpose of study at school is to utilize and take advantage of the knowledge learned at school in daily lives. So the reason why we learn Kwanpop practice at Hammam Sun Center is to practice the Kwanpop in our daily lives and take advantage of the knowledge of Kwanpop in our daily lives. So if that is the way it is, I believe that there is no specific designated place for our Kwanpop practice. There is no specific physical surrounding required for Kwanpop practice. That's how I see it. I hope that I answered your question. Let me add one more comment. So in order to build a strong mind power, we need to have our fellow practitioners and the Hammam Sun Center. Since, as a beginner, actually, it's very difficult for us to continue to practice Kwanpop on a continuous basis. That's why we need to have a fellow practitioner. Actually, I'm talking about kind of physical setting. What I mean is what kind of gesture or what kind of body stance we need to have to enable Kwanpop practice. So we have a lot of the practitioners. We have small kids and old people. So I'm just wondering what kind of body gesture or body stance would be more effective for different age practitioners. And also, I believe that there are several sun centers or kind of more suitable places where people can sit in and practice their Kwanpop. So I was talking about the provision of such information to the practitioners. Thank you very much for your great advice and tips. In the interest of time, we would like to wrap up session number 4 now, and please give a big round of applause to Dr. Yu Jong-oh.
네, 그러면 네 번째 세션은 여기서 마치고
This brings us to the end of session number 4, and we'll take a break up until 10:30, and we'll come back with session number 5. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 인성교육팀 간사를 맡고 있는 김미림입니다. 저희 인성교육팀은 멘토인 해찬 스님을 모시고 현직 선생님 6분과 그리고 퇴직하신 선생님, 그리고 학부모 대표분들까지 총 11분의 선생님들이 함께 공부를 하고 계십니다. 저희는 한 달에 2번 정기 모임을 갖고 있는데요. 둘째 주 정기 모임에는 허공을 걷는 길 법문을 읽고 토론하는 시간을 갖고 있습니다. 저희 인성교육팀은 10년 가까이 모임을 지속하고 있기 때문에 서로 이렇게 법문 토론 시간에는 큰 스님 법문을 읽고 나서 자신이 느꼈던 부분이나 아니면 생활 속에서 가정이나 학교에서 부딪혔던 부분을 허심탄회하게 나누면서 서로 격려해주고 지지하면서 둘째 주 법문 모임 시간을 소중하게 보내고 있습니다. 특히 멘토 스님이신 해찬 스님께서 항상 저희들이 그런 고민 부분을 말할 때 좋은 방향으로 이끌어 주시고 격려도 많이 해주시고 품어주시는 마음 덕분에 저희가 더 힘을 내서 생활 속에서 정진하고 있습니다. 서로 같은 학교에서 근무한다는 공통점이 있기 때문에 본인들의 다양한 경험을 서로 나눠주기 때문에 서로 토론하면서 배우는 부분도 정말 많은 것 같습니다. 이렇게 둘째 주 모임을 알차게 보내고 나서 넷째 주에는 인성교육 연구 모임을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희 올해 인성교육 연구는 한나무 인성교육 프로그램과 창의적 체험활동 교육안 개발을 주제로 하고 있습니다. 저희의 연구 목표는 누구나 깊은 내면에는 무한한 힘이 있음을 알려주신 대행선사의 가르침을 담은 인성교육 프로그램을 개발하는 것을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 그래서 일반 학생들을 대상으로 창체 시간에 활용할 인성교육 프로그램을 학년 수준에 맞게 개발하여 실제 교육 현장에 적용해 본 후 수정 보완하려고 합니다. 특히 다른 교과 시간은 저희가 인성교육 프로그램을 제대로 활용하기는 어렵지만 창체 시간에는 교과 외에 다양한 주제를 다루고 있기 때문에 특히 요즘 아이들에게 필요한 인성교육을 큰 스님 가르침을 담아서 하기가 정말 좋기 때문에 저희가 그 부분을 일반 학생들이 본인이 느끼고 이해하고 실천하고 꾸준히 체험할 수 있도록 하는 것을 목표로 하는 프로그램을 개발하려고 합니다. 그래서 올 한 해 저희 인성교육팀은 학생들의 근본 마음의 뿌리를 알고 생활 속에서 활용할 수 있도록 길잡이가 되어주는 프로그램을 만들기 위해 열심히 정진하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
공학팀에서 지금 현재 진행하고 있는 미래형 에너지 장치의 개념과 원리에 대한 연구 내용을 간단히 말씀 올리겠습니다. 저희 공학팀에서는 1997년과 98년에 걸쳐서 큰 스님께서 과학원에서 특별하게 법문을 해주신 내용을 바탕으로 해서 연구를 하고 있습니다. 지금 현재 해문 스님을 멘토 스님으로 모시고 저와 공성현, 김관명, 김학도, 박근영, 엄향희 연구원이 함께 참여하고 있습니다. 연구팀의 구성과 연구 방향에 대해서 간단히 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 연구팀의 구성은 공학과 자연과학 전공자 6명으로 이제 구성을 해서 활동을 하고 있습니다. 전공 내용으로서는 전자전기통신, 재료공학, 기계공학 및 기상학 이렇게 구성이 되어 있습니다. 연구 방향을 말씀을 드리면은 1997년과 98년 해주신 별거 법문을 바탕으로 해서 그 안에 들어있는 미래 에너지 장치의 내용을 저희가 이해를 하고 그 내용을 바탕으로 해서 이제 그러한 장치를 개발하는 것에 목표를 두고 있습니다. 그렇게 하기 위해서는 현실과학과 또 한편으로는 수행 정진을 통한 심층과학적 접근을 동시에 해 나가야 되는 이러한 두 가지의 투트랙의 연구가 반드시 필요한 내용이 되겠습니다. 그렇게 해서 지금은 미래 에너지 장치에 대한 이 본문 내용을 저희가 충분하게 이해하고 실현하기 위해서 이 심오한 내용에 대한 고찰을 계속하고 있고요. 그다음 근본 장치에 대한 그 원리를 이해하기 위해서 고찰을 깊게 해 나가고 있는 중입니다. 그다음 이 장치를 구성하는 그 소재, 막 재료에 대한 합성 방법이나 제법이나 거기에 따른 어떤 여러 가지 물리적 성질과 광학적 성질, 전자기적 어떤 특성 등을 평가하는 일을 해 나가고 있습니다. 현재는 이 연구를 저희가 진행한 지 5년 차 단계에 있다는 말씀을 드릴 수 있겠습니다. 저희 공학팀에 이제 앞으로 이제 추구해 가고자 하는 가장 그 큰 방향은 큰 스님께서 약 25년 전에 해주신 이 특별한 그 과학, 미래 과학에 대한 이 법문을 저희가 열심히 마음 공부를 해서 그걸 최대한 우리가 받아들일 수 있는 상태로 되었을 때 이걸 과학적으로 구현을 할 수가 있다고 보고 현실 과학과 그 다음에 이 마음 공부를 잘 결합시켜서 계속 발전시켜 나가는 일이다 이렇게 생각을 하고 앞으로도 계속 정진을 해갈 생각입니다. 이 정도로 간단히 소개 말씀을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
be serving as a moderator. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 이창수 교수님께서는
Professor Lee
현재
is
경희대학교
the professor of Kyung University.
재직
He's the
중이십니다.
professor of the International Studies Department.
한마음과학원 회원이시고
And he's also the member of the Hanmam Science Center.
연구원의
And
연구위원을
also he was
역임하셨습니다.
serving as a researcher in the Government Research
경제학의
Center.
연구 분야는 국가
And
간 무역
also,
연계성에 대한
in
정량
particular, his area of expertise includes the
한마음과학원에서의
economics
관심
comparison
분야는
studies.
종교적 진리와
And
과학적
for the Hanmam
진리의
Science
통합과
Center,
조화로
he
연구를
has
진행하고
been
계십니다.
doing a lot of researches on the
그러면
integration of the
우리 이창수
Hanmam
교수님
world
큰
with
박수로 응원해
the
주시고
scientific world.
세션
And with
시작하도록
that,
하겠습니다. 박수
please
부탁드립니다.
welcome Professor
감사합니다.
Lee.
예, 방금 소개받은 이창수입니다.
Good morning. As introduced, I am Lee
세션
Chang-soo,
사회를 맡게 되었는데
and I'm honored to serve as a moderator of Session 5.
귀중한 소임을 맡게 돼서
Thank you very much for giving me this important task.
본 세션 다섯 번째 세션 주제는
The Session 5
경쟁과
is
사회적
titled as
실천입니다.
Interconnected Existence
그리고
and Social
이와
Practice.
관련해서
And regarding this topic, we do have a presentation from Taiwan and
중화민국과
Korea.
한국, 자제공덕회와 한마음선언, 그다음에
And
증엄스님과 대행선사,
So the
이렇게 많은
Changyan,
공통점이
Master
있습니다.
Changyan, and the Master Daeheng, I believe, and also Taiwan and Korea, both of the countries do have a lot of commonalities.
세계
So
최고의
both countries
선진국으로
rose from the
변모한
ashes of the war, and now both countries have achieved the phenomenal economic growth.
청현 스님과
And
대행선사
also, when it comes to the Master Changyan and the Master Daeheng, both of them
전통을 현대 불교화
modernized the legacy of Buddhism
그럼으로써 한마음 선언과
and the tradition of Buddhism,
자제공덕회를
and both of them established the Hanmam Sun Center and also the Scientific Research Center for the Chiji Foundation.
그두분
And
사상을 연구하시는 분이시고요. 그래서 첫 번째 발표는 대만의
So the first
치엔테린
presenter
교수님이십니다.
is the professor of Chen Terin,
전염병 시대의 부처님의
and he will
가르침,
be talking about the teachings of the Buddha Dharma in the era of epidemics, the vegan movement in Chichi Foundation. Unfortunately, he sent us the pre-recorded video, so we are going to watch his video for about 20 minutes, but later, for Q&A, he will be joining us online.
Hello, everyone. It's a pity that I cannot attend the conference in person. I'm glad to share with you my research about Tzu Chi Foundation. I'm a professor in Tzu Chi University. Tzu Chi University is founded by Tzu Chi Foundation by a Buddhist master, Zheng Yan. She founded the foundation in Hualien in 1966 on the east coast of Taiwan. With the spirit of self-discipline, diligence, and frugality and perseverance, Tzu Chi set out to help the poor and relieve suffering. Over time, the foundation's mission started with charity and extended into medicine, education, and humanistic culture. Tzu Chi originated in the remote Hualien area and expanded to all 4 major continents of the world, with chapters and offices in 67 countries. Tzu Chi provides aid to over 128 nations for 56 years. Its volunteers selfless contribute through a mindset of gratitude, expressing their care and support to each and every individual in need. This is our master, and this is the logo of our foundation. Today my topic is teachings of the Buddha Dharma in the era of pandemic. The vegan movement in Tzu Chi, there are 4 main sections. First is introduction, and second is vegan movement in Tzu Chi. Tzu Chi promotes vegetarian food, not only for inner cultivation, but also for protecting life and for practice of complete love. And there are moral foundations and the humanistic ideal behind this vegan movement. The theoretical foundation is the Buddhist teaching of karma. And Tzu Chi, the practice of Tzu Chi can be regarded as a presentation of humanistic Buddhism. Now humanistic Buddhism in Taiwan is very popular. And first is introduction. While the scientific development of new vaccines coping with COVID-19 is actively carried out, different religions also provide possible explanations and solutions. The master of Tzu Chi Foundation is a case in point. She suggests the idea of great education to actively promote vegetarianism in response to the pandemic. The main way to stop the pandemic is for humans to be awakened, and the choice to be vegetarian is a crucial step. And the term vegetarian or vegan diet, simply, you can simply understand it as non-meat eating, food without meat. I think the definition is broad. Once you choose not to eat meat, then you are a vegetarian. You choose the vegan diet. Tzu Chi is a branch of humanistic Buddhism in Taiwan. It advocates the practice of Buddha Dharma in the human realm. It is discouraged to ask God for salvation and resort to mystical understanding of deities and ghosts to answer the pandemic. Instead, the rule of disasters will be mainly because of the deeds of human beings. This article thus explores Tzu Chi's idealistic promotion and practical action of vegetarianism in facing the pandemic. Second section, vegan movement in Tzu Chi. Among the ideals that Tzu Chi has been pursued for many years, vegetarianism is one of them. Almost every day, the master emphasizes on the importance of vegan diets, suggesting that vegetarianism is not only good for our health, but also good for our environment. Being a vegetarian is also helpful to be a good person. Cultivating good deeds, kind heart, and other positive values. What the master encouragement to Tzu Chi people is to cultivate sincerity and honesty within, and to be compassionate and joyful to others. Cultivating sincerity and honesty within can be said to be a practice of self-discipline. Being compassionate and joyful to others is to be altruistic to all sentient beings around us. That is, not only illustrating the spirit of self-discipline, but also trying to be beneficial to others. This self-discipline and altruism can be realized by vegetarian diets. That is, the practice of vegan diets is both for inner cultivation and for protecting life and completed love. The pandemic demands us to control ourselves and rescue others. On the one hand, we must protect ourselves and strictly discipline ourselves. On the other, we must show love and kindness. So the vegetarianism of great education in Tzu Chi includes both dimensions of inner cultivation and action towards others. Not only restraining desires and being cautious and pious, but also protecting sentient beings and being compassionate to them. Being compassionate to all sentient beings, not merely human beings. Master Zheng Yan called it a complete love, or a complete great love. Master Zheng Yan explained the importance of abstaining from the desire to eat and drink casually. Instead, she reminded us the idea that all disease come from the mouth. Virus enter into the body through the mouth, nose, respiratory tract, and then cause disease. The breaking out of COVID-19 is also because of our improper diets. For example, our indiscriminate killing of wild animals for food. Due to this greedy desire, the virus in the animals were transmitted to humans. Since it was caused by improper diet of humans, vegetarianism became a good solution to the pandemic. Master Zheng Yan said that during the pandemic, masks are always worn, in addition to protecting our mouths and nose from virus invasions. He also reminds people to be aware of our food, eat carefully, and change our unscrupulous eating habits so as to show the piety and the repentance of internal virtue of human beings. In a word, Master Zheng Yan said that the spread of the pandemic to the whole world also hints that the source of disaster is our deeds, and thus repentance and awakening should be strongly raised. All human beings are obligated to show their sincerity and fearfulness to heaven and earth, and the action of pious repentance are expressed in vegan diets, which will help to overcome the weight of pandemic with humbleness. Not only for internal cultivation, vegan diets also for protecting life and completed love. Master Zheng Yan regards vegetarianism as a kind of complete love. Complete love means if love is restricted to people, it is not enough and incomplete. Complete love includes love for all living beings and animals. It can be seen that Master Zheng Yan's concern for suffering is not merely limited to humans, but also aims to save all sentient beings. This compassionate attitude corresponds to the teachings of the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures regarding the meat-eaters, cutting off the seeds of great mercy, linking vegetarian to life protection, the practice of compassion, and the growth of the Buddha heart. Tzu Chi's vegetarian diet is like its routine practice of charity, environmental protection, disaster relief, hoping that the power of common good will reach social harmony and then eliminate natural and man-made disasters. Generally speaking, Master Zheng Yan's promotion of vegetarianism can be regarded as an appeal of Bodhisattva's compassion for the relief of suffering on this earth. In short, Master Zheng Yan leads Tzu Chi volunteers to promote vegetarianism as a possible way to lessen the harm of this pandemic. For human beings, it is a protection and regulation of our body and mind, so as to reduce our desire and purify our karma. But for animals, according to the Buddhist idea of compassion for all sentient beings, they are also conscious lives. They cannot bear the suffering of killing and torture. So we choose not to eat meat, to practice altruism of complete love. The third section is about the moral foundation and humanistic idea of Tzu Chi vegan movement. Tzu Chi is a branch of humanistic Buddhism. The master emphasized on internal cultivation rather than seeking external help. Tzu Chi's promotion of vegetarianism thus can be regarded as the application of Buddhist theory of karma. While the theory of karma and humanistic Buddhism are easily known and feasible to human beings, Tzu Chi's promotion of vegetarianism could be generalized but not limited to creeds and the stipulation of specific religious doctrines. The first subsection. The Buddhist teaching of karma is the theoretical ground of vegan movement. Tzu Chi's promotion of vegetarianism stressed on the great importance of the theory of karma. Karma refers to action, and action in Buddhism generally expressed from the performance of body, speech, and mind. According to the theory of karma, compassion without killing, but protecting life and being vegetarianism are all good deeds, and one will receive positive reward in the long run, unless the position of moral nihilism, which denies the distinction between good and evil. Karma is an easy concept to be understood and accepted. Put differently, when accepting there is right and wrong in morality, to a certain extent, the theory of karma is presumed. While we purify our mind, following our purification of mind comes to the cleansing of our living world. So it can be seen that the fate of human beings depends on the harmony of our environment. And the harmony of our environment depends on our purification of mind. And this is what Master Cheng Yen has repeatedly claimed. Hence, the promotion of vegan diets in Tzu Chi community is for mental training in the face of pandemic. Its theoretical ground is Buddhist theory of karma, which could be said to be a universal thinking, but not confined to Buddhism. In Chinese philosophy, for instance, also regards virtue as the best amulet. Those who lose the protection will suffer in any possible unknown situations. The second subsection, the humanistic idea of humanistic Buddhism. Buddhist theory of karma presupposes there is a law of order in the universe, and a human behavior must correspond to it. So while a virtuous person cultivates within, he has no fear from the outside. Hence, Tzu Chi focuses on moral practice, which can be said to be a spiritual interpretation of disasters. The correspondence between human deeds and nature implies a certain correspondence between humans and animals. There's a Chinese saying, if you want to know why there are killings and wars in the world, listen to the sound of slaughter in the middle of the night. The killing and war between people can be assumed from the way people treat animals. The implementation of vegetarianism in this way can reveal the universal meaning of human nature. So that not only Tzu Chi nor Buddhism, anyone who seeks sustainable development in the future of mankind can move towards a simple vegetarian life, which highlights the characteristics of Oriental humanistic thinking. So according to the basic concept of humanistic Buddhism, first become a person, and then talk about whether being a religious believer or Buddhist. Now, humanistic Buddhism inherited by Tzu Chi is even more up to the spirit of Mahayana Bodhisattva. Protecting life also includes the care of suffering, the cultivation of compassion, the pursuit of spiritual life, and ultimately the realization of liberation. From the point of view of Mahayana Buddhism, a bodhisattva cares about the suffering of all sentient beings. They can feel and be felt. So animals can be classified as the objects of human compassion. That is, human beings are moral agents who can practice moral goodness and virtue, But animals are moral patients. They will express our morality. The reason why humans are different from animals lies in our noble behavior choice. The statement that being a human being is precious is because of these altruistic deeds. In brief, Tzu Chi's vegan movement may appear to be a religious ideal on the surface, but there is a strong ideal of humanism behind it. Vegetarianism founded on humanism may be regarded as the progress and development of mankind towards the future, symbolizing the advancement of human civilization. Now is the last section, the conclusion. Taking this opportunity of pandemic to transform human mind has become the focus of Tzu Chi's Buddhist education in recent years, including life education, moral education, and ecological environment education. The education implies that if people are not aware of the lesson, the plague will not stop. So the reduction and cessation of the pandemic will lie in our cultivation of compassion and pure mind, and etc. Therefore, from the perspective of humanistic Buddhism, to talk about the Buddhist teaching in the pandemic era, the first priority is self-awareness in order to resonate with good karma. It can be seen that as far as Tzu Chi vegan movement is concerned, the relationship between pandemic prevention and mental cultivation through vegetarian diet is mainly based on the simple Buddhist theory of karma, which regards the proliferation of pandemic as the manifestation of negative karma, and thus the end of pandemic depends on karmic transformation. Also, the transformation of karma is also related to our mental cultivation, and vegetarianism is the key practice of cultivation of mind. In sum, there are two characteristics in Tzu Chi, in Tzu Chi's vegan movement. First, the application of the Buddhist theory of karma. Second, the practice of the Buddhist concept of humanity. These two may have a universal meaning. They may guide humankind to better development. If so, vegetarianism is right in itself, but not because of the promotion of some eminent people. Therefore, the vegan movement in Tzu Chi is not religious teaching, or not merely a religious teaching, but closer to moral teaching and humanistic teaching. And it is not limited to a particular ideological faith. Thank you for your attention.
예, 발표 감사드립니다. 지금 교수님께서
Thank you very much. Professor Chante is joining us online via Zoom, so we are going to conduct our Q&A session via Zoom. I just forgot to introduce Professor Chante Lin. Also known as Kent Lin, is a professor and director of the Institute of Religion and Humanities at the Buddhist Tzu Chi University, Taiwan. His main research interests lie in Buddhist philosophy, contemporary Buddhism in Taiwan, Chinese philosophy, and comparative realism, Buddhism and Taoism. If you have any questions, please let us know by raising your hand, and Professor Chante will answer online via Zoom.
¿Qué tal? Buen día. Bueno, primeramente, felicitar al profesor por su presentación.
Thank you, Professor, for your exposition.
예, 설명 감사드립니다.
Primeramente quería saber qué puntos en común tiene la práctica de Han Maung con la práctica del veganismo.
And I want to thank you. Which common grounds do we have with your Chiji vegan movement and the practice of 한마음 주인공?
예, 치지 재단의 채식 운동과 한마음 주인공 수행에 있어서 많은 공통점이 있다라는 생각이 들어 반갑습니다.
And which are these common grounds? Can you tell us some points about that?
이 둘 사이의 공통점에 대해서 조금 설명을 해주시겠습니까?
Pardon, you said the common ground for vegetarian movement, right?
Yes, and the practice of 한마음 주인공.
그러니까 질문이 한마음 주인공 수행과 치지의 채식주의 운동 간에 있어서의 공통점을 설명해 달라는 것이죠.
Yeah, I think this is, as I mentioned in my article, it's very natural. As a human being, we don't have the privilege to dominate animals' life. And I think this idea is corresponding to nowadays the consideration of animal welfare or animal right. I think this idea is very, I think Buddhist point of view, especially Chiji Buddhism, is close to nowadays the promotion of animal right or animal welfare. There are some similarity between these two sides.
예, 제 논문에서도 밝힌 바 있지만 사람이라고 하는 존재는 동물에 대해서 지배할 수 있는 그러한 특권이 있는 것이 아니라고 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 최근에는 이러한 개념들이 불교에만 있는 것이 아니고요. 동물 복지, 동물 권리라는 개념으로 해서 실제 많은 사람들이 이 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 불교의 치지재단의 이러한 채식운동 역시 어떻게 보자면은 현대에서 얘기하고 있는 동물 복지, 동물 권리와 관련이 있고 이러한 점에서 많은 유사점이 있다고 생각합니다.
Can I ask you on veganism? But in our practice of 한마음 주인공, we focus more on observing our mind in order to dissolve karma. And I think from this point they are opposite ideas. What is your opinion about this? Please, Professor.
예, 치지 재단의 이 채식주의 운동에 대해서 설명을 하시면서 사실은 이것이 업설에 근거를 두고 있고 이 업보를 지우기 위해서 채식을 하신다라는 얘기를 하셨었는데요. 사실 저희 한마음에서는요, 오히려 이제 이 업을 이 없애기 위해서 이 마음을 삼킨다, observe한다 그러한 이론들이 있습니다. 그래서 어떻게 보자면은 이 두 개가 반대되는 사상인 것 같은데요. 이것에 대해서 좀 설명을 해주시겠습니까?
Okay, thank you for your question. It seems to me that the idea of karma and the practice of mind, I think it's closely related. You know, in Buddhism, the reason we emphasize on mental training or mental observation, mental introspection, is for the sake to purify our karma. In Buddhism, that karma divided into three different parts: our body, our speech, and our intention. And in Buddhism, said that what's the key determinant factors of our karma? It is our mind, our consciousness and intention, but not our body. If we intentionally hurting some sentient being or some people, but we don't have that substantial action, we still create karma. So intentional mind is the crucial or the key factor of our karma accumulation. So I think these two ones are no contradiction, but closely related.
예, 질문 감사드립니다. 사실 업설이라고 하는 것과 마음을 수행한다는 것은 어떻게 보자면은 매우 긴밀하고 또 비슷하다라고 생각이 드는데요. 사실 이제 불교 같은 경우에는 보시게 되면은 특히 이 정신에 대한 훈련, 정신 수행, 그리고 어떤 내적인 성찰 이런 것들을 굉장히 중요시하고 있고, 이러한 정신 수양을 통해서 우리가 업을 달래고 깨끗하게 할 수 있다라고 얘기를 합니다. 근데 특히 불교의 업설에서는 업이라는 것이 인간의 세 부분과 관련이 있다라고 얘기를 하는데요. 바로 신체와 말 그리고 의도입니다. 그래서 이 세 가지가 이제 업을 쌓게 되는데, 특히 여기에 있어서 중요한 것이 바로 사람의 의식, 의도 혹은 생각이 있지 신체가 아니다라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 우리가 누군가를 해친다라고 할 때 마음속으로만 생각을 하고 실제로 행동을 하지 않더라도 그 생각만으로 카르마가 발생하는 것이다 라고 하고 있기 때문에, 결국에는 내적인 이 생각과 마음이라고 하는 것이 이 업이 쌓이는 데 있어서 큰 중요한 관건적인 역할을 한다라고 할 수가 있고, 이러한 점에서 보면 사실 이 업설과 마음 수양 사이에 있어서는 이게 반대되는 것이 아니라 비슷한 것이다, 긴밀하게 연관되는 것이다라고 생각합니다.
Muchas gracias, profesor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 어떻게 지금 이제 시간이 다 된 것 같습니다. 근데 린 교수님께서 이제 이따 종합 토론에 참가를 못 하시거든요. 정말 궁금한 게 있다. 이거 질문 하나만 더 받겠습니다. 예, 스님 말씀하시죠.
We'll take one more question.
혜순입니다. 발표 잘 들었습니다. 수행하고 불교는 일체가 둘이 아니라고 불이법입니다. 우리는 한마음이라는 용어를 안 쓰고 불이법인데, 지금 동물과 식물, 인간과 전부 다 양분이 되어 있습니다. 불이법 차원에서 만약에 단백질 섭취를 위해서 그걸 먹어줌으로 해서 의식 속에서 인간이 수행적인 차원에서 의식을 높여서 인도 환생할 수 있는 그런 수행적인 차원에서 그런 가르침을 주신다면 거기에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지요?
So I really enjoyed your presentation. In the Buddhist practice, we pursue the non-duality principle, which means that the animals, plants, and human beings, we are all connected and interconnected for the existence. And in this sense, if we could take in the Puchin and cultivate our mind to have to become a better being in the next life, what do you think about this kind of teaching? What's your take on this?
You mean that I think to be a vegetarian is not merely for our own concern. It's not only for our future life, but for the sentient beings themselves. And I think because life is suffering, and all suffering in this world is the main consideration of Buddhism. And so we can ask one question: why we can eat plants? Plants and animals both are living beings, but plants, we could say that they have no consciousness. And because suffering is the key concern of Buddhism, and so the plants, they have no obvious feelings of suffering. So we can eat animals, you can eat plants rather than animals. So I think suffering would be the key point. And I think it's good for, it's true that it's interdependent. The destiny of human beings and animals and the whole environment are interconnected as the theme of this conference. So I fully agree the master you just suggested.
예, 사실상 이 채식을 한다라고 하는 것은 우리 자신을 위해서만이 아니고 또한 어떤 환생이나 내세를 위한 것만이 아니고 사실은 모든 그 지각 있는 생명체, 중생을 위해서도 채식이 필요하다라고 생각이 듭니다. 특별히 이 채식에 있어서 특히 불교에서 가르치는 중요한 가르침 중에 하나가 바로 고통에 대한 부분입니다. 그래서 왜 우리가 식물은 먹어도 되는가? 식물도 어떤 하나의 생명체인데 왜 식물은 먹어도 되고 동물은 먹으면 안 되는가? 왜 식육만 금해야 하는가라고 할 때 사실 식물이라는 것은 지각이 있는 생명체는 아니기 때문에 불교에서 얘기하는 이 고통이라는 관점에서 봤을 때 이제 식물은 어떤 자각이 되지 않기 때문에 이제 식물은 먹어도 되고 대신에 식육을 금하라라고 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 구분을 하는 것은 고통이라고 하는 것이 있느냐 없느냐라고 생각이 들고요. 그리고 또한 스님께서 말씀을 하셨다시피 사실은 이 불이법에 대해서 저희도 전적으로 동의를 합니다. 결국 우리 모두는 다 상호 연결되어 있는 것이고 공존하는 존재이고 사람과 동물과 우리 주변 환경의 궁극적인 그 목적지는 다 이제 동일하다라는 부분에 대해서는 저도 전적으로 공감하고 있습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 저희 마지막으로 질문 하나만 더 받겠는데요. 혹시 저기
We'll take one last question. Is there any question from Hammam Science Institute?
네, 박 교수님 질문.
예, 한마음과학원 회원 박종숙입니다. 제가 얼마 전에 사실 그 자제공덕회 유튜브를 통해서 정연 그 마스터의 법문을 접했는데 그 팬데믹 시대의 그 위대한 교육에 대해서 말씀하시는데 굉장히 힘이 있으셨고 감동을 깊이 받았습니다. 선생님께서는 발표문에서 이 자제공덕회 채식주의 운동을 소개하면서 채식주의가 자연과 인간의 몸과 마음을 정화시킬 수 있다고 하셨습니다. 하지만 채식주의 식단을 하는 데 있어서 현실적인, 그러니까 이상적이기도 하지만 현실적인 어려움이 있다는 점, 또 이제 정연 그 다시 법사도 인정을 하셨습니다. 사실 우리 같이 이렇게 평범한 사람들이 영양 균형을 위해서 소고기, 돼지고기 뭐 이런 육식을 할 수밖에 없는 이런 현실에 처해 있기 때문에 먹지 않을 수가 없는 상황에 있는 많은 이런 일반인들이 어떤 마음과 자세를 가지고 이 동물을 도축을 하고 또 그 고기를 먹어야 하는지 여쭙겠습니다.
So I am Park Jong-soo, member of the Hammam Science Center. Earlier, I watched the Master Changyen's Dharma talk through the YouTube video, and it was about the great education in this era of COVID pandemic. The speech was so powerful, and I was very impressed by that video. While talking about the vegan and vegetarianism that the Tzu Chi Foundation pursues, you said that the vegetarian diet is needed to purify the mind and body of human beings as well as the nature. However, I think Master Changyen also acknowledged that there are a lot of practical challenges for lay people like me to practice vegetarian diet. Because for the nutrition balance, we have to take the meat, such as the beef or the pork. And also there are many situations that we cannot really avoid the consumption of the meat. So in these situations, for the general devotees, for lay people, what kind of attitude should they have when slaughtering animals and consuming and eating animals?
Yeah, I think now our scientific technology is highly developed, and those nutrition from animal protein could be replaced. So being vegetarians, we have to be a smart vegetarian. we have to eat cautiously. Doesn't imply we have to sacrifice our nutrition. Now our master is 87 years old, 85 years old, and he has been a vegetarian for a long, long time. And I think many vegetarians eat without meat, but very healthy. On the contrary, there are many sicknesses because of improper eating, too much meat. So I think that we have to try to keep a balance. To be a vegetarian doesn't imply that we will eat without the concern of nutrition. I think that would be a good way to be a very healthy vegetarian.
예, 답변을 드리자면 사실 요즘 과학이 굉장히 발전을 해서 꼭 동물성 단백질을 먹지 않더라도 얼마나든지 다양한 대치품으로 단백질을 섭취하고 영양 균형을 맞출 수 있다라고 생각합니다. 즉 채식주의자가 된다라는 것이 요즘에는 굉장히 스마트한 채식주의를 한다라는 의미가 될 수가 있겠고 결국에는 이것이 이제 함부로 먹는 이런 것이 아닌 절제된 식생활을 하는 것과 관련이 있습니다. 실제로 저희 스님 같은 경우에도 85세이고 정말 오랫동안 채식을 해오셨는데 지금도 매우 건강하십니다. 그렇기 때문에 채식을 한다라는 것은 고기를 안 먹는다는 뜻이긴 하지만 그러나 이제 매우 건강한 삶을 유지할 수 있습니다. 반면에 인류가 겪고 있는 많은 질병들을 보시면은요, 이게 이제 잘못된 식습관, 특히 고기를 너무 많이 먹어서 오히려 질병을 겪는 경우가 많습니다. 그렇기 때문에 채식을 한다라고 하는 것이 영양 불균형이 깨지고 영양을 고려하지 않고 먹는다라는 것이 아니라 보다 현명한 대안으로 건강하게 오히려 살 수 있는 그러한 좋은 방법이라고 생각이 듭니다.
예, 아주 답변 잘 들었고요. 사실 저도 기본적으로는 채식주의자입니다. 그런데 이게 그러니까 채식주의를 하는 데 있어서의 어떤 그런 영양 불균형의 문제들이 없지는 않은데 잘 해야 될 것 같다고 생각하고요. 일단 답변 충분히 만족스럽고요. 다음에 기회가 있다면 조금 더 사실은 이런 부분에 대해서 의견을 나눌 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So thank you very much for your answer. I myself actually practice the vegetarian diet. And as you said, I think that we have to be a smart vegetarian to have a balanced nutrition. And I hope that next time we could have more in-depth discussion on this topic.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
제가 생각해 보니까
Come to think of it,
제가 불교 현대화를
I mentioned the modernization of Buddhism, and we practice Juingong Kwanpa, and also our daily practice as a part of our daily life. That's what we teach here in Hammam Son Center. And Professor Chiante just introduced what kind of benefits we can get from vegetarian diet and how we can strike a balance in our lives through the vegetarian diet. This is related to the social activism, and also this is a part of our spiritual practice. And also this vegetarian diet-related movement started having a deep root in the lay people in Taiwan. That's why, your organization has a great success. Now let me invite our next speaker, Dr. Young-Ne Kim, and he will deliver a presentation under the title of a study on the possibility of authentic leadership based on Juingong Kwanpa. Dr. Kim had his PhD in philosophy from Mainz University, Germany, and he's serving as a research professor at Korea University. He won the grand prize for a thesis titled "A Study on the Potential of Juingong Leadership" at the 2021 Myeongdong Academic Awards. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
방금 소개받은 김영래라고
I am
하고요.
Kim Young-nae, as introduced by moderator.
제가 발표를 드릴 주제는
Today, I would like to talk about a study on the possibility of authentic leadership based on the 주인공 관법, true self-contemplation.
주인공 관법에 대해서 좀 많이 말씀을.
It seems that we have many presentations made on 주인공 관법.
예. 아이고. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
예, 이렇게 같이 마음을 내주셔서. 예.
Thank you for your cooperation,
그래서
and thank you for having me.
관법에 대해서 사실 말씀 많이 드려야 되는데
So,
어제부터
it seems that we have a lot of presentations made on 주인공 관법 by previous speakers and presenters, and they were really insightful presentations that gave us implications and insight about 주인공 관법, and actually it made my job easier in explaining 주인공 관법. It seems that I have some difficulties in clicking while moving my slides. So let me brief you on the purpose of my research first. My research first examines the background of the new spotlight on authentic leadership in Western society, centering around the U.S. and Canada, particularly the authentic leadership, which is actively introduced in business sites. And this authentic leadership refers to a leadership that is based on the leader's discovery of the true self and the life in harmony, and that is also related to what Sun Master Daeng taught us. So if we apply Sun Master Daeng's teachings to this concept of authentic leadership, actually we can develop the concept closer to perfection. So that's why I just came up with this research and today's presentation. So Master Daeng's 주인공 관법 can provide a solution to further perfect this Western concept of authentic leadership. If I go over the background of the introduction of authentic leadership, we all know that there are rapid change going on in the business environment. So more and more companies, or the growing number of companies, started paying attention to the mind of customers because it is necessary for them to improve their business performance. And also there is a growing interest in the social and emotional intelligence, and that is also being adopted in the actual business environment. And also there are a lot of changes made in external environment of businesses, such as decrease in natural resources, accelerated environmental destruction, and rapid globalization. We all know that there are two different sides of globalization, good one and bad one. And also, we are witnessing increase in non-face-to-face work, or the teleworking, accelerated by the COVID-19 outbreak. This kind of changes happening in our business environment actually lead to the reduction of responsibility and ethics in working environment to some extent. And there is a very prominent professor at Harvard School of Harvard Kennedy Business School of the U.S. and his name is Bill George, and he published a book in 2013 titled "True North: Discover Your Authentic Leadership." And also Oprah Winfrey, who is a well-known show host, invited Bill George to her show and had an in-depth discussion on this concept of authentic leadership. That's why the concept of authentic leadership gained popularity and known to the general public. Now it's time for us to think about what is the definition of authentic leadership.
이 주도적으로 소개를 하시는 분이 이화여대 계시는
we have Professor Yoon Jong-gu from Ewha Women's University who actually translated the book of Byo-joji and explained the concept of authentic leader to the Korean people. And according to Byo-joji's definition, an authentic leader is the main character of a story who discovers his life's mission and successfully implements it. And there is a Canadian scholar who also works on the concept of authentic leadership. She is Tana Hemisley. And she said that in her book, Awaken Your Authentic Leadership, that a person who develops leadership based on his discovering and living a life consistent with his true self is a true leader or authentic leader. And that's what she said in her book, Awaken Your Authentic Leadership. And for your information, or rather, excuse of my research or presentation. I'm not an expert in this area. Actually, my key research area is educational philosophy. To the best of my knowledge, Ms. Tana Hemisley's the concept of authentic leadership has a weak philosophical basis for the concept of authenticity. And I would like to go over the details why I think her concept of authentic leadership lacks philosophical basis. And before that, I will talk about the development of authentic leadership suggested by Hemisley. It is composed of 4 stages. The first stage is awakening, which is about knowing a new side of oneself. Of course, we can actually know about ourselves, or sometimes we get to know about ourselves by listening to others' opinions. And the next stage is awareness. So based on awakening, or as a result of awakening, you see and perceive yourself and the world from a new perspective. That's the second stage of awareness. And the third stage is action stage. And also there's a term called cognitive dissonance is used for this stage. We have all our own self-image based on the awakening and awareness result. Sometimes you have a cognitive dissonance, which means that the discrepancy or the difference between your self-image and the yourself that you get to know from a new perspective. So this is a cognitive dissonance, and it can lead to anxiety or nervousness. And in order to overcome this cognitive dissonance, you should have a kind of new awareness which will lead you to take actions based on your newly earned and newly acquired image about yourself. As a result, we have the authenticity as a result of those 4 different stages. The first one is, as I mentioned before, awakening. So you get to know a new side of yourself. And then the awareness stage, as a result of awakening, you see and perceive yourself and the world from a new perspective. And then there comes action, and action leads to new awareness. That's the development of authentic leadership model suggested by Hemisley. And also there are some other philosophical considerations made on the concept of authenticity made by Rousseau, Freud, Jung, and Heidegger. So when it comes to the Rousseau's definition, the authenticity is a state of life faithful to one's own pure feelings. That's what Rousseau said. And according to Freud, Freud is well known for the development of concept of unconsciousness. So according to his definition, the authenticity is a state of life in which the conscious and the unconscious are in harmony by inputting what the conscious wants into the unconscious. So that's how Freud defines authenticity. And also there is another philosopher, Jung, who actually was influenced by Freud. Jung distinguished ego from a self. So the ego orients toward the self, which is the axis of all self-existence. So self is a fundamental nature of one's existence. So Jung's definition of authenticity is quite similar with that of Freud. So according to Jung, ego orients toward the self, which is the axis of all self-existence. And that's what the authenticity means. Let me take an example of Heidegger as another philosophical consideration on the concept of authenticity. So as a being in the world, the non-original self decides to live in harmony with its fundamental originality. And a being in the world is in the Sinn in German. So it means that we or our existence are immersed in the external world. However, the non-original self decides to live in harmony with its fundamental originality. Excuse me? There should be contents right next to Son Master Daeng's picture, but it seems that I do not have the right slide for my presentation. So there have been a lot of presentations made on the teachings of Son Master Daeng, and as we all know, Son Master Daeng is the best innovative leader who recreated the Korean Buddhism tradition for modern society. That's exactly what I was about to say in this slide, but it seems that I got the wrong slide. From now on, we'd like to talk about the concept of authenticity in the teachings of Son Master Daeng. First of all, the traditional concept of Buddha nature is interpreted as one mind when it comes to the teachings of Son Master Daeng. We all know what Hammam is, and also it was repeatedly mentioned by previous speakers. Hammam, or the one mind, is the basis of all beings and the true basis of each of us. So our existence is based on Hammam. But even though we are originally of one mind, but the processes we have lived through, including our previous lives, have been input into our pure one mind over and over, and has obscured the one mind. And actually the karma that we have attained over the course of our life, including the previous lives, have obscured the one mind. However, karma does not defile our one mind thoroughly and completely, so it stays clean behind the karma. So the karma is input into our one mind, obscuring it. So the non-original elements such as karma that were input into our mind come out as output in the form of thoughts, emotions, impulses, and so on when they have opportunities and when the conditions are met. And when an action is triggered according to the output, the karma-based output, the result of the action becomes a new karma and is input into one mind again. That's what Son Master Daeng taught us.
그런데 이제 그래서 이것이 출력된 것을 이제 다시 되돌려 놓아야.
we need to return all those output to Hammam again to have awakening. So all those output came from one mind or Hammam, so we need to bring it back to Hammam. And once we return those output to Hammam, then those karma-based output will be resolved or dissolved, actually. Maybe this concept doesn't ring a bell to the Westerners who are sitting here. So in Western term, I can say that your ego will collapse or dissolved when you keep putting your output into, keep returning your output into one mind. So once you stop putting new input, then your karma will go away or will be eliminated. So it means that once you reduce the karma that's input again into your one mind, and one day you will realize that you will not have any output based on your karma, which is input into your one mind. And once there is no karma-based output, then you will find the true nature of Hammam or one mind. And I think it can be defined as the awakening and also the unity of the current consciousness and the subconsciousness. So this unity of the current consciousness and subconsciousness is awakening in a Western term. Once the pure Hammam is embodied and achieved, then we'll be able to live with our fundamental Hammam or the one mind, thus achieving authenticity. I believe that actually I've just explained the basic concept of 주인공 관법, and 주인공 관법 can be used to achieve authenticity. I would like to rephrase the 주인공 관법 in my turn. So all the things that come to the phenomenal ego is input into one mind, and such kind of input comes out as an output when there are opportunities and when there are conditions met. And those outputs should be returned to or put back into Hammam, and we need to keep observing. And I think that is the key point about 주인공 관법 to the best understanding of mind. So Sun Master Daeheng kept telling us that we need to entrust everything to 주인공, and also whenever we have something that we need or we want to have, we need to input that into our one mind, and also should believe in the fact that 주인공 can do, and only the 주인공 can do it. And then the answer will come from the within. If you continue to handle things and lead your life according to the will from the within, you will be connected with your inner self more and more and become more authentic. That's how I understand the 주인공 관법. However, there's one thing that we should be very careful. The inner sound may be mixed with karma, so you need to put it back to 주인공. Because the correction and the supplementation can be made most completely only in the place where 주인공 is. So let me summarize what I have told you until now. Sun Master Daeheng's concept of authenticity encompasses as well as radically transcends all related concepts, including Rousseau's emotional authenticity, Freud's unity of consciousness and unconsciousness, Jung's authenticity as the unit of ego and self, self, and Heidegger's concept of authenticity, the existential unity of originality and non-original nature. So I believe that you will agree to my point that Son Master Daeheng's concept of authenticity encompasses all those related concepts as well as radically transcends them. And the concept of authenticity in the teaching of Son Master Daeheng goes beyond the individual level. That's another point which is quite important when it comes to the concept of authenticity taught by Son Master Daeheng. Authenticity is secured through the unity of the phenomenal self with the 주인공. And the true 주인공 is none other than Buddha nature, that is one mind. So sometimes people confuse about the concept of 주인공, 한마음, or one mind, or Buddha nature. I believe that they are the same fundamentally. So the 주인공 is Buddha nature, and also the Buddha nature is one mind. So one mind is the root and the source of all things and encompasses all things in this universe. All people, living things, and even inanimate objects are interconnected within a 한마음 or one mind. And therefore, they can communicate with one another because, since they are based on one mind. And that's why we are able to communicate with all those living things and inanimate objects even. When united with one mind, it connects and communicates with all people, all living things, and inanimate objects in the place of one mind that encompasses everything, thus forming a genuine relationship with all things. This is related to mind-to-mind communication concept. And if this kind of unity happens, then you can treat everyone with authenticity, and other people will also treat you with authenticity. And this is how we can realize authenticity in a non-dual way. So the key concept of 주인공 leadership is mind-to-mind communication. And in order to achieve such mind-to-mind communication, you need to eliminate all karma-based thoughts. So if you can come up with a single thought when there is no karma-based thoughts, then you can achieve the state of mushim, or there is no karma-based thoughts. So once you achieve such kind of single thought without any karma-based thoughts, you can communicate with everything in the world, making them move, and there is nothing you cannot do. And that's how we should interpret what Son Master Daeheng taught us. And sometimes you think that this is a kind of state that we even cannot dream of achieving. But Son Master Daeheng told us that everyone can do that as long as we have a firm belief in 주인공. But we all know that while living this suffering life, sometimes we just face unprecedented or unexpected difficulties. And actually, that is the time that we need to come up with a single thought without any karma-based thoughts. And also, there are many fellow practitioners who experienced it. And due to the time constraint, it's regrettable that I cannot explain all those real experiences of practitioners. Now, let me talk about interconnected leadership. This 주인공 concept is related to interconnected leadership. And the leader with interconnected leadership puts down the judgment and desires of the ego and leads oneself and others together through unconditional entrustment to 주인공. That's what 주인공 leadership is, and also 주인공 leadership is interconnected leadership at the same time.
Interconnected leadership 이렇게 이제 이번에는 번역을 하고 있는데.
Interconnected leadership is the translation that I came up with. And let me quote what Son Master Teng said about this interconnected leadership. Son Master Teng always emphasized that the leader of interconnected leadership sees people as they are, no matter how ugly or unbeautiful they appear, since they are not different from me. And in the endlessly repeated flow of life, there is no one who has not become my parents and my brother or my children. So embrace everything with love and compassion. So that's how we just come up with unconditional love and compassion for everything. And once we achieve such kind of awakening, then we don't even have to try to have this unconditional love and compassion. In the beginning of my presentation, I introduced the Hemingsley's leadership model, and it's kind of occurred for me to make comparison between Hemingsley's leadership model and the leadership concept that Son Master Teng taught us. But still, we can make a comparison to identify the similarities and the differences between these two concepts. Son Master Teng told us that we should believe in 한마음 and keep entrusting everything to 한마음. And Hemingsley actually mentioned in her leadership model that the true self starts from the recognition of oneself. And it could be subjective. What I can tell you here is that the 한마음, based on the Dharma talks of Son Master Teng, actually the 한마음 is exceeding or going beyond individuals. Since this is an international conference, I just came up with the introduction of a concept of Hemingsley's leadership. But actually, we should understand that Hemingsley's leadership is not as comprehensive as the concept of Son Master Teng to be compared in the first place. And also, to the best of my knowledge, Hemingsley's leadership model has certain limitations because it just focuses on individuals. But the 주인공 leadership mentioned and taught by Son Master Teng is a kind of leadership achieved in a non-dual way. And also, we all know that there is a fundamental criticism over the authentic leadership, is because when the leaders expose the way they actually are, and then it can expose the leader's weaknesses, and it will lead to the weakening of the loyalty of the leader's followers because of the exposed weaknesses of the leaders. In this context, the authentic leadership is impossible to obtain. That's the criticism over the authentic leadership. However, since the leadership is achieved in a non-dual way, according to Son Master Teng's teaching, then we can overcome such kind of criticism. Now, let us talk about how we can structure Son Master Teng's leadership and its development. There have been heated discussion on the structure of development of authenticity based on the teachings of Son Master Teng. And as it was repeated over and over, everything is interconnected and in the form of a triangular circle. Son Master Teng said that there is a 주인공, even though we do not realize. But once we determine to practice and find 한마음, that 한마음 will reveal. And once it reveals, then it can enable us to communicate with everything, every being in the world. And that is the fundamental of the teachings of Sun Master Daeheng.
이 한마음 근본 불성을 깨달아서 거기에 이제 부합된 우리 이제 대행 선사 같으신
So there are all those who have been awakened, like Sun Master Daeheng.
근데 저희 같이 깨닫지 못한
She just realized the very fundamental of one ma'am, but there are other people like us who haven't been awakened. So we are not free from our karma and karma-based thoughts. And in order to develop this authenticity, the key is to break ourselves free from the rule of non-fundamental elements that are input into our mind, such as karma.
이 도식을 조금 좀 참고를 해서
In this context, I would like to refer to Hemingsley's leadership model and how to develop that leadership.
자각, 입력, 실천, 체험 이렇게 이제
There are four bases of becoming self-aware, returning to 한마음,
자각인데 나에게 벌어진 모든
experience and practice. So first stage is becoming self-aware and is having a firm belief in the fact that everything comes out of 주인공.
자각이 안 되면 믿을 수라도 있어야.
We need to self-aware of such fact to believe in.
그 자리에 일체를
And the second phase or the stage is to return everything to 한마음.
아침에 이제 고효림
Ms. Go-hyorim just came up with a very interesting presentation with a diagram with regard to the self-awareness and understanding. I really enjoyed watching that diagram. And this returning to 한마음 can be rephrased in many other different words, such as interesting or putting back. So this returning to 한마음 stage is about entrusting everything to 주인공 and believing that 주인공 can handle all the situations. And then there comes the next stage of experience. So while you're entrusting everything to 주인공, you can take an action and experience. And also you need to keep asking yourself inwardly.
그러면 이제 그런 과정을 통해서 체험이 오는데 실천을 해다가
And then the experiences will lead to practices, and you will also have the moment when all your karma is gone, or in other words, your ego collapse.
그리고 또는 문제가 해결이 되거나 문제 자체가
Or that will be also the moment and that you realize that your problem is not a real problem. Or sometimes the problem solves by itself. And then that is also the moment that you experience and realize that 주인공 does everything for you.
그래서 이제 마무리로 가겠습니다. 시간.
I would like to make a conclusion. It seems that I used up all the time which is allocated to me.
커지게 되죠. 커지게 되고 점점 더 본래.
So the power to trust the 주인공 and entrust everything to 주인공 grows further and further. We become able to live a life that conforms to our true selves, the 주인공. And even when you have to mobilize others to perform a task, if you have faith and entrust everything to be done in the fundamental place of one mind,
맡기고 하라라고 이제 가르치셨죠.
then
그래서 거기다가 이제
other people will move voluntarily through mind-to-mind communication. So here, the mind-to-mind communication is quite important to mobilize others on a voluntary basis. So you will just find that when you open your mind and entrust everything to 주인공, that you will just find that other people will also move voluntarily to the direction that you desire. And because there is neither authoritarian or the physical coercion nor coercive domination and submission side effects such as resistance, anger, frustration, hurt, and the formation of slavery tendencies do not occur. And that is the authentic, true authentic leadership, or the authentic leadership in its most fundamental sense. And as it was mentioned by previous presenters, over and over, we are all connected and communicating in the fundamental one mind. Son Master Daeheng directly demonstrated it through her deeds, and that's why I feel always grateful for the teaching of Son Master Daeheng. And if we too believe in this principle and practice it in our daily lives, we will become able to do so gradually. So let us believe that we also can do it. And that's how I just came here in front of you and delivering my presentation. This concludes my presentation today. Thank you very much.
예, 발표 감사드립니다.
Thank you. We have 9 minutes left before we wrap up session number 5. Before we get started with the Q&A session, Professor Chien Lee is still joining us via Zoom. So let us have his greeting before we get started with the Q&A session. Is he still joining us? No, actually, he got disconnected. So we'll move into Q&A session on Dr. Kim's presentation. Let me actually ask the question that we collected from YouTube channel. With all due respect, Son Master Daeheng told us how to practice Kwanpop. But actually, I believe that she didn't mention Kwanpop specifically. Rather, she said that actually we can practice in whatever way we prefer. And also, she's just concerned about the possibility of misunderstanding or distortion of a specific concept or definition of a practice. So you just, my opinion, or the person who asked this question's opinion is that Son Master Daeheng didn't specify the practice as Kwanpop or name it the way it is. To the best of my recollection, Son Master Daeheng mentioned the specific term or the name Kwanpop. So it would be helpful if you refer to the book of Son Master Daeheng. But I fully understand why you came up with this question. You said that we should not confine ourselves to specific definition or to specific name of practice. I fully understand and I agree to that point. Thank you. Do you have any question, Professor Park?
네, 김영래 박사님. 우선
Dr. Kim, thank you very much for your informative presentation. I believe that the authentic leadership resonate to a great extent, particularly among the people in the business sector. And I believe that your research and study is quite meaningful in that you draw a connection between spiritual practice and the leadership model, which is quite popular and adopted in the business sector. But I just found that some part of your presentation is not quite clear to me. So let me make a few comments of those points that were not quite clear to me. I think many members of Hammaum Son Center believe that what Son Master Daeheng taught us is not completely aligned with what's happening around us, particularly in the business sector or in our daily lives. And also the comparative study is required. But in order to achieve the comparative study, we need to have experts who have a pretty good understanding of both areas, the business area and the spiritual practice area. Only when we have such kind of experts, we can come up with in-depth study and can come up with some feasible conclusions. In this context, I believe that Dr. Kim's study on the possibility of authentic leadership based on 주인공 관법 is quite meaningful. However, I have a few concerns over the study on the possibility of authentic leadership based on 주인공 관법. You said that the awakening is the state where there is no karma-based thoughts and there is no karma-based input into one mind, and then one mind will reveal itself. And if it is explained that way, Hammam is separated from the input. So I have a concern over your concept of awakening because according to your definition of awakening, Hammam or one mind is a separate from where the input is made or the input itself. Let me make an analogy. We are gathering here having this session together, and there is a lighting here, and if we turn on the light, then the room will be dark. And also, if there is no microphone, we cannot hear anything, and we cannot actually deal with today's topic. So, according to this analogy, we cannot reveal or see one mind if we think the input or output are separate from one mind. They are all integrated into one, like the lighting and the microphone here in this conference room. And also, you just mentioned the concept of mind-to-mind communication. Mind-to-mind communication is a phenomenon, not a principle. So mind-to-mind communication is a process and phenomenon. And the driving force behind mind-to-mind communication is the five coexistence. And also, when it comes to the Buddhist scripture, the invisible world is the same with the visible world. So actually, we need to think about the all taking in and giving out happens in the same place of one mind. So actually, the sustenance in common is the very fundamental driving force behind mind-to-mind communication. And also, when it comes to the diagram that you introduced in your presentation, and according to the diagram, there are 4 stages. And one of those 4 stages is a practice. So the 주인공 관법 is based on the sustenance in common. And I believe that the action and experience should be integrated into one. And the 4th phase should be returning to one mind. So some Master Daeheng made it clear that actually we need to feel grateful, and also we need to input our gratitude into one mind once we have the awakening and awareness. And that would be a complete or a kind of wholesome cycle if we put that returning phase into the last or the 4th stage of your diagram. Please accept my comments. I have all due respect for your expertise, but still, those are the comments that I want to mention to you. It seems that we are running out of time, but thank you. You are rather painful comments, but still, I'm grateful because you just gave me the tasks that I need to work on in my follow-up study. I believe that due to the time constraint, I cannot give a full answer to your comments or questions rather. And let me add my opinion on the first comment that you made. You said that all input and output are not separate from one mind or 한 마음. We all know that. So everything happens in the same place of 한 마음. So input comes in and output goes out in one place of 한 마음. But we need to open our eyes to realize that 한 마음 is the place where everything happens. So that's how I understand 한 마음.
그 부분은 사실 이제 주장자를 한 번 친 이유라는 이제 법병제법의 법문.
So when it comes to the Buddhist scriptures, we know that there is a fundamental mind, which is a Buddha nature or 한 마음. So we need to put down all our thoughts
그릇에다가 놓으면
or put them into one bowl or vessel.
그러다가 나중에 이제 그 자리가 밝게 이렇게
And then,
등장을 한다.
as time goes by and you keep practicing, then you will realize the bowl is empty.
그래서 이제 어떤 근본 도리라기보다
So when we talk about the basic principles of a spiritual practice, but rather from the perspective of practicing in our daily lives, please understand that the awakening or the input or output were kind of defined as a separate subjects or items for explanation purpose. So please be careful when you explain that, because it can mislead people that the input and output are different from one mind. This brings us to the end of session number 5. Thank you very much. And we'll come back at 1 for our after. Hammam Science Center in Ulsan. Please welcome Dr. Lee with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
마지막 세션에
I'll be honored to be moderating the last session of this afternoon. And I am humbled by a great introduction made by our MC today.
이번 세션은 이 학술 대회 마지막
Session number 6 is the last session of our International Hammam Science Conference, and this session will be a precious venue for us to talk about the teachings of Sun Master Daeheng from the perspective of medicines. And session number 6 is going to deliver on the theme of mind, medicine, and health. And we have 3 presenters prepared for this session. We have 2 doctors from both Argentina and Korea. And also we have a doctor from Germany, and we also have a researcher working here in Korea. All of them are working in the field of medicine and also practicing Kwanbop in a very rigorous way. Let me invite our first presenter without further ado, Dr. Ricardo Daniel Blanco. Let me introduce Dr. Ricardo Blanco.
오늘 발표하실 연재는
Dr. Blanco will give his presentation under the title of If You Hold On, You Die. If You Let Go, You Live. The Practice of Kwan, Mind, Body, Medicine, and its Psycho-Neuro, Immuno, and the Chronological Implications.
68년도 1월 30일 날 아르헨티나 차코주에서
Dr. Ricardo Daniel Blanco was born on January 30th, 1968 in the city of Saint Banya, province of Chas, Argentina. And he completed his medical studies at the University of Buenos Aires in 1993 and accomplished the unpaid medical vocational training scheme in medical clinics. Regarding spiritual research and practice, he began at the age of 16 practicing yoga, Hermetic philosophy, and Sufism until 2007. And he established a causal relation with the invaluable teachings of Venerable Sun Master Daeheng at Hammam Sun Center, Buenos Aires branch.
안녕하세요. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Es una inmensa alegría compartir con ustedes este momento. Y la verdad, quisiera expresar mi agradecimiento a Hansi y a todos los compañeros, amigos de la práctica.
Hola, hola. I'm thankful to everybody from Hansi and the practice of Maum. We are all of us practitioners, companions in this path. And today I will want to treat the psychological, psycho-neuro-immuno-endocrinological implications of mind-body medicines and its relationship with practice of Kwan. And the title of my work says it all. If you hold on, you die. If you let go, you live. This phrase pronounced by Sun Master Daeheng to indicate that there are basically 2 ways to respond to the circumstances and challenges that arise in our daily lives. And both answers depends on the way we perceive and create thought. That is the way we process information. In the first case, if you hold, it refers to a way of responding from a conditioned mental state of clinging, holding, and insecure attachment, in which a strong sense of duality and separation and differentiation between subject and object at the cognitive level stands out, and a backdrop of anxiety, greed, fear, and rejection on an affective and emotional level. This response model creates a stress or suffering in the mind-body system with negative repercussions at the psychic, neurological, immunological, endocrine, and epigenetic levels. In the second case, if you let go, it refers to a way of responding from a mental state in which everything is trusted and released to the fundamental mind, in which the dissolution of all kinds of dualities stands out, eliminating any sense of separation between subject and object, and on the emotional and affective level, a background of trust, gratitude, acceptance, joy, and compassion. This response model creates a generalized and deep relaxation response in the mind-body system, and a state of unification that Thomas Rosen calls the state of Hammam, with positive preventive and regenerative repercussions at the psychic, neurological, immunological, endocrine, and epigenetic levels. We will now briefly review some fundamental concepts about stress and how we see the all integrated system, and a review about the different kinds of meditations and the cognitive elements involved, and what it is about the methodology of Kwan in and its effects in our body and health. The stress syndrome, the syndrome of adaptation, as said by Hans Selye in the 1940s. He conducted experiments with animals and could identify 3 stages. The first one, alarm. The second one, resistance. The third, exhaustion. In the first stage, he saw a reduction of the thymus and lymph nodes, in the appearance of ulcers in the gastric mucosa. Then, if there was stress going on these animals, they pass to the stage of resistance, hypertrophy of the adrenal and thyroid glands, and the gonadal hypertrophy. And with more stress, these animals reached the stage of exhaustion, ultimately leading to their death. Stress is a global psychobiological response of an individual to a stimulus, external or internal, biological, physical, chemical, psychological, which can be real or imaginary, that are perceived as harm or loss, a threat or a challenge. Here you have a chart when you can see that external requirements and internal requirements, and the resources that we have, external and internal. In our case, the cognitive resources, and those who are practitioners have, in face of conflicts, a certain response. The stress response is related to life itself. When it becomes pathological due to the intensity of the stress, we have this curve. And we can see the relationship between the modulation of stress and the performance of eustress. And this enhances our performance. In this sense, it's vital, the stress. But when it overcomes our capacity to bear it, it becomes pathological. And what is distress, the pathological stress? It's similar to the previous definition of stress, but it is a global psychobiological response of an individual to a stimulus, external or internal, biological, physical, chemical, or psychological, real or imaginary, that surpasses its intensity or the duration of the capacity, personal and current adaptation to it, giving as a result a pathological process. As we can define it into words. It occurs when our ability to bear it surpasses, and this activates our response to stress. We have two moments, which is precognitive, and the other one cognitive. The precognitive is unconscious, is an automatic response, and it is related to subcortical areas. The attention focuses these events. What it considers vital, and this sensorial response activates the thalamus and coordinates all our survival responses. And this unleashes our physiological response. And this goes from affects our adrenaline or cortisol levels. And then we have the cortical response. And we became aware of the situation of the threat. And we have the two stages of assessment. The first one, assess the demands. Do I have to flew? Do I have to stay here? And the second stage, and which are the recourses that I have? Cognitive, physical resources. If I have savings in the bank or not, or I'm suffering from a disease or not. And then some mechanisms to respond are selected within the resources available. And we have the physiological response, neuroendocrinal responses, and this generates a synergy between what is cognitive and precognitive. The concept of stress has evolved. At first, it was very limited, and it highlighted the concept of homeostasis, which is to maintain a certain kind of balance. But then the researchers realized that this is related to allostasis. And this allows us to adapt and regulate our physiological systems and coordinates all our physiological responses and the responses to stress. One example here is very well known. A person eats many carbohydrates, and his organism has problems with the receptors of insulin. And then there is a resistance to insulin, and this it creates problems in the pancreatic system. In order to be in this stability, is what we call allostatic load, which is the biological cause accumulated over time by the chronic use of allostatic adaptations. For example, the diminishing capacity of the receptors of insulin. In this chart, you can view the integration of allostatic systems and its damaging consequences to our health. The psychological stress, the psychological, social resources, and aging, and how we cope with all of this. It depends on our DNA in our genotype. And this focus on the psychoneuroimmunoendocrinology and how it regulates these systems, the psychological, neurological, immunological, and endocrinological systems. We have been talking about interconnected existence and the paradigm, and there are different views of the several responses, and we are now talking about some kind of network, brain networks, that it's known some parts of our brain response, but the brain as a whole system. And then we go to the stage of integration and how we respond to stress. How do they communicate? We have this psychological aspect, and we have the words. In face of an event, I define how to define the situation, if it is a threat or not. In our practice of Quan, of introspection, before a conflict, some Master Teheng says that we must take it as our tool to practice. And then we realize this is a manifestation of our essence or the fundamental mind. And with all the resources we have in our essence, the situation can be changed into something positive and valuable to our life. In the neurological system, we have neurotransmitters, and they are not confined to the nervous system. And then we have the lymphocytes, which have receptors to neurotransmitters, and the endocrinological system. And then we have the immune system, which communicate with cytokines, which can be some can enhance inflammation and some can calm them. and it is related to the specific level of certain functions. And we have the hormones, which activates the hypothalamus, hypophysis, and adrenal system. And they provide the glucose to the brain, and this raises the level of glucose on. And there are a complex system which intermodulates each one another. And about the immunological system, we can divide in two responses: the specific response and the inspecific response. There are certain cells in our body which responds the inflammation or the invasion, the monocytes, the neutrophils and macrophages, which responds specifically to all threat that invades the organism. And then we have the specific immunity provided by lymphocytes. And these produce an immunodepression. The use of cortisol is used as an immunosuppressor.
Vamos a entrar a ver el tema de las distintas prácticas meditativas.
And we are going to discuss about different types of meditations in the cognitive level. This is a classification where we have different types of meditations. Attentional family is the first group, constructive family the second, and deconstructive group the third. In attentional family, we have two groups: the focused attention and open monitoring. And two elements are very important: attention, consciousness of realizing what is being perceived by the individual. And this is a very important meta-conscious element, as I discussed with Professor Che. This is the way that the person can detach from emotional conflicts and observe what happens with calm and without attachments. In the constructive family, we observe and create a certain kind of thought. It's a re-evaluation or reassessment of the situation. We change our point of view and modify our schema. And this changes our relationship with other people. It and produces changes in our values, or it is oriented to our self-perception. And the deconstructive family is about self-inquiry to gain insight into the nature and dynamic of conscious experience. It's aimed to undo maladaptive cognitive patterns by exploring the dynamics of perception. And we have the non-dual practices, which aims In non-dual practices with the self-inquiry, we go beyond the self. There is no separation between the individual and the object. And these are the brain areas involved in meditation. And the drawing provides a schematic representation of the main areas involved in the control and attention, in the regulation of the emotion and the cognition itself. Now, let's go to the practice of Quan. We can observe that I chose 4 points of different parts of the practice. The first one, and fundamental, in my opinion, is faith or trust in our fundamental mind on Zhuigong, is letting go in Zhuigong every conflict that we face in our daily lives, and keep watching and observing the mind and the creation of Maum or thought. The Korean word Quan means to look, observe, be aware, or mindful. And Zhuigong refers to our fundamental mind, Buddha nature, the originally awakened condition of mind, or Maum. Zhuing means true owner or true doer. And Gong, empty, emptiness, not because it is nothing, but because it manifests and changes continuously from moment to moment without ever being fixed. And the foundation of this practice is to create a total faith, unconditional faith in our fundamental mind or Zhuigong. The essence of this faith is faith in our own essence, which is based on the Maum principles, which is the total conviction and certainty that our Maum is intrinsically Buddha, that we are Buddha, and there is nothing that does not have this nature, that every phenomenon is constantly arising from there and returning there, therefore it has full capacity to respond to everything that arises. This faith in our fundamental mind naturally comes and clears the vision, perception, because it dissolves all ignorance, all attachment, and any idea that there is fixed self or something fixed, any idea of duality, allows us to see things as they are without any prejudice. And this reveals the original state of Han Maum, where everything is connected and functions as one. And this faith in Maum is a natural function of our fundamental mind or Han Maum. The key to the practice is trust, faith in our Zhuigong. Because without it, we cannot let go, we cannot open our inner eye of the Maum, and we cannot return to our Han Maum, which is our essence. And what does this faith consist? It's a total certainty that originally I am Buddha, and that all living beings share the same Buddha nature. This is true faith because it is non-dual and non-regressive, because it is based on our unborn, ever-attained eternal reality. This non-dual faith is equivalent to directly realizing our original Maum. This true faith is a state of certainty or resolve that keeps us firmly rooted in practice. It is standing confidently, and this is the difference with our teachings, which remain only in the theoretical level. The faith which flows with the practice and is to have a conviction, a state of clarity, serenity, non-duality and freedom. And this true faith is a natural and inherent condition of our essence. It's not the result of the thought of the discriminating mind. It originates from our original Maun, which is prior to the rising of thought. A quality that pervades the entire Maun and manifests itself in everything in our daily lives. This is why this is said that there are no reasons to let go. That is, letting go without conditions. If there were certain conditions or reason to let go, it would not be spontaneous letting go, or something that arises from faith. It will be false, artificial, arising from beliefs based on greed or fear. And the mind that expects something in return is a mind that discriminates, which is an illusory duality onto the unique reality that is non-dual, and which is suchness, that identifies with a false self and lives itself by saying it is an unenlightened being. And this is what not allows the manifestation of our true self. This is a very important point, because many people discuss about faith. How can I have faith? I'm from Argentina. When I viewed or watched the Dharma talks, I could see how many people questioned her about faith, but it doesn't come from outside. It's something within us. As she said, we are already Buddha. We have the certainty that, and if we know that we are inherently Buddha, that's all. There is nothing to gain, nothing to let go, and this is the non-dual faith. If we live our daily life based on this faith, everything that we do becomes Dharma, because this is a true faith, which is non-dual, unshakable, and everything is in our original Maun. That there are different levels of faith, and depends on the level of practice. So there are different methods of practice. But everything resumes to letting go, returning all things within ourselves, and all the good things and the bad things, and to let go with gratitude, with trust, and we know that everything will get solved. And if it doesn't get solved, we will have to accept that there is a reason. The fundament is to let go, return everything to our inner essence over and over again with our Maun to our chewing gum. Although it is said that we have to let go within ourselves or return all things within ourselves, chewing gum is neither outside nor inside. It's a combination of all things in the universe. And it existed before all these things. It is a true owner and maker that is empty. What is this empty where we let go? Is a place where all lives manifest and transform from moment to moment, and function, interconnected and combined as one. The self is included there and is also empty. There is nothing that can be added or subtracted from the void. Everything works according to the principle of emptiness, and everything is manifesting from moment to moment, including oneself. Therefore, in life, inherently, everything is being letting go spontaneously, since this principle of emptiness is inherent to Han Maun, is the natural freedom of our original Maun, or mind. And there is no such a thing as holding or letting go, because there is nothing that really exists, nor even a self. Therefore, there is nothing to be freed from, or no self to be freed. Is to advance, as says by Sir Master De Heng, without taking our footprints with us. Or it is like to wanting to ride in the water. Estamos pasando del tiempo. Si puede. Estamos pasando del tiempo. Estamos pasando del tiempo, así que se puede resumir y concluir, por favor.
아니요. 지금 마치지 말고 요약을 조금 해서 좀 시간을 조금만 드릴게요.
Can you provide some summarized version, maybe then?
shortly, please.
Yeah. Entonces la vida sería imposible sin este soltar en el vacío.
And life would be impossible without letting go. And if we detach from our thoughts, and we can understand this present principle in our life, it be all. So the practice of Quan is present in the three meditative families, in the attentional, the constructive, and the constructive, producing psychobiological changes. And the Quan regulates the attention, the creativity, and regulates and relax release the oxytocin and vasopressin, and decreases
cambios en las ondas cerebrales se han estudiado también, que han mejorado y han aparecido la relación onda zeta alfa disminuido y en forma inmediata.
The psychological effects of Quan practice have a cognitive effects and emotional effects, and the neurogenesis, the capacity to create new neurons. And in this picture, you can be the neurogenesis regions of the brain. And this is connected with the re-recording of the Quan practice. And in the endocrine effects of Quan practice, we have it regulates the stress circuit, regulating the CRH-ACTH adrenal axis, regulates the release of oxytocin and vasopressin, decreases hyperinsulinemia caused by increased blood glucose due to high cortisol, and increase the telomere length, and slow down the epigenetic clock of our organism.
El telómero protege el envejecimiento celular y también un enlentecimiento en el reloj epigenético, que es unos nuevos descubrimientos en cuanto a que la vida, la prolongación de la vida es un reloj que lo marca con más exactitud que el mismo telómero.
This telomere length is increased. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. 감사드립니다.
So thank you very much for excellent presentation. We are actually behind the schedule, but if you have questions, we would like to entertain some questions, though we are constrained by time. So if you do have questions, please raise your hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
So good afternoon. I am the member of the Hanmaum Science Center. My name is Lee Jun-yeop. You talked about the Kwan practice and how it affects the brain and induces brain changes. And in our medical team, we also checked the brain wave. So we did the brain wave scan. So in terms of the changes in brain and brain wave, if you can elaborate on that, we will highly appreciate that. And also in our medical team, because we belong to the Hanmaum Science Center, and we have conducted the various researches. So if you're interested, then maybe we can have some partnership and have joint research activities.
Dentro de las conclusiones, la gran maestra siempre habló.
So Master De Heng always said that when we let go, we record this information. And with the latest discoveries about the neuronal plasticity or neurogenesis, we have new neurons of stem cells in the region of hippocampus, which are related to memory and emotions. And this is a proof of the biological proof of this re-recording process. In the favored conditions, we have this neurogenesis occurring in our brains, and to traumatic memories are modified by new neurons. So we can prove that the process of re-recording taught by Master Deng is true and is occurring in our biological organism.
We'll take one more question.
Thank you for your good presentation for about psychoneuroimmune endocrinology change and effect. But I want to know, it's a simple question. If those who have suffering come to you, what kind of words would you give them at first among words of De Heng S님?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Repeat the question?
Yes. If those who have suffering come to you, what kind of word would you give them at first among words of De Heng S님?
Bueno, como previo a la palabra,
before words
está la fe.
Comes the faith.
Sin la fe, sin la
Without
confianza en
it
nuestra
and
esencia,
trust
la palabra está vacía.
on our
No
essence,
tiene la
I
fuerza
think
de
that words
Desde esa fe,
are
nuestra
absent of
esencia,
meaning.
cambiamos el significado,
So we
dándole
are
otra
the
posibilidad a
one
la
who
existencia, que no sea
produces
sufrimiento.
these changes,
Cuando ya el
and
sufrimiento no se ve
suffering
como sufrimiento,
is not perceived anymore as such.
ya también la causa se extingue.
In this
La
way,
cesación se extingue.
the cause of suffering is annihilated,
Y surge por lo que verdaderamente es. Por eso el problema
and
y la
we can
cuestión,
see the suchness of the reality.
como dijo la gran maestra, acá la única transgresión es la
As
ignorancia.
said by Master De Heng, the only problem we have
¿Qué es lo
is
que ignoramos?
ignorance. And what
En el
do
Sutra
we
del Corazón
ignore? And
está
the
muy claro por qué
Heart
sufrimos.
Sutra,
Porque no
we
sabemos
have
que
the,
somos un aún en común.
the response, the answer, because we don't know that we are life in common, functioning in common, and body in common, amount in common. So we create the figure of self, which is attacked or which sense the menace. And we are ignorant of the principle of voidness. And thanks to letting go and return everything to our essence, we can understand that everything finally flows as it is, and we can see the suchness of the reality without any suffering existing.
예, presentation
So
감사드립니다.
I'd like to thank
예,
you once again for your great
다음-
presentation.
please. 다음 연자분을 소개해 올리겠습니다.
Let me invite our
장미란
next
박사님.
speaker, Dr. Jang Mi-ran.
장미란 박사님은 현재
Dr. Jang
연세대학교 의과대학에서 네오 안티젠
is working
예측을
as
통한
a
암
researcher
백신 개발을 포함하여
working
종양
a research on
면역학을 연구하고 있는
neoantigen.
연구원이십니다.
And
2006년도에 서울여대를
she
생명공학으로
got her BA
박사학위를
in
받으셨고
bioengineering from Seoul Women's University in 2006, and she got her master's degree in the doctorate course at Kyunghee University, and she conducted research to investigate the effects and the mechanisms of reactive oxygen species on the development of anti-cancer drug resistance, and received her doctorate in 2012 while working as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Chicago from 2013 to 2015, and at the University of Southern California in 2016 in the U.S. She conducted studies on the function and the clonality of T cells, which play an important role in removal of cancer cells in the immune microenvironment surrounding the tumor. After that, while working as a research professor at Kyunghee University, she discovered the novel regulators of ROS and contributed to overcoming anti-cancer drug resistance and driving novel targets for new drug development. Currently, she is a member of the medical research team of Hammam Science Institute and is conducting research together. She is mainly interested in molecular biology, cancer immunology, genetics, quantum mechanics, and brain science. She will deliver a presentation under the title of Mind-to-Mind Connection for Healing Cancer.
마음의 연결에 대한 그런 발표가 되겠습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jang Mi-ran, and I will deliver a presentation on the research outcome of the medical research team of Hammam Science Institute. Our medical research team has Chang Kang-s님 as a mentor, and Gangwon National University Nursing Professor Emeritus Kim Joo-hyun, dentist Kim Jong-hoon, oriented doctors Kim Mi-ji and Lee Jun-hyuk, and I am a researcher who is working on the research on the oncology. And today I will give a presentation under the title of Mind-to-Mind Connection for Healing Cancer. In fact, I didn't have the goal of studying cancer in the first place. I wanted to go to medical school because I felt very sad and bad for those who suffer from cancers. That's why I wanted to go to medical school, but I couldn't go to medical school because of my low score, and I tried several times, and I ended up majoring in bioengineering. And once I got entered into the university, I started my cancer research. And while studying at university, I actually was pretty occupied with my study and the dissertation work. While working on my research and thesis for my PhD, then one day I went to a youth practice group retreat, and usually I just prayed for better score or my thesis, successful thesis writing, but actually I happen to have a heart to pray that all lives, not just me, but all lives would live without pain. And then I went to the United States, and I actually did my research at the University of Chicago. And I got the notice that there will be a special youth practice retreat program in the Chicago branch of Hammam Sun Center. And while heading toward the Sun Center to participate in the youth practice group, I just had the mind that I didn't actually want to go there. But I just changed my perspective and I changed my mind. And at that time, I started praying to 주인공 that I want to really know what actually make cancer cells happen in the first place. So I practiced rigorously to find the answer to my question. And also I observed myself praying for the answer to my question about the origin of cancer, and I just found myself that I am complaining about not having the answer to my question. And finally, I got my answer to the question that I actually pondered over for a long time. And the answer was very simple. It's because I just failed to return to Hammam, or kind of a fundamental self. After finding the answer or had the answer, I didn't enjoy the happiness of having the answer because I just had another daunting task of proving that answer in the field of science. And for me, actually, the research in the laboratory and the teachings of Sun Master Daeng felt so far away. And it made me get lost. But whenever actually that happens, I read the teachings of Sun Master Daeng, and I just tried to tell myself that I shouldn't stick to myself and my study, because it just made me think about my answer, or rather my study on cancer origin and myself, two separate things. So I try to entrust everything to my 주인공 with a firm belief that 주인공 will take care of my research. And this is what my junior colleagues actually drew for me when I conducted research at the University of Chicago. And while pondering over the question that I had in my mind about the origin of cancer, I came across this Dharma teaching of Sun Master Daeng. She said that actually when we conduct a research, we should conduct a research to the state that we can say we studied something with all our heart, and actually the results came out exactly as I wish they should be in the material world. The main goal is to entrust all the research to 주인공 and let 주인공 do all the research there. And if I can return to one mind, not two, then I can communicate with everything, including cancer cells. And after that, I just started pondering over my goal of having the answer to the origin of mind as I grow tree and water it so it can sprout new leaves one by one. Today, I would like to talk about my thesis, the work of the medical research team of Hammam Science Center in the order of understanding of cancer, connection of mind and body, one mind, mind-to-mind connection, practice of mind connection and integration of mind and materials. First of all, let us talk about the difference between normal cells and cancer cells to understand cancer. The lifespan of cells is different for each organ of our body. For example, the shortest lifespan is that of gastrointestinal cells, and it is 2 hours and 30 minutes. Some organs have a longer lifespan, such as several days or several decades. When these normal cells reach the end of their lifespan or are damaged, they die by themselves through a mechanism called apoptosis. However, for various reasons, cancer cells do not die, repeating cell division indefinitely without apoptosis, as you can see on the right side of the slide. As you can see on the graph on the right, the horizontal axis represents the number of cancer cells divisions, and the vertical axis represents the mass of cancer cells. One cancer cell divides 10 times and becomes 1,000 cells, and they become 1 million cells at 20 divisions, 1 billion cells at 30 divisions, and 1 trillion cells at 40 divisions, and their mass becomes 1 kilogram. And they just keep dividing, and they never die. And there have been many innovative surgery in methodology, radiation therapy, and several generations of anti-cancer drugs to inhibit the growth of these cancer cells or to remove cancerous tissue. Moreover, the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology has been developed in modern science to fully insert or delete genes. There also is a prospect that the medical system will change dramatically in the future with the application of AI technology. Despite tremendous advancement in the medical technology, as you can see, cancer is still the #1 cause of death here in Korea. So if you take a look at the right side of this graph, you can see that the vertical axis stands for the number of deaths per 100,000 people. And since 2083, for the past 40 years up until 2020, cancer has been the #1 cause of the deaths here in Korea. And as you can see, we can find increasing number of deaths from cancer. Then we can ask ourselves why cancer is still uncured in many cases, despite the great advancement in the medical technology. We still subconsciously see everything we see and experience separate from ourselves. The same is true when we look at the cancer cells. With the thought of how we can kill cancer cells, we try chemo injections, irradiation, and cut them out with the surgery. Of course, those measures can help to some extent, but they are not fundamental solution to cancer. That is why we need a new paradigm with regard to the healing of cancer. So actually, we need to understand that mind would be the fundamental basis of our lives rather than focusing on material or the visible world. And now let us think about whether our minds are connected with our bodies. Why don't you take a look at these pictures? There are people who are busy working, those who are sitting on the lawn and spending their miserable days, and mothers smiling at their sleeping babies, and the medical staff are taking care of patients and examining students. And sometimes we get pissed off and fight with other people. There is a picture like that. And also we can see some people who greet other people by shaking hands, and Olympic athletes who are passionate about their goals. And also the Koreans who jump out on the street and shout and cheer for the victory of the Korean soccer team. And then what makes them do what they do? Yes, the force that moves our body is our mind. So our body is visible, however, our mind is not visible. But what moves our visible body is our mind, which is invisible. So our daily life itself is the proof that the invisible mind moves our visible body. Now let us take a quick look at how our body works. Our body consists of numerous cells, and as you can see, each cell has chromosomes in its nucleus. If you look closely at these chromosomes, the DNA, the genetic material exists. And in the cell, which is the basic functional and the structural unit of living things, in addition to the nucleus where DNA is, numerous organelles are working together. The substance that performs the function of the cell is protein, which is created from DNA through the process of transcription and translation. Here we can see that actually the invisible mind moves the visible body. And we actually reviewed that the mind is the force that moves the body in our daily life. And then, can the mind change the proteins that are parts of the body, or can the mind change the genes or cells that are part of the body, and even cancer cells?
이러한 질문에 대해서 이제 조금 이해가 되시고 납득이 되실 수 있게
let me help you understand it better, and I would like to tell you about the scientific research results. Let's take a look at what changes that the mind made to immune cells. The horizontal axis stands for the patient group who actually completed their breast cancer treatment within 12 weeks. And actually we have two groups, a group of patients who completed their breast cancer treatment within 12 weeks and longer than 12 weeks. So here there is a limbs, and also there are subcells that are in charge of immunofunctions. There is NK cells and B cells. So now I'd like to talk about what kind of changes made in the number of cells in our blood. As you can see, actually all these immune cells and their counts increased in the patient group who actually completed their breast cancer treatment longer than 12 weeks ago. It tells us that our body has a capability to recover itself after it is damaged by certain medical treatment, and this is a mindfulness stress reduction and therapy. And also, this is a stress reduction program or body and body training method. So we just conducted, or I am just quoting the research which is conducted on the impact of MBSR on two different patients groups, particularly the breast cancer patients who have already completed treatment within 12 weeks, and after that 12 weeks. And let us take a look at the count of T helper cell. Actually, T helper cell cannot kill the antigens. However, it can help other immune cells, and also it can help with B cells or NKE cells. And also, if you take a look at the bottom part, the result show that the total number of lymphocytes, a type of white blood cell, which is responsible for immune function, was significantly higher in patients who spent longer than 12 weeks. And also, the cell count increased in the patient group, which actually had MBSR therapies or kind of programs. It means that our immune cells help us maintain our health, and MBSR actually can activate the function and the count of those immune cells.
그렇다면 이번에는 마음을 통해서 유전자를 조절하는 그런 증명한 논문들에서 살펴보겠습니다.
Now let us talk about how the mind can impact the genetic expressions. These are the studies on changes in gene expression through mind control, such as the MBSR and other stress reduction program. And the red-colored box is particularly the breast cancer patient group research. Mindful awareness practice MAPS is a meditation program developed by UCLA, and actually MAPS program is conducted to these two different patient groups. As a result of conducting MAPS on breast cancer patients, the expression of genes that induce inflammation decreased, and the expression of transcription factors that promote the expression of genes which induce inflammation decreased, while the expression of transcription factors which inhibit the expression increased. But NS-kappa-V, which cause inflammation, decreased here. And also physiological outcome was reported in this report. So if you take a look at it, you can see that there was a temporary but meaningful decrease in symptoms associated with depression and perceived stress, particularly in the patient group which had MAPS, or the mindful awareness practices. Now let me talk about how fast is the expression of these genes. The left shows the gene replication and expression rates of bacteria, and the right shows the gene replication and expression rates of animal cells, that is, cells that make up our body. The process of making mRNA from DNA is called transcription, and the process of making proteins that perform body function from mRNA is called translation. And it takes about 10 minutes to transcribe one gene and 1 minute to make one protein. And then if you think about 24 hours a day, you can see that countless biological reactions are taking place in countless cells of our body at every moment. Through these reactions, healthy cells try to stay healthy. So actually, we can inject this fluorescent DNA material to these cells, and we can observe the expression of these genes within 24 hours. So as you can see, there is a huge amount of genetic expression. So as I mentioned before, through these reactions, healthy cells try to stay healthy, while disease cells are either regenerated into healthy cells or just die off. In the beginning of my presentation, I asked whether our mind can change our body and our body cells or the cancer cells. So according to the scientific research that I shared with you, I believe that I can say yes to that question. And then let us think about what causes the change of the body by our mind. As a scientist, I'm curious about this kind of question and its answer. And thankfully, I found the answer in the teaching of Son Master Daeheng. It is one mind and the connection of fundamental mind. So through this fundamental mind, our mind can change our body. Son Master Daeheng told the patients who came to her and asked her advice. She said that if we compare life to a tree, there is a root which is a true self, and the fundamentals are connected and return to one mind. And she also said, because we put everything together in one mind, the fundamental mind of all lives, we take in and give away everything between the fundamentals. So if you take a look at this dotted line, we believe that our body and mind are different and they are separate. separate ones, but this violet or the purple-colored ones, or the section shows that there is one mind which connects our mind with our body. So it's like a plug in an electrical cord to use the light. So Son Master Daeng said that the cancer cells and the doctors are not different. They are not two, but one. She said, we have all the power to communicate between minds to make them one, not two. And that is the power of one mind. The light came on because the power cord in your mind and the power cord in my mind were connected together. So there is no such thing as you healed me or I made you healed. And also she emphasized the connection between different minds. We have all the power to communicate between our minds to make them one, not two. Once again. And the fundamental of my mind and that of the other people's mind are connected and merged as one. And what made the light turned on.
If
you take a look at the left side, it was a picture taken when there was a grand Dharma talk presided by Son Master Daeng back in 2006. In the US, and there was a question asked by a practitioner. And actually the practitioner was a physician, and he shared his experience with one of his patients. According to the patient, he had according to the physician, he had a patient who had constant diarrhea due to neurogenic colitis. And actually he had severe symptoms, and he was having a family issue because of his disease. The doctor was well aware of the disease, and actually he felt very sorry and bad for the patient and wanted to help him get better by any means. So the doctor told the patient not to rely on drugs and the doctors by 100% and rather use his own healing power in addition to drugs to have better results. And 2 years later, the patient came to the physician to thank him, saying that he recovered and cured by 100%, and he completely cured and stopped taking the medicine. And after that incident, the doctor actually felt something, and the physician asked a question to Son Master Daeng that he would like to ask as a doctor how the invisible and untouchable mind works on the physical body and cure or improve incurable disease. And Son Master Daeng answered, it can happen because the connection of nothingness. You and I are one, not two. And asked him to practice Kwan. The connection of nothingness that is invisible, but the fundamental one mind, and everything is connected with one mind. So the mind-to-mind communication was taught by Son Master Daeng. And also, now we are aware of the possibility of mind-to-mind communication. And I would like to share a scientific research which also validates the possibility of mind-to-mind communication. There is a study which made important discoveries in exploring whether the mind-to-mind communication is possible. It was the research conducted on the possibility of direct brain-to-brain communication. It was conducted by an international team of neuroscientists, and they actually use various neurotechnologies to send messages over the internet between the scalps of two people more than 5,000 miles apart without the involvement of motion or peripheral sensory systems. This study showed that people's thoughts can be non-invasively communicated even at great distances without speaking or writing. And in the paper, the authors wrote that what the study revealed is not brain-to-brain transfer, but mind-to-mind transfer. That's what the authors of the paper said about the research. So it's not brain-to-brain transfer, but mind-to-mind transfer. And after reading that paper, I just validated the possibility of mind-to-mind communication. And also, I saw the glimpse of hope that actually I can validate and prove the possibility of mind-to-mind communication in the field of science. So far, we have learned from the teachings of Son Master Taeheng about the way to lead changes in the body by connecting our minds. I hope that we'll all become able to practice it as the way that Son Master Taeheng said. Let me share my personal stories. I got really stressed while I was studying at my university, and also I had a very irregular daily routine. And suddenly, I developed a skin disease, and it was very itchy, and even the slightest irritation to the skin made it swell a lot. So my sister actually wrote a word on my wrist because it just swelled like this. So I went to see a doctor and asked about my symptoms, and I got the prescription. When I saw the doctor, I asked the doctor, how long do I need to take the medicine to make all these symptoms go away? And the doctor said casually, or rather nonchalantly, that it wouldn't go away. I was shocked because if I take the medicine, actually my symptoms would go away. And while leaving the doctor's office, I thought, what kind of doctor he is, saying such a thing to his patient. But now, on hindsight, I believe that that doctor was my teacher to let me know the right way to reach one practice and Hammaum, or the one mind. So actually I decided to fix it by myself through one practice and try to rely on Juingong. As a result, the symptoms almost disappeared, and I got cured to a great extent. But sometimes they come back and go away as if they are testing my mind. When I am under a lot of stress. But I'm not fooled anymore. And also, let me share another personal story of mine. This year, I suddenly saw something floating in front of my eyes, and I went to see a doctor because the eyes or the visions are very important for my study. And the doctor diagnosed it myodysopsia, and the doctor said that it wouldn't go away even though I took medicine. Actually, it reminded me of the incident of my skin, the disease that I had like 10 years ago. So this time I wasn't fooled, and I decided to fix it by myself. And also there is another story about my grandma. She is over 80 years old, and she's taking almost 10 pills on a daily basis due to various diseases. And I felt so bad for her, but I couldn't actually take some of those medicines out randomly. And I felt bad because I know the side effects of all those medicines because I studied medicine. But I changed my perspective based on the teachings of Son Master Taeheng. Actually, all those pills and the medicines were developed by those scientists and the researchers who actually wanted to help patients. So I believe that if I believe in Juingong, and if I believe that Juingong will do the right thing, and that it will go in a desirable way. But I hope that my mother, grandma, would actually reduce her pills to 1 or 2. So that there are a lot of difficulties that we face while we live our life. But still, we should have a firm belief in Juingong and what Son Master Taeheng taught us. I believe that there is a need for a change in the paradigm for curing cancer in the future. And mind-to-mind science based on one mind is a paradigm that sees all beings as ourselves with eyes of love and compassion. Just because it goes through the dimension of the mind, it does not mean that cancer will unconditionally disappear miraculously, nor does it mean that we should exclude medical treatment. While working on active treatment, we can practice mind-to-mind connection, seeing the whole process as one mind. In the face of cancer, is fear and pain. Following economic problems and repeated treatment and recovery cycles, if we can connect our mind to one mind, the fundamental mind of life will be able to gain not only health from cancer, but also health of life and freedom itself. Some master, Daeheng, said that actually we need to connect the visible with invisible, and also we should believe it rather than knowing it. So I hope that in the future, we can have the era of evolving together with cancer cells through one mind after putting an end to chasing war against cancers. I would like to take this opportunity once again to extend my appreciation to the staff members of my medical research team at Hammam Science Institute and Venerable Master Cheongam. Thank you very much. I love you.
즐거운 강의 감사히 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation, Dr. Jeong. Even though we are lagging behind our original schedule, but since this is our last session for the day, we would like to entertain a few questions if there are any.
네, 선생님, 재밌는 연구 결과여서 정말 즐겁게 잘 들었습니다. 그런데 내용 자체가 기존 연구 결과의 검토인 리서치 페이퍼의 느낌이 좀 많이 들어가지고 좀 궁금한 게 있는데요. 저도 이 주제와 이 내용에 대해서는 충분히 공감하고 가능성은 분명히 있다. 우리가 그래서 스님께서도 연구를 하세요라고 말씀을 하신 거라고 저는 그렇게 알고 있습니다. 그 입장에서 보면은
And that's what Sun Master actually told us, that we need to study and research the possibility of mind-to-mind communication. So I'm just wondering whether there is any practical clinical research on this possibility of mind-to-mind communication conducted by medical research team of Hammam Science Center. What do you think? Of course, we haven't conducted any clinical research on the possibility of mind-to-mind communication or any endocrinological research either. Of course, there was a research conducted on brainwave-related sector or the area, and it will have a bigger impact if we conduct some clinical research on the possibility of mind-to-mind communication. However, we haven't been able to afford to conduct such kind of clinical research or the trials. But what I can tell you is that we have reached the state where we see the possibility of any potential research on mind-to-mind communication. That's what we discussed inside of the medical research team of Hammam Science Institute. And on the basis of the research or the study that I presented to you, we will conduct a follow-up research. And also next time, I believe that we'll be able to provide more practical research outcome. Next time we have this kind of forum. And I believe that the mind-to-mind and communication and the related research is feasible enough to conduct in our reality. That's why I'm asking this question or making this comment. Thank you very much, Dr. Jeong. We are lagging far behind our original schedule. So if you have further questions about Dr. Jeong's presentation, please use the plenary discussion session. Let me invite our last speaker.
The last speaker is Professor Hans-Jörg Epple. The title of his presentation is the one place that takes in and gives out scientific and Buddhist perspectives on consciousness. Professor Hans-Jörg Jople.
베를린 샤리테과 대학교 교수님 현직
He is the associate professor in gastroenterology in the Charité University of Berlin. He is also an associate professor of infectious disease as well. He studied medicine at the University of Heidelberg and at University of Berlin and completed his undergraduate studies in 1992. In 1993, he completed his experimental thesis at the Institute for Clinical Physiology, Free University, and in December he became a faculty member of the Department of Gastroenterology and Infectious Disease of the Free University Berlin. He received the board certificate in internal medicine in 2006, board certificate in infectious disease in 2007, and gastroenterology in 2014. In 2011, he received the postdoctoral lecturer qualification, and since 2019 he has been working as a consulting specialist for infectious disease at the Charité University of Medicine at Berlin. The focus of his experimental work is the barrier function of the intestinal mucosa in infectious diseases. So the Professor Hans-Jörg, the floor is yours.
So, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Before I start my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to be given this opportunity to take part in this wonderful meeting. Like the last talk, many of the talks we heard, they were very encouraging and inspiring for me, and I will return home to Germany, as many participants, I guess, with a lot of encouragement and inspiration. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. I have the last talk, so some of the aspects I will address in my presentation, they have been mentioned before in some of the talks and in the discussions. Still, I think it is worthwhile, and we have experienced this before, that some things were mentioned from different people, because everybody of us as a practitioner has a different perspective, a different angle. In my presentation, I would like to present something that is very much result of a thing I had to deal with in my life. I'm an academic physician. I'm trained as an academic, and also I'm a German. And as you may know, Germans tend to be very analytical and logical thinking people. So I had in my life the problem, how could I reconcile the academic training I received, the logical thinking, my analytical way of approaching reality with the things I learned from Dehenkunsenim, and which were so more fulfilling for myself. But I had the feeling it cannot be that there is a contradiction. They had to be reconciled somehow. So this is a process I would like to present my thinking or my thoughts about this topic. This is how I came to choose consciousness as a topic, although I'm a gastroenterologist and a specialist for infectious diseases. So this is not my specialty I'm talking about. So if you think about natural science and Buddhism, you realize that both describe reality, but in a very different way. So how can these different views on reality be reconciled? And as I told you, when I thought about this dilemma, I came to think about the subject of consciousness. And I realized that whether we prefer a Buddhist or a scientific view on reality, all our understanding of reality can only occur in our consciousness. Therefore, if I had to summarize my presentation in one little sentence, it would be to understand reality, we have to understand consciousness. Let me briefly give you an overview of my talk. In the Western tradition, the science of consciousness is closely linked to the philosophy of mind. Therefore, I will, in the first part of my talk, examine some basic thoughts on the philosophy of mind. Then I will describe the scientific approach to consciousness. And finally, I will try to compare the scientific and the Buddhist view on consciousness and reality. The history of modern consciousness studies starts with the French philosopher René Descartes. Like most people of his age, Descartes firmly believed in God. Still, he advocated rational thinking as the main principle of insight. Therefore, he is frequently referred to as the father of modern philosophy and sciences. In his seminal work, The Meditations on First Philosophy, Descartes attempts to construct a philosophical system grounded on truth only. To do so, he asked himself the fundamental question, what is the truth I can be sure about beyond any doubt? Please note that in this sentence, truth and reality are interchangeable. So the question could also be read, what is the reality I can be sure about beyond any doubt? If we think about this question, and the first thing that may come to our mind is what we receive, the information we receive by our senses. If we hear someone saying, I have seen it with my own eyes, we immediately feel the meaning of this sentence because we usually attribute a strong feeling of truth and reality to our sensual perceptions. This is where Descartes' exploration of reality begins. In the third paragraph of his first meditation, we find the statement, whatever I have accepted until now as most true has come to me through my senses. This statement seems to be quite natural. However, it takes only brief consideration to acknowledge that our senses do not always provide us with valid information. Take a look at this picture. I hope it works from behind. You see it very nicely on the screen. Might be a little bit light here. If you look at the white circles, you may see also some black circles within the white ones. So can we really tell whether or not there are black circles within the white ones? Obviously, we cannot. So it is obvious that our senses not always provide us with valid information. In a similar way, Descartes realized that from time to time, I have found that the senses deceive. This is known as the argument of sensual misperception. Descartes now reasons as follows. Okay, the senses may give me wrong information, but what about my mind? Does the content of my mind reflect reality? For example, I will give you an example to make it more tangible. At this very moment, I am trying to present some ideas of Descartes to you. I am seeing your faces. I'm struggling with English. I'm a little bit anxious whether I can make myself clear, and all this is happening in my mind. I am experiencing all this so vividly in this moment in my mind. But how can I be sure that what I experience in this moment is reality and not just a dream? Maybe I wake up in a second and I'm at home in Berlin and everything has been a dream. That's a problem. So the problem is, how can we differentiate between dream and reality? And I think many of you will be familiar with this famous example of Zhuangzi, the Chinese philosopher. And it's really not clear whether Zhuangzi, the question is, am I Zhuangzi dreaming so vividly to be a butterfly, or am I a butterfly dreaming to be Zhuangzi? Our dreams are just like our real experiences. They happen in our mind. While we dream, everything we experience seems just as real as during our waking state. And this is what Descartes realizes, that we can never be sure whether we dream or are awake while we experience something. Likewise, we cannot be sure whether the content of our mind reflects reality or rather is just a dreamlike illusion. This is the dream argument. Descartes continues, we cannot decide whether the content of our dream, of our mind, is a real experience or a dream, whether we are really seeing a dog or whether we only dream of it. But it may be plausible that this, what is in our mind, is, even if we cannot decide whether it's a dream or reality, is in some way, somehow derived from an objective outer reality. So if we see a dog, we may not see whether we dream or not, but there is something outside and somehow we have it in our mind. This is the question he's now dealing with. And some of you may have seen the film The Matrix. In this movie, humanity is kept inside a simulated reality. What people experience as reality is not a representation of the real world, but just a simulation by a computer program. And the idea of the matrix is exactly the kind of argumentation Descartes uses to reject the outer world as an undoubted reality. Only, instead of a computer program, he envisions an evil demon. Like the Matrix, this demon would manipulate our minds into taking a mere simulation for reality. The demon is, of course, hypothetical. However, Descartes' point is that, like in the dream argument, we can never be sure that our experiences reflect reality, or rather are an insubstantial simulation. Therefore, we cannot be sure that the outer world, including our own body, does exist in the first place. This is the evil demon argument, or as we might put it today, the matrix argument. Based on the argument of sensual misperception, the dream, and the evil demon argument, Descartes uses these arguments to reject the outer world as an undoubted reality. He concludes that sensual information, mental content, the objects of the outer world, including my body, could all be no more than an illusion. Therefore, and it is impossible to differentiate whether we live in an illusion or in reality. So the question remains, what then is left that is sure beyond any doubt? Is there something we can be sure beyond any doubt? And Descartes comes up with a very interesting and with a remarkable answer to this question. He reasons, if I correctly realize something, I obviously exist. But even if I'm deceived and cannot correctly realize anything, there is someone who is deceived, therefore I exist. I must finally conclude that this proposition, I am, I exist, is necessarily true. Descartes points out the one thing that, without any doubt, can be taken for true is the undeniable fact that there is someone who experiences something. In other words, someone who is conscious. While René Descartes' skepticism is based on an impressively stringent and straightforward argumentation, his subsequent reasoning gave rise to difficult problems. He discovered that without any doubt there is someone who is conscious and something that can be called the mental. He also acknowledges that there is a body and other things made of matter. The question now arises how the mental and matter relate to each other. According to Descartes, all conscious activities happen in the mind, whereas the body, including the brain, is limited to unconscious processing, and vice versa, whereas the body is ruled by the laws of physics, these do not apply to the mind. Thus, Descartes proposed that mind and matter are separate realms with specific, non-overlapping properties. Reality consists of two separate substances, mind and matter, which cannot be reduced to each other. This point of view has been termed substance dualism. Now, modern natural science does not accept substance dualism. Rather, most modern scientists believe that the physical world is the foundation of everything there is. According to this position, mental phenomena are derived from the physical. Only matter is fundamental and non-reducible. This position has been termed materialist or physicalist monism. It has become the mainstream position of modern natural science. Because of the outstanding importance of science in our time, materialist monism is also the dominant interpretation of reality in the modern world. Now, what are the characteristics of natural science? The first principle of natural science is the assumption that there is an objective reality that is governed by physical laws. This paradigm represents the very foundation of natural science. Without an objective reality shared by all beings, natural sciences would not make any sense. The mission of natural science is to explore objective reality by objective means, such as systemic observation, experimentation, logical thinking, and mathematics. Because the physical reality is thought to exist independently from subjective experience, there is no place for subjectivity in natural science. Using objective means, natural science tries to explain phenomena of high complexity by reducing them to the mechanistic interplay of lower complexity component. This kind of reductionism is the essence of causality as described by natural science. The same principles are also applied by the science of consciousness. In short, neuroscience tries to reduce consciousness to the electrochemical activity of the brain. So what are the methods that scientists use to understand what goes on within this 1.3 kilogram of gray and white matter called the brain? Modern neurosciences have developed an impressive arsenal of sophisticated methods to explore the architecture and activity of the brain. The most important are imaging techniques such as MRI and measurement of electrical activity such as EEG and combination of these with external stimulation of brain activity. With these techniques, the architecture and the electrical, this is the architecture, the electrical, and also the biochemical activity of the brain can be detected in almost real time, and these data can then be used can be fed to computer systems. So in the end, we have a computational model of consciousness derived on all this data obtained by these different methods. So the modern scientific approach to consciousness resorts to a computational theory of mind. Most research in this respect has been done on the visual system of the brain. While a person looks at something, for instance, a brain, we can use these methods to detect the electrical activity here as with functional MRI. You see the colors. These show the brain areas that are active during while the person looks at the face, and also EEG. And then we can see which brain areas respond or are active while a person looks at a brain. It was shown with these methods that if we look at something, for instance, as a brain, the visual input through the retina is first propagated to the occipital lobe, where the first receptors for the visual system are resided. And from there, they are propagated in many different brain areas where further processing takes place, such as perception of face features, face emotion interpretation, comparison with memory, and so forth. The complex concerted processing in different brain areas produce finally the unified perception of a brain in the mind. This is very interesting. We have different brain areas that are activated, but in the end, our perception is always unified. And this is something really interesting. In this way, neurosciences regard the brain as an information processor similar to a computer. The basic functioning of a computer can be described in 3 steps: take in input, process the input, and produce output based on this processing. The same scheme can be applied for the brain. If we see something in the outside world, for example, a dog, the particular visual input is processed into a complex pattern of brain activity that can be detected by functional MRI or EEG. And this complex pattern of brain activity has also been termed NCC, or neural correlate of consciousness. And this specific pattern, NCC, finally produces what we in the mind perceive as a dog. This is the scheme that neurosciences have developed to describe how consciousness takes place in our brain. Now, neuroscientists claim that for every experience we have, there is an NCC. Inducing the NCC will automatically induce the experience. Altering the NCC will change the experience. Inactivating the NCC will eliminate the experience. For example, if we use the example we just showed, if we inactivated the NCC in this example, the perception of a dog would also be eliminated at the same time. And this is exactly what happens when a person suffers a generalized epileptic seizure. During the electrical storm of the seizure, the mental content is eliminated, the person is unconscious and will have no memory of the event. These arguments seem to imply that conscious experience can indeed be reduced to patterns of brain activity. In this case, one could argue that fundamentally consciousness is nothing else than brain activity. And this would be in perfect agreement with the principles of materialist monism we have described before. However, scientists arguing in this way may have overlooked something fundamental. As I have outlined before, natural sciences explore objective reality with objective means. Now a problem arises. Consciousness is not objective. Quite the contrary. Subjectivity is the essence of every conscious experience. Without any exception, all experiences are made from a subjective point of view. Experience without someone making the experience does not make any sense. Therefore, every conscious experience is subjective. For example, if you take a sip of coffee in the morning before you go to work, the perception of the smell and taste of the coffee combine with your emotions and thoughts at this particular moment to a rich and unique subjective experience. At a deep level, you may feel you are alive in this moment. And we cannot find that quality in a pattern of brain activity. An explanatory gap becomes evident. As we have seen, experience is essentially bound to a subjective point of view. In contrast, the objective methods of natural science, by definition, abandon that subjective point of view. Therefore, experience cannot be explained by the objective methods of science. Scientific methods, such as functional MRI or EEG, can give an account of brain activity, and we can correlate patterns of brain activity with observable output, such as behavior or reportable mental content. However, neuroscience has absolutely nothing to offer as to how subjective experience arises in the first place. This dilemma, first recognized by Leibniz, has been brought to great attention as the hard problem of consciousness by Australian philosopher David Chalmers. The hard problem of consciousness clearly delineates the limitations of natural science that cannot reach into the territory of experience. As Descartes has discovered, there is, without any doubt, a subjective agent that has experiences. Undoubtedly, we live our lives from the perspective of this subjective agent. Our subjective perspective implies that in every single moment of our lives, we are the center of our world. Every single experience we have arises from this center of subjectivity. This center of subjectivity is commonly called I, or such as in I am doing this, I am doing that, I am seeing, I am talking, I am living, and so forth. So what is this I, this center of subjectivity? Often the word I is used to denote identification with one's body, one's biography, or one's social role. My body is who I am. My personal history is who I am, or my social role is who I am. This identity-driven kind of I is defined by specific content. Therefore, it changes with time and circumstances. When I was 20 years old, my body was different from my present body, as were my social roles. And my personal history between the age of 20 and now hopefully has changed my personality for the better. Thus, the identity-driven kind of I changes all the time. De Heen-Kunzenim has often used the example of family roles to illustrate that point. When my wife calls me, I'm answering as a husband. If I talk to my daughter, I'm speaking as a father. And when I visit my parents in my hometown, I become a son. However, although my roles may change from one moment to the next, there is something that does not change. Whether I'm a husband, a father, or a son, invariably, I'm always the center of my world. All my social roles and the experiences associated with them are only possible because the unchanging center of my being is always present. This unchanging center of my being is something else than the ever-changing I arising from identification with body, biography, or social role. This insight is expressed in the words of the Dharma song we heard at the concert the day before yesterday. The one who is truly doing Nuga Hanen Gayo, who is the one that enables me to see, who is the one that enables me to hear, who is the one that enables me to speak, who is the one that enables me to live. Observe, observe, and observe again. You, the one observing, is the true self. In our lives, we see, hear, and do all kinds of things, yet we can only see, hear, speak, and do all these things because the foundation of our consciousness enables us to do it. In this Dharma song, the foundation of our consciousness, the center of our being, is called true self. In contrast to the many things we see, hear, speak, or do in our lives, the true self is not defined by content. Rather, it is the foundation from which all content arises. Whereas the various contents of our consciousness can, at least to some extent, be described in words, this is not the case for the content-free true self. Therefore, the true self must elude the objective third-person perspective of science. If you want to know more about the true self, we have to apply an introspective first-person approach, something that can be called observing, Guan, or meditation. Our consciousness comprises both content and the content-free foundation that enables the content to arise. The image of a wheel nicely illustrates these two aspects. We clearly see the rim and the spokes that make up the wheel. They represent form, or, in other words, content. But there is also the formless hub, the empty center, and the space between the spokes. If we look at this image of a wheel, we can easily acknowledge that the whole consists of both form and emptiness. Without emptiness, there is no form, and without form, there is no emptiness. Form and emptiness are mutually dependent on each other. Owing to its objective, third-person approach, natural science can only discern the rim and the spokes of the wheel, but they are completely blind as to the formless aspects of the image. Only if we integrate the first-person perspective into our understanding, we can arrive at a complete comprehension of consciousness and reality. As I have stated before, we live our lives completely from a first-person perspective. There is nothing else but our experience in this very moment. The past, the future, everything we perceive, feel, and think, the social roles we identify with, all these are present in our momentary consciousness and only there. The only reality we ever have is the unique experience that unfolds in each moment of our life. Before I will end my talk with some conclusions, I would like to briefly expand a little bit more on the meaningful symbol of the wheel. In this photo, taken at Bulguksa, you can recognize the swastika, the ancient Buddhist symbol that can be interpreted as an abstraction of a rotating wheel. According to this interpretation, the incessant motion of the wheel signifies the impermanence of all phenomena. Like a wheel that is ceaselessly turning round and round, all phenomena of reality, visible or invisible, material or non-material, are changing all the time. Thus, the rotating wheel is a symbol of reality itself, a symbol of the whole universe. If you look at the photo, you also see 3 circles. Oops. 1, 2, 3. And within the 2 circles beside the swastika, there are another 3 circles. These represent, of course, the 3 jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Thus, together with the rotating wheel, there's a strong emphasis on the figure 3. And I have the impression that this arrangement refers to the basic functioning of reality, particularly to the question, how do the phenomena of reality come into being? We can find an answer to these difficult questions in the teaching of Daehin Kunsunim. Here's a quote from one of her regular Dharma talks. The mind, prior to the production of the one thought, is colorless and invisible. It is called Buddha nature, eternal source, or root. This is what we have called the true self, or the center of consciousness in this talk. The production of the one thought is called Dharmakaya. Moving the body following this one thought is called Nirmanakaya. This means transforming and manifesting as form. This view of reality overcomes the problem of dualism. The formless, empty center of our being, our Buddha nature, brings out thoughts, which are equated with Dharmakaya by Daehin Kunsunim, that manifest into form or Nirmanakaya. At the same time, with the automatic functioning of our senses, the center of our being takes in all the forms that have been generated. This bringing out and taking in is happening in a continual circular flow from moment to moment. Thus, everything is rotating just like a wheel. Yet the unmoving center, our Buddha nature, is the one place that gives out and takes in everything. In this one place of emptiness, we are connected with all beings as one. I would like to summarize some key messages of my presentation. With consistent logical thinking, it can be shown that our being is rooted in the center of our consciousness. In a slight variation of Descartes' famous insight, this truth could be put into the simple phrase, I am conscious, therefore I am. While our consciousness is full of content, its center, our true self, is not defined by content. The true self cannot be described by words and therefore cannot be grasped from a third-person perspective. It can only be accessed from an introspective, first-person perspective, such as Quan. Only if we combine the third-person approach of natural science with the first-person approach of Quan, we can fully grasp both the material and the immaterial aspects of reality and realize that each and everything in the whole universe circles endlessly around that ever-peaceful center of our mind. Thank you very much.
자, 한수영 교수님 장시간 동안
Thank you very
좋은 강의
much, Professor
감사드립니다.
Han-Seok. Thank you for
시간이
your
조금
great
많이
insightful
오버가
presentation.
됐는데요.
We're actually
그래도
behind the schedule, but we would like to take some
하시고
time
싶은 분
to
손 드시고
have Q&A
질문하시기
session.
바랍니다.
So if you have questions, please raise your hand.
네, 한서혁 교수님.
Professor Han-Seok, thank you very much for your great presentation.
그 평생의 그 고민, 독일
So your
사람.
lifetime challenge, you said that you are German and you're very logical and analytical as a German, and also you studied the medical science. But through your personal experiences, you somehow struggle for this reconciliation with the Master Daeheng's teachings. And while sharing your experience, you talked about how to promote the Master's teachings. And in fact, one of the barrier behind the spread of the teaching, her teaching, is, I think, science. Could be science. That's why the Hanmaum Science Center has been established to resolve this issue. And you today talked about and explained us about the modern Western philosophy and its tradition, and it really made me very clear, especially when you talked about the Descartes and his book, as well as the illusion, dreamlike illusion, and you somehow linked them together. And it really deepened my understanding. So thank you very much for your presentation. Basically, the René Descartes, his philosophy, somehow, so he mentioned that I exist because of the consciousness, and I am consciousness. So somehow I think you expressed it in a more euphemistic way. So I am conscious, therefore I am. That was, I think, what you said. And I think it's a sort of the generous expression about the Descartes thought.
그런데 어떤 그 학문적으로는
But academically speaking, I think that we have to be more straightforward, let's say. So the Descartes in the 17th century, in his time, and if you compare that to the 400 years after today, or 500 years after,
그렇다면 지금의 어떤 이 접근법은 많이 달라졌습니다.
and I think that the modern approach has changed a lot.
뇌를 정보로 이렇게 해서
So
접근할 정도니까요.
We can even understand how the brain works with all kinds of
우리
technologies.
마음을 또는 뇌를 정보로 치환해서 연구를 하겠다는 것은
I think that the approach of the modern medicine, yes, its methodology is very convenient, but basically I think it's wrong. Because you cannot really treat brain as a system of information. And you cannot really come to the truth in this way, as you mentioned.
그래서 그렇다고 한다면은 소위 측정할 수 없는 것.
For things that are not measurable, even like Master Deng's teaching, like
예를 들어서 후슬 같은 그 철학자도
and also the other philosophers. Some of them said that we have to stop thinking or stop consideration. And these are the areas we cannot really measure. So the fundamental self that we want to have enlightenment, you cannot really measure that, and you cannot find the exact location of the true self. And in that sense, if you could make some comment on that or elaborate more on that, then I will appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much for this really very good questions you're asking. I think it's really, I would 100% agree with the methods we have and with the understanding of natural science we have at this present time, the mainstream understanding, I must add. It's absolutely not possible to measure or to analyze what we call true self. On the other hand, it is absolutely a part of reality. So this is the dilemma. I was really, when we started the first day of our conference, we heard a quote of Daehin Kunsanim in which she said that it is important that the scientists leave behind their narrow, kind of rigid set of assumptions or rules they have and find a new way of doing sciences. And I think this is what the whole Hanmaum Kwahak is about. We heard this wonderful talk by Dr. Chang, and you can see how step by step, little steps, one after the other, we move into this direction. Although we don't know, it's unknown, uncharted territory. So we cannot provide something, put it here and say, this is it, and we describe, because this is the old thinking that natural science is limited to until now. We really have to find a new way to somehow incorporate the invisible things into science, and this cannot be the rules that have been applied to science until now. They have to change. Also, something that is really mysterious for me, I showed these three things with Buddha, Dharmakaya, Nirmanakaya. And Kunsanim, as we all know, says Dharmakaya is our thoughts. And this is such a powerful teaching. And I think if we really want to develop our science, our Hanmaum science, we should try to incorporate this somehow into a future framework of science. Maybe we should leave behind a little bit this dogma of objectivity. I mean, it's good for many things. We should not discard it totally, but we should acknowledge it's limited. And it's good for some questions, and it's good if we have it, but it's not the whole story. So let's try to find a more whole framework we can work with. But I cannot say how it looks in detail, because we only have to develop it. Thank you.
네, 또 질문하실 분 손 들어 주십시오.
I believe that we can entertain some more questions, if there are any.
오늘 그 해주신 강연.
Thank you very much for your today's presentation. It was very impressive and insightful presentation. My question here is, we have a lot of questions about our consciousness. And as you've mentioned, there are a lot of new things being found, and there is a term such as lucid dream. So people are dreaming, and while they are dreaming, they are conscious of the fact that they are dreaming. So when we dream, particularly in a lucid dream, we realize that there is us who are dreaming, and it means that even though we are conscious and we know that we are dreaming, but we are still there in the dream. So you just mentioned something about first-person perspective and how it is required for us to have a full understanding of the fundamental self. But even Buddha, who has a great enlightenment, had some difficulties in having the perspectives that are totally combined between the third-person perspective and first-person perspective. You said that when it comes to the human consciousness, I am always the center of our experiences. So it means that once we actually free ourselves, free from the first perspective, there is no us. Is it correct?
I think that what you summarized it very, very nicely, I think. And I have the feeling that if you say we are always the center of our being, or the consciousness is the center of our being, it's the same as Daehin Kunsanim's teaching, because I am, the whole world exists. It's the same. For me, it's the same. So I am, therefore the whole world exists. So. And also with the dream, I thought it's really not easy to differentiate. What is the difference if I experience something in my dream or if I experience this in real? I mean, you could also argue dreams are just as real. Why not? We experience it and there's something happening. I think still there is a difference. And this is something I have not really figured out yet, but I think if we make an experience not in the dream, but in the real world, whatever that is, it has consequences. It is a difference. If we are dreaming, things happen, maybe we fall down very deep, so we wake up and, oh, it was a dream. But if we really fall down, it has consequences. So I would say it's maybe reality, what we call reality. We can relate that to the idea of consequences, which would be in Buddhist terms to the idea of karma. If what we do has consequences to us, it's karma. And so I think if we are awake, this is why it's so, the time we have during being in this body, it's so precious because what we do has consequences. It is karma, and so we can make a difference, we can change something. We cannot really change something in our dreams. So this is just my thoughts about the differences between dream and waking state, reality.
네, 질문 답변.
So thank you very much for the great answer.
교수님 마지막으로 제가
One last
개인적으로
question.
제가
So this
질문
is
하나
my personal
올리겠습니다.
question.
저도 이제 의사고요.
I'm a physician
한수혁
as
교수님도
well,
의사신데,
and also Professor Hans-Jörg is a doctor.
독일 분이시니까 굉장히
And because you're
분석적으로
a German,
데카르트부터
you
시작해서
actually gave us a very detailed analysis on Descartes and very logical presentation. But in your day-to-day life, you know, we are not really a practitioner. We are not a monk. And we do have our main occupation. you know, we take care of the patient. And I know that because you work in the university hospital, you meet a lot of people with serious diseases. So the reality that we face every day is that we always have urgent tasks to deal with, something that we have to do right now. Because we have to take care of a lot of patients. This is our day-to-day life. However, what Master Daeheng says that we have to practice the Dharma in our day-to-day life. You know, but the doctors are so busy and physicians are so busy. But she said that we can do it. And so with our own occupation, we can again do the practice and the meditation. So I think that this is the gist of the Master Daeheng's teaching. So in the day-to-day life, as a physician, when you meet the patient and in your extremely busy schedule, how do you practice meditation or the Master Daeheng's teachings?
Thank you very much for that question. I ask myself this question every day. But, you know, working as a physician, of course, I'm relying to the craft I learned. So I do what I've learned. I try to apply the knowledge and to the best of my knowledge for the benefit of the patient. I have the feeling the biggest difference I realized for my being a doctor after trying to apply the technique Quan in daily life is that I can somehow, and not with every patient, but sometimes somehow with some patients, I can connect on a much deeper level as I could before. So I'm doing the normal stuff I just learned, all those things related to studies and evidence and so forth. But I try at the same time to do it with from inside and with the thought, I want to do something good for the patient. And this is very, for me, something, if I wouldn't do that, I realized I lose a lot of inner strength. But when I have the connection to this kind of thinking, it's much easier being a doctor because, as you rightly put it, we see many very difficult cases. We see cancer patients and stuff, and it's not easy to deal with all these cases because many people obviously will die and have many problems while dying. So it's really at the moment when I feel this connection with the patient on a level I cannot really describe very well, it's much better and somehow something happens. That's all I can say.
네, 감사드립니다.
So thank you very much for your answer.
한수혁 교수님 감사드립니다.
Thank you, Professor Han-Suk. And with that, we will conclude the last session. Thank you very much for your time and attention. We have had a long agenda. Thank you very much for remaining with us till the very end of the session.
저희 의학팀은 모든 생명이 아프지 않기를 발언하며 의학과 관련된 대행선사의 가르침을 토대로 각자의 전공 분야에 적용하고자 노력하고 있으며 또한 한마음법을 실제 의학과 연계하여 연구 주제를 도출함으로써 심성의학의 출발이 될 수 있는 시도를 하고 있습니다. 의학팀의 구성원은 청감 스님을 멘토 스님으로 모시고 강원대학교 간호학과 명예교수이신 김주연 선생님, 김종훈 치과의원 원장이신 김종훈 선생님, 한마음 한의원 원장인 저 김미지, 약산의 한방병원 원장인 이준엽 선생님, 연세대학교 의생명과학부 연구원 장미란 박사님, 이렇게 6명이 현재 활동 중에 있습니다. 의학팀의 최근 활동을 말씀드리면 2018년부터 2021년까지 한마음선언 대행큰 스님이 주창하신 주인공 관법을 했을 때 나타나는 변화를 증명하기 위해 뇌파를 측정해보기로 연구과제를 정하고 2019년에는 하한거 신도 23명의 뇌파를 측정하고 자료를 수집하여 2020년에 뇌파 분석 및 결과를 정리하였습니다. 이 결과를 가지고 2021년에 여러 국제학술지에 논문을 투고하였고 수차례의 심사 과정을 거쳐 2022년 2월 2일에 국제환경보건저널인 환경연구 및 공중보건에 주인공 관법이 측두 두정엽과 전두엽 뇌파의 세타파, 알파파 비율에 미치는 영향이라는 제목으로 논문을 게재하였습니다. 이는 윗바사나나 마음 챙김 등의 일반적인 명상을 할 때 나타나는 효과에 대한 연구들은 많이 있었지만 주인공에 관하는 방법이 과연 어떤 효과가 있는지에 대한 연구가 없었기에 그 의미가 크다고 하겠습니다. 현재 진행 중인 연구과제는 환자용 치유 프로그램 요구사항 분석을 위한 질적 연구입니다. 이 연구는 한마음 선언에서 주인공에 관하면서 각자 공부들을 잘 하고 계시지만 질병을 앓으면서 혼자 감당하기 어려운 경우나 어떻게 마음을 내야 할지 모를 때 환자들을 위한 프로그램이 제공된다면 어떤 것들을 필요로 하는지 환자의 입장에서 요구되는 것들을 파악하여 프로그램을 개발해보고자 하는 사전 연구입니다. 2021년 연구 계획을 세웠고 사전 준비로 생명윤리위원회에 승인 신청을 하여 2021년 9월에 승인을 완료하였습니다. 2022년 올해에는 한마음선언 신도 중 만성질환자, 특히 고혈압과 당뇨를 앓고 계신 분들을 모집하여 심층 면담 및 자료를 수집하고 분석하여 2023년도에 그 결과를 정리하여 발표할 예정입니다. 이상으로 의학팀의 소개를 마치며 의학과 관련된 다양한 분야의 인재분들의 참여와 관심을 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
한마음선언 과학원 의학팀이 하한거에 참가한 신도들을 대상으로 한 뇌파 연구 성과가 국제학술저널에 게재됐습니다. 주인공 관법 수행 시 알파파가 증대해 불안과 스트레스가 감소하는 것으로 나타났습니다. 정준호 기자입니다.
카이스트 명상과학연구소와 대한명상의학회 등 국내 다양한 단체들이 뇌과학을 다양한 연구 분야와 융합해 연구하고 있습니다. 한마음과학원도 오랜 기간 주인공 관법이 뇌에 어떤 영향을 미치는지 연구를 해왔는데 최근 주목할 만한 성과가 나왔습니다. 하한거에 참여한 신도 23명을 대상으로 뇌파 연구를 진행한 결과 주인공 관법이 측두 두정엽과 전두엽 뇌파의 세타파와 알파파 비율에 미치는 영향을 밝혀냈습니다.
주인공 관법이 뇌파에 어떤 영향을 미칠까, 또 그것이 다른 기존의 연구들과 어떤 차별성이 있는지를 확인하기 위해 굉장히 좋은 연구 분야라고 생각해서 시도를 하게 되었습니다.
연구팀은 실험군과 대조군을 주인공 관법을 했을 때와 안 했을 때로 나눠 진행했습니다. 한마음과학원 의학팀에 따르면 뇌파 측정 결과 주인공 관법 수행 시 알파파가 세타파보다 상대적으로 많이 증가했고 특히 관자놀이 윗부분인 측두 두정엽에서 변화가 크게 나타났습니다. 알파파는 뇌파의 한 종류로 휴식 이완 상태에서 지배적으로 나타나며 불안과 스트레스를 낮추는 역할을 하고 뇌 손상이나 질병 시 감소하게 됩니다. 한마음선언 의학팀은 주인공 관법을 통해 자신이 주도적으로 뇌파에 영향을 미칠 수 있다는 사실이 확인된 것이라고 설명했습니다.
집중을 한다든지 기도를 한다든지 하시면 이게 내가 언제 이루어질까 이렇게 막막하게 생각하시는 분이 있는데 저희 주인공 관법 같은 경우는 내가 하겠다고 마음을 먹으면 즉시 그게 뇌파에서 나타나더라고요.
연구팀은 수행을 시작한 연도와 법회 참석, 안거 참석 여부 등의 조건도 함께 조사했는데 수행 기간이 길수록 알파파 증가 효과는 더 큰 것으로 드러났습니다. 한마음과학원 지도법사 해찬 스님은 연구 결과가 국제적으로 알려져 있는 SCI급 학술 저널 IJE RPH에 게재된 것을 축하하며 격려했습니다.
제 신심이 나지 않을까 이런 생각을 해요. 이제 심부름 할 때가 됐나 봐요. 또 큰 스님 10주년 기점으로 해서 우리 의학팀이 첫 스타트 문을 활짝 열었습니다.
불교의 보편적인 지혜를 수행과 뇌의 영향에 접목해 연구하고 있는 불자들의 노력이 세계적인 석학들의 이목을 집중시키고 있습니다. BTN 뉴스 정준호입니다.
big round of applause, please.
김재훈 교수님 잠깐 간단히 말씀 소개 올리겠습니다.
I will introduce briefly about Professor Jae-young Kim.
김재훈 교수님은 현재 서강대학교 종교학과 교수님으로 재직 중이십니다.
He is currently serving as the professor of the religious studies at Seogang University in
그리고
Korea.
한국 종교학회 회장 역임하셨습니다.
He has served the president for Korean Religious Association.
김재훈 교수님께서는 종교 심리학이나 종교적 경험, 죽음과 임종 등 죽음학에 대한 연구를 진행 중이십니다.
Professor Jae-young Kim is in the course of conducting research about death and religious psychology.
네, 그럼 지금부터 김재영 좌장님의 사회로 종합 토론을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 모든 분들께 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Big round of applause to all the members of our panel for this forum, and we will now begin our wrap-up discussion.
감사합니다. 또 이렇게 소개를 따뜻하게 해주셔서 우리 박 선생님 감사를 드리고 다시 한번 이렇게 아름다운 자리에 또 마지막을 함께 여러분들하고 할 수 있게 돼서 굉장히 큰 영광으로 생각을 하고 우리 이사장 스님 또 우리 주지 스님이 지금 몸이 조금 편찮으셔서 감기를 기침을 많이 하신다고 그러십니다. 그래서 굉장히 죄송하다고 여러분들께 말씀을 전해달라는 그런 부탁을 받았습니다.
Thank you for your Thank you for your warm welcome and introduction, and I feel very honored and privileged to serve as the moderator for this wrap-up discussion on the closing last day of our conference. And I thank everyone, including especially our foundation president of Hammaumsan Center, Venerable Hes Su, and I heard that the abbot of Hammaumsan Center, Venerable Hes So, is not in good health. She kept coughing, so she wanted me to convey a sincere apology for not being able to attend.
자, 우리가 이번에 지금 전체적인 주제가 어떻게 함께 더불어 살아야 될 건가, 특별히 새로운 우리가 경험을 하고 있는 이 시대에 어떻게 더불어 함께 공존하고 살 건가, 인간의 세계를 넘어서서 모든 생명체 내지는 무생명체도 함께 어떻게 더불어 살 건가 하는 게 이제 큰 화두입니다. 그래서 그 화두 안에 큰 내용이 하나의 마음에 대한 문제, 또 하나는 현대의 이제 큰 문법이라고 하는 과학의 문제, 그리고 또 하나는 근원적인 어떤 삶의 문법이라고 하는 어떤 종교의 문제, 이 세 가지가 키워드로 지금까지 저희들이 함께 하고 있는 겁니다. 그래서 예, 간단하게 아마 통역은 하셔도 될 겁니다. 예, 계속 하시겠어요?
So I understand the subject and title of this conference is how are we supposed to live together as interconnected existence in this special era and time, all living and non-living beings in the universe. And to recap, there are three key elements. One is mind, and second is modern contemporary science and scientific perspective, and number three is religion.
그래서 오늘 하루 종일 아침부터 지금과 같이 했던 화두는 이 문제인 것 같습니다. 전체적으로 보면 하나는 커뮤니케이션에 대한 문제, 어떻게 우리의 고백을, 우리의 진실을 밖하고 바깥하고 소통할 수 있을까 하는 문제가 오전에 많이 논의가 된 것 같습니다. 그래서 관법과 그것이 어떻게 소통을 할 건가, 이 뉴노멀 에이지에 그런 주제를 하나가 발표가 됐고요. 그 다음에 또 하나의 문제는 이거를 사회적인 이런 공간, 소위 불자들만이 사는 공간이 아닌 다종교적인 어떤 이런 상황 안에서 어떻게 또 종교가 없는 사람들에게도 소위 설득력 있게 얘기할 수 있을지 사회적인 실천에 대한 문제입니다. 그 다음에 마지막 하나는 이 의료적인 어떤 세팅 안에서 소위 의학적인 그 맥락 안에서 어떻게 소위 이 한마음에 대한 화두를 함께 연구를 하고 또 나눌 수 있을까 하는 게 크게 보면 이 세 가지가 큰 화두입니다.
The three tasks, the key elements for us to really contemplate and strive towards solving, I put under three categories. One of which is communication, how we can put the truth that we strive to discover and communicate with the outer world and outer realm. And we heard and talked about some Master Daeheng's method of Kwan practice as a means of communication in this new normal age and time. And second element is that how we can practice and put this into a social arena and a space so that not only the Buddhist practitioners but everyone else that have different religions and including those who do not have religion and convey our one mind, a fundamental mind principle in a convincing way to all of us and everybody around the world. And three is how we can conduct research within the medical setting and system. In that context, how we can realize and practice our one-mindedness in the context of our medical system.
예. 제가 우리 발표자 분들에게 질문을 지금부터 이제 좀 드릴 텐데요. 그 센텐스가 한 문장이 넘어가시면 안 됩니다. 그러니까 한 단어라든가 또는 한 문장 안에서 여러분들이 좀 얘기를 해주시면 좋겠습니다.
From now on, I will ask questions to you, the members of the panel today for this forum, and I would respectfully ask you to restrict your answers in simple terms, simple word or simple sentence, please.
Just one sentence or one word that is 아니죠. 그러니까 그렇게 하시면 됩니다.
Just one sentence or one word would be appreciated. Thank you.
오케이. 우리가 잠깐만 그 대행선사께서 72년도에 한마음 선언을 개창하실 때 한국이라는 현실하고 지금 뉴노멀 시대의 이 현실하고는 여러 가지로 굉장히 가깝습니다. 그런 이 시대에 한마음 선사의 많은 이야기 중에서 한 단어로 여러분들이 좀 커뮤니케이션을 한다는 측면에서 아니면 소위 사회적인 실천의 측면에서 아니면 메디컬한 그런 세팅 측면에서 한 단어로 만약에 여러분들이 좀 서제션을 이미지로 제공을 해줄 수 있으면 무슨 단어를 좀 얘기를 해줄 수 있는지 말씀을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
My question is this: our Son Master Daeheng established this Hammaum Sanwan Center in 1972, and the reality that as existed back then versus the reality that we face now in this new normal age. Although there are various elements existing, very close to each other, I would put it. And if you could put your opinions or suggestions in or image in one word or one sentence as to how we could practice that in terms of the elements, the three elements that I mentioned. One, communication, and how we could put that into social practice, and how we can put together into medical situation or medical system. That is my question.
예, 제가 저기 끝에 앉아 계신 우리 김영래 박사님 부터 시작을 좀 해주시면
We will
감사하겠습니다.
start with the very end, Dr. Young-Lek Kim.
예, 제가 질문의 내용을 제대로 이해를 좀 잘 못한 것 같은데요. 하라고 하시니까.
I don't think I fully understood the question itself, but.
예, 저는 뭐 당연히 공생의 실천이라고 말씀을 드리고 싶은데요. 이때 공생은 우리가 이제 내면에 서로 깊은 내면에 한 마음이 있다 이렇게 가르쳐 주셨고 거기에서 우리가 다 연결이 돼 있다. 그렇기 때문에 당연히 우리는 공생이다. 그것을 실제 삶 속에서 열심히 실천을 하라 이런 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
I would like to say that the teaching imparted by Master Daeng is life is oneness, and we need to put that into practice, of course. In other words, we need to take what is in the deepest level of our mind, which is one fundamental mind, where everything and everyone is interconnected inherently. So we need to, we have a task of putting that into practice.
우리 고여림 통역사님.
And next is our interpreter, Herim Ko.
전 우리 모두 다 같이 한 마음으로 갑시다. 아니면 그게 맞습니다.
My answer is let's march together, all of us together in one mind.
감사합니다. 리카르도 의사
Thank you very
선생님.
much. And next, Dr. Ricardo.
Fight, fe en nuestra esencia, y fe otra vez en nuestra esencia, y fe otra vez en nuestra esencia.
제가 여기 있어요. 네, 우리 근본을 믿고 다시 한번 우리 근본을 믿고 또 다시 한번 우리 근본을 믿고 나가자.
네,
Let's go forward. Let us trust our foundation, fundamental mind, and yet again, trust again our fundamental mind when we live our lives.
브레스 샤프 교수님.
Brett Sharp professor.
Human dignity.
인간의 존엄성.
I'm sorry, 2 words.
한 단어가 아니고 2 단어라서 죄송합니다.
And may I add 1 sentence of clarification?
제가 부연 설명으로 문장을 하나 더 덧붙이자면요.
I've been very impressed with the discussion of Hammam, of one mind.
제가 한마음이라는 그러한 우리가 토론의 그 과정을 거쳐서 굉장히 감명 깊었습니다.
And we need terminology that can help translate these important concepts to worldviews, ways of thinking that are quite different.
자, 지금 이렇게 우리가 얘기하는 논의된 이러한 용어들을, 이 중요한 개념들을 세상에 사는 그 모든 사람들의 시각과 그 사고에 맞게 그것을 바꾸고 전환해서 설득해서 이해를 시켜야 될 것 같습니다.
And for me, human dignity is one of the ways that we can perhaps build bridges between Hammam thinking and standard human rights thinking, for example.
자, 그래서 인간 존엄성이야말로 이제 인간의 존엄성 그리고 인권, 인간의 권리의 차원의 그 사고를 바탕으로 해서 서로 간의 가교를 구축할 수 있는 그러한 주축돌이 될 수 있는 것이 인간의 존엄성이라고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
Human dignity was the foundational principle for human rights. But human rights are interpreted in ways that are very individualistic and can often pit us one against another.
자, 인간의 존엄성이야말로 인간의 권리, 인권의 근간이 되는 것인데 인간의 권리, 인권을 해석하는 것이 개인주의적인 해석이 많이 되고 있어서 그러한 인간의 권리의 해석이야말로 개인의 간의 권리를 많이 저촉했다라고 할 수 있습니다.
Human dignity, in contrast, begs us to think of the other, to think of each other, and to think of all humanity.
인간의 존엄성은 그와는 반대로 인권의 잘못된 해석과는 반대로 상대방 모든 타인을 생각을 하고 배려하게끔 하는 근간이 되는 개념입니다.
네, 감사.
Next year is the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And our center will be leading a number of projects on global visions of dignity. And I would invite Hammam Center, Venerable Jesus, to have some of your scholars think about what your unique way of thinking about humanity can contribute to global understanding of this universal concept of human dignity.
자, 내년에 우리가 인권에 대해서 선언을 한 75주년을 맞게 되는데 우리가 센터에서 어떤 프로젝트를 하냐면 인간의 존엄성에 대한 전 세계적인 비전이라는 프로젝트를 하고 있는데 해수 스님, 이사장 스님, 한마음 선언 해수 스님과 한마음 선언이 이런 한마음 선언적인 댕슨 선사의 가르침적인 차원에서 그러한 석학들로 하여금 이 불교 쪽에서는 그러한 인류애와 이 인권, 인간의 존엄성이 어떻게 표현될 수 있는지 좀 사고를 하게 만들어 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
그 얘기는 제가 조금 첨부를 하겠습니다, 통역사님.
네.
네.
Mr. Interpreter, I would like to add a little bit to what our professor stated.
지금 하시는 저분이 이제 종교와 법 지금 센터장이시고 지금 유엔에서 휴먼 디그니티 디클레레이션이 있는데 내년에 그 센터에서 이제 큰 행사를 하는데 그때 이제 이사장 스님하고 주지 스님하고 한마음 과학원 분들을 좀 초대를 해서 좀 이 한마음에 대해서 인권이라는 차원에서 좀 이 발표하는 자리를 자기가 초대를 하고 싶다. 그런 말씀을 지금 하신 겁니다.
So what Professor just stated is that this UN center will hold a huge event next year on the 75th anniversary on human dignity, and he's basically asking this Hammaum masters, our foundation president and the abbot of Hammaum Sun Center and scholars to come and make presentation about one mind in connection with human rights.
Thank you very much, the Professor Brashov. One sentence more. Okay, please. Yeah.
감사합니다.
I'm sorry to say this conference will be in Hawaii.
Okay, Hawaii.
So we need someone to volunteer for hardship duty.
Okay.
자, 지금 이게 너무 멀리 하와이에서 열릴 거거든요. 내내 행사가. 그래서 자원에서 이렇게 해주시는 마음을 내주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
네. 자, 청고스님.
Venerable
By any
청고.
chance, is it in the winter?
겨울에 있습니까 혹시 행사가?
We have to evolve our consciousness and the problems we encounter through our fundamental mind. We have to use this fundamental mind to evolve ourselves and to deal with the problems we face. Korea in 1972 was essentially a third world country. And I mean, there was a lot of desperation. There was a lot of hard times for people. And the only way forward really was to evolve their consciousness and to use this fundamental mind to work with the problems they face. Now Korea itself has evolved incredibly, but the problems we still face as part of the world are a whole nother realm, and we have to use this awareness both to help ourselves, to help the people around us, and to help the world at large.
자, 의식을 통해서 의식을 사용해서 우리가 반드시 진화를 해야 됩니다. 그래서 이제 그 진화를 해야 됐는데 이 한마음이라는 그 근원을 저긴 우리 주인공 한마음을 통해서 진화하는 데 있어서 여러 가지 문제를 우리가 해결을 해야 됐는데 1972년 한마음 선언이 창립될 그 배경으로 보자면 그때는 소위 제3세계의 수준이었다고 할 수 있습니다. 한국이 여러 가지 궁핍과 결핍이 만연한 그러한 형국이었는데요. 이런 의식의 진화가 필요할 수밖에 없었습니다. 그래서 우리는 이런 한마음의 근원적인 그 주처를 이용해서 그런 문제를 해결할 수밖에 없었고 지금은 많이 진화를 한 한국이 이제 많이 달라졌죠. 그렇지만 세계적으로 우리가 직면한 문제는 더 한 바퀴 돌아서 이제 다른 또 문제에 직면했는데 또한 우리가 그러한 의식과 깨어 있음을 그러한 한마음을 통해서 이러한 문제를 해결하도록 해야 되겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
I have really a short answer. I think for all the three fields, communication, practitioning, and medicine, we have to start with ourselves. That would be my answer for each one of them.
자, 굉장히 간략하게 하겠어요. 아까 말씀하신 세 개의 범주로 말씀하신 소통과 사회적 실천과 의료 체계에서의 그 협력인데 그런 것을 다 이루자면은 우리 자신을부터 시작해야 된다라고 생각합니다. 자신을 알아서 나가자.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
우리 장미련.
네, 저는 제 프레젠테이션 첫 장에 있었던 큰 스님 책 제목 내 안에 의사가 있다로 하겠습니다.
I will answer the question with the title that's on the very first page of the book that was authored by Son Master Deheng, and I misinterpreted. That is on the first page of my presentation. That is, seek doctor within yourself.
여정호 박사님.
There is medical doctor within you. In other words.
네, 저는 그 한 단어로 하자면 한 구멍이고요. 그 한 문장으로 하자면 문제. 삶의 모든 순간을 준 주인공이 답, 지혜도 준다로 하겠습니다.
If I put my answer into one word, I would say the answer is one whole, H-O-L-E. And in one sentence, our fundamental mind, the foundation, 주인공, will give our wisdom for us to deal with everything that we encounter with in our day-to-day life.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면 우리가 그 대행선사의 이제 그 가르침을 갖고 지금 한 단어씩 또 풀어서 이제 말씀을 해주셨는데 그 단어를 갖고 한국 사회와 또 지금 글로벌한 이 뉴노멀 시대에 가장 큰 이슈들이 뭔지 그 대답을 갖고 그 단어를 갖고 지금 우리가 해결해야 될 그런 이슈들이 무엇인지 한 단어씩만 조금 해볼 수 있도록 그걸 한번 하는데 그 전에 제가 아름다운 이야기를 하나 여러분들에게 또 나누고 싶습니다. 오늘 아침에 두 번째 이제 세션이 끝나고 우리 던스탄 수사님께서 이제 가톨릭 수사님이시셔서 늘 평생 해오셨던 그러니까 예배를 드리는 미사를 드리는 자리를 제가 이제 모시고 갔습니다. 갔는데 참 아름다운 일이 일어났습니다. 그때 그 드라이버 이제 기사님이 누구냐면 오진 그 선생님이신 것 같습니다. 그분이 그 운전을 해주시고, 그러니까 저는 이제 옆에 앉아 있고, 저는 개인적으로 또 개신교인이고, 또 또 저분은 또 가톨릭 신자고 또 그분은 불자시고 한마음 선언에 오고 가면서 하는 얘기에 대행선사가 얼마나 이렇게 깊게 타치가 됐으면 아직까지 그 냄새가 그 바깥에 있는 사람한테도 그 냄새가 날까 맡을 수 있을까. 그래서 굉장히 저 개인적으로는 아주 아름다운 기억으로 남을 것 같습니다. 네.
Yeah, I think everybody will get bored if I don't interrupt. 제가 저 중간에 통역을 안 하면 저게 무슨 말일까 하실 것 같아서 제가 좀 통역을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그러니까 우리가 대행 선사님의 가르침을 갖고 각각 한 단어로 I'm so sorry. I got lost. We've been each of the panel members have been providing your answers in one word or elaborated a sentence on the basis of our Sun Master Deheng's teaching, and from now on. I would respectfully ask each one of you to give one word answer in describing what you think would be the biggest issues that the world kind and the mankind is facing now, whether within Korean society or be globally in this new normal age. And before we get to hear your answer, I would like to share a beautiful story of what I experienced this morning. After the second session discussion of the conference was over with our brother Dunskin, I accompanied him or led him to a Catholic mass, and I myself is a Christian, and the chauffeur who drove us was Hammaum Sun Center member, and our brother is Catholic, of course. All these three individuals of different religions were having a discussion, and I remember it was being talked about the fact that some Master Deheng's teachings are still deeply touching everyone. For us to talk about and discuss it all the way even now at this present time, and the fragrance of her loving teaching and the wisdom could be felt by everyone around the world. So I have that beautiful memory that I wanted to share you, and we will wait for your answers.
우리 이번에는 우리 한시욕 교수님부터 시작을 해볼까요?
We will start with Professor Hans-Jörg Eppo.
I think if I put it in one word, that was the question, I would say it's not only one word. The failure to realize that we are all one.
자, 한 단어로 하고 싶은데 한 단어가 안 되네요. 그 답을 하자면 우리가 근원적으로는 하나라는 것을 알아차리지 못하는 것이 이슈라고, 가장 큰 그 이슈가 뭐냐 그런데 저는 그렇게 답하겠습니다. 우리가 하나라는 것을 자각하지 못하는 것.
네. 우리 청고 스님 그다음에 말씀을 좀 해주시겠어요?
Next is Venerable Changgo, please.
Well, I agree with so much with Hans-Jörg that I'm having trouble thinking of something else.
한시옥 애플 교수님하고 똑같은, 너무나 동의를 해서 다 다른 단어를 지금 찾고 있습니다, 머리에서.
It's really a question of evolution. We each have to evolve the level of our spirituality, the level of our awareness. And I think a lack of that is what's causing a lot of the problems we're facing today.
자, 우리가 그 진화를 해야 된다는 화두가 있는데 각 개인적인 차원에서 진화를 해야 되는데 영적으로 그 인지적으로 그 진화하고 할 수 있는 그 의식이 결여된 것을 토대로 우리가 직면하는 모든 문제가 거기서 나오는 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
그다음에 샤프 교수님.
Next is Professor Schaff.
Polarization.
다원화라고 하고 싶습니다. 한 단어.
Polarization.
예, 다원화. 너무 각기 다른 다원화죠. 한 단어.
Polarization. 극단적으로 양극단으로 나누어져 있다.
양극으로 나눠지는 거죠.
감사합니다. 그다음에 우리 리카르도 의사 선생님.
Next is Dr. Ricardo.
Sí. Comprender que el yo no existe.
나가 없다는 것을 이해하지 못한 점이라고 그럴까요?
I would put it as a lack of understanding of the fact that there is no I that really exists.
저는 disconnection이라고 생각됩니다. 그게 가장 큰 문제고 저희가 그래서 그 내면 한마음 주인공과 연결을 할 수 있다면 모두와 자기 자신과 정말 연결되고 모두와 연결이 돼서 훨씬 더 좋은 세상이 되고 진화도 할 수도 있고 그 polarization도 없어질 거라고 생각합니다.
In one word, I would put it as this connection and separation from that connection, which we inherently have. So I believe that once we connect ourselves and have the connectivity that exists, then we will be able to erase and get rid of the polarization.
우리 김영래 박사님. 예.
Dr.
제가
영래
이해력이 좀 떨어지는 게 아닌가 생각이 드는 것이 저는 이제 처음에 이제 그 키워드를 말씀드리고 그걸 가지고 그러면 사회적으로 어떻게 이게 사회 문제를 해결할 수 있는가 그거를 얘기를 해보라 이렇게 제가 들었는데 맞습니까?
I would like to clarify. I don't know if I fully understood the question. My understanding was that with the keyword that each of us came up with, now we are supposed to give another answer on how to use that towards resolving social issues, right?
김영래 박사님이 굉장히 인텔렉츄얼하셔서 빨리 이제 답을 하셨는데 그건 이제 세 번째 질문이고.
I think you are just going in advance of my question. That was going to be my third question because Dr. Young-Nae Kim is a very intellectual person.
가장 얼전트한 한국의 문제 내지는 전 세계 이슈가 뭔지 그거를
알겠습니다.
The question is, what do you think to be the most urgent issue in Korea and globally?
예, 이게 공세의 관점에서 보면 당연히 이제 분리, 배제, 차별이라고 생각을 합니다. 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁이라든지 빈부 격차라든지 인종차별이라든지 성차별이라든지 여러 가지 문제를 이제 공생으로 이제 해결을 해야 된다 이렇게 생각합니다.
Speaking from the symbiotic perspective, how we should live together harmoniously, in order to find answers to isolation, separation, exclusion of one another, and discrimination, to solve all these issues and Russia's intrusion of Ukraine, the war that's outbreaking there, and the social disparity of between the poor and the rich, racial and gender discrimination. I think if we
그 정도로 하시면 될 것 같습니다.
think of the interconnectivity, will answer those questions.
그다음 우리 장미란 교수님.
And Dr. Jang next.
둘러보는 것. 네.
I think duality, the concept of duality is the issue.
그다음 우리 박사님.
네. 한 구멍임을 믿지 못하는 것.
네?
한 구멍임을 믿지 못하는 것으로 하겠습니다.
I think lack of understanding that we are connected by one whole.
예, 이제 여러분들한테도 지루하지 않게 질문을 드리겠습니다.
Not to make you so bored, I will ask my question next.
우리 그 청중에 계시는 뭐 스님들 또는 우리 신도님들 또 학장님들 혹시 가장 지금 시급한 이슈가 뭔지 센텐스가 길면 이제 교양이 없죠. 그래서 센텐스가 간단하게 좀 한 문장 내지 그렇게 해주시면.
I will address this same question to the people on the floor. Everybody, the audience, including Snim and the members of Hammam Center and presidents and all the others. What do you think is the most urgent issue that we are facing today? If your answer is lengthy, then you will be considered as ill-mannered.
한맘과학원 김민선입니다.
My name is Minsun Kim from Hammam Science
저는
Center.
문제를 문제로 보기 때문이다. 암을 암으로 보고 불이 왜 일어나는 줄 아느냐. 우리를 진화시키는 원동력인데 그걸 문제로 보고 해결하려고 하기 때문이다. 문제를 문제로 보는 것이 문제라고 생각합니다.
I think the urgent issue is regarding issue as an issue and regarding answer as just a limited view of cancer. And the fire was the motive power, driving power of evolution. But when we think of fire, we just restrict our understanding to issue or problem. I think that is the very issue.
제가 그 후터 교수님 혹시 one sentence 한번 가장 얼전한 이슈가 무엇인지.
Professor Hutter, what do you think in one sentence is the most urgent issue?
Oh, I need more sentence. I went down in the coffee break by chance and saw a short glimpse on the video from a Dhamma dog. I think it is an old Dhamma dog by Dai Hang, and she told the story. When she was young and the center was not well established, she went to the market to buy something, and then she told the story once she saw an old lady, poor lady with a baby on her back, and she bought some lettuce and vegetables of poor quality. Coming back to the center, the other Sunims asked her, why have you done? What have you brought to us? Did you bargain with the lady? And Kunsunim said, no. Because when she is a poor lady, I don't have to bargain. And I think that is an important thing, especially now with the COVID crisis, with the loss of income and other problems of financial, the loss of material basic, or the rich ones, I include myself on the rich one side, and the poor ones, this gap is getting bigger and bigger. And this is, I think, the big challenge. And any religion is on the chance to work against this. Thank you.
종교를 초월해서 부익부 빈익빈이 굉장히 문제인 것 같습니다. 옛날에 그 대행선사가 여기 설립 당시에 그 시장에 갔는데 굉장히 그 할머니가 아기를 데리고 배추나 이런 싼 가격이 저렴한 이런 야채도 사지 못하는 것을 발견하고 이렇게 측은지심이 들었다. 그 다음에 제가 이해를 못했는데 어쨌든 이 사회가 점점 그 부익부 빈익빈으로 그 사회적인 그 부의 격차가 심해지는 것이 지금 우리가 문제가 아닌가라고 생각합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
자, 우리 박 선생님.
Mr. Park.
네, 지금 후터 교수님 말씀에 대한 답변을 드리겠습니다. 저는 서울대학교 경제연구소의 개건연구원으로 있는 박지영입니다.
I'm a visiting researcher, a researching engineer at Seoul National University's economics department. And I would like to provide my answer to what Professor Hutter just said.
네, 말씀하신 대로 부익부 빈익빈 문제가 정말 중요하고요.
I think I agree with what the professor said, that there is the gap is getting bigger between the rich and the poor. So social disparity is a problem.
작년에 우리 한마음과학원 학술대회에서 거기에 대한 연구가 발표됐습니다.
There was a research conducted and the outcome of the research was reported by 한마음 Science Institute last year.
현상적으로는 화폐의 무분별한 남용이 현상적인 물질적인 모습이고
in the speaking in terms of what we see as a phenomenon in the outside world is misuse of financial means.
Yeah, squandering, kind of a quantitative easing. 그리고 한 가지 진짜 근본적인 것은 뭐냐면 바로 생명을 존중하는 화폐가 필요하다. 그래서 작년에 공생화폐라는 개념이 연구가 시작되었습니다.
And one fundamental thing is needed, that is, we should respect living creatures together, and there needs to be a forum, conference in the subject of interconnected existence.
네, 그래서 한마음과학원에서 연구가 진행 중이라는 사실 말씀드립니다.
I would like to share with you such a research of one mind science is being on the way.
감사합니다. 또 질문을 하실 수 있는 기회를 한 번 더 드리겠습니다.
I will give you one more opportunity.
우리가 지금 두 라운드를 지금 왔다 갔다 했는데요. 한 번은 대행선사의 가장 마음속 깊이 남아있는 한 단어가 뭔지, 그리고 그 프레임으로 우리가 살고 있는 세상이 뭐가 문제로 다가오는지 그 질문을 우리가 서로 주고받았습니다. 그러면 이제 다음에는 어떻게 할 건지에 대한 이슈인데, 저는 그 대행선사의 이제 많은 이야기들 오늘도 지금 해주셨지만 한마음 선언에서 가지고 갈 수 있는 가장 큰 문제 중에 하나가 고독을 연구하셔야 됩니다. 저는 개인적으로 지금 한국 사회뿐만 아니라 전 사회가 갖고 있는 가장 큰 문제가 고독이 아닌가 하는 생각인데, 이 대행선사가 어느 누구보다도 거기에 대한 어마어마한 깊은 그 내용도 갖고 있고 이제 그런 생각을 좀 해봤습니다. 그런데 어떻게 우리가 갖고 있는 이런 문제들, 전 세계에서 일어나고 있는 이런 문제들을 어떻게 극복을 할 건가? 대행선사의 프레임으로.
We have now completed two rounds of Q&A sessions where I asked you to limit your responses in simple terms. First was for you to come up with an answer with simple terms of what it is that you can reduce in one word of Master Deheng's teachings from deepest of your mind. And the second is how we should put that into our daily life practice. And now is the third phase and stage, how we should utilize that or apply that within the frame of some Master Deheng's teachings of wisdom.
자, 그러면 마지막으로 한 번 더 라운드를 가도록 하겠습니다. 우리 그 발표자 분들께서 지금 세상의 이슈, 아주 얼전한 이슈를 나름대로 대행선사의 프레임으로 지금 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 그러면 한 두 센텐스 정도로 어떻게 이 문제를 풀어나갈 건가? How to solve these urgent issues within the framework of the Sun Master Deheng. We don't have to repeat her words, but the real point is how to resolve the issues. Okay, that is the last questions in each panelist.
Professor Kim has made my job easy. He interpreted. So we are going to do our final round of Q&A session. What we talked about, how we what would be the most urgent issue within the frame of Sammasudeng, and the third round is how we should solve that problem.
그 얘기는 우리 그 리카르도 의사 선생님부터 한번 좀 시작을 해주셨으면
We will now
감사하겠습니다.
begin with Dr. Ricardo.
Hay un problema que es muy importante en el mundo, que es el problema de la violencia.
지금 폭행에 대한 문제가 대단한 이슈가 되고 있는데요.
Para poder resolverlo en verdad, primero tenemos que aprender a observar y fundir nuestra propia violencia.
그것을 해결하려면 저희 마음을 먼저 지켜보고 저희 마음 안에 있는 폭행을 먼저 녹여야 되지 않을까 생각합니다.
A partir de allí recién vamos a poder generar el maún correcto y la acción correcta para la solución a la violencia.
그래야 올바른 마음을 낼 수 있고 올바른 행을 할 수 있고 그 문제를 해결할 수 있다고 봅니다.
Si no hacemos eso y queremos o pretendemos desde el ego resolver el problema de la violencia,
그 자리로부터 그것을 해결하려고 한다면
lo único que vamos a lograr es generar más violencia.
더 많은 폭행을 저지르게 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
Por eso, primero, se comienza por uno mismo.
그래서 자기 자신 그 자리로부터 시작하지 않은가 싶습니다.
Y con esa visión clara que se produce después de haber soltado,
그렇게 놓고 난 후에 그 확심으로
la solución pertinente
그 해결책이 적당한 해결책이
surgirá de nuestro 한마음.
한마음으로부터 나올 것이라고 믿습니다.
감사합니다.
I think one of the urgent issues around the world is violence. And in order to solve the problem of violence, what we need to do, in my opinion, is to observe our mind first. And if we do that by way of introspection and inward observation, we will be able to melt down the actual physical violence as a consequence. So in other words, if we raise the right mind, that could lead to carrying out the right action, which will ultimately solve the problem. So it starts from our mind that will go to physical phenomena manifestation. So if we try to solve that problem from our ego perspective, that will only create more violence as a result. So I think letting go from our mind, and we should begin from our fundamental mind, and that will be the solution.
그러면 다음에는 우리 정오 박사님께서 모델을 보여주실 겁니다. 두 센텐스로 하는 모델을.
I think Dr. Jung or you will be our model, a case of answering this question in two sentences.
한 구멍임을 믿고 맡기는 것입니다.
My answer is trust that everything is comes and goes through that one whole, and entrusting things to it.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
우리 고효림 통역사님.
Interpreter Hyorim Ko, please.
자기가 있는 자리에서 한마음 주인공을 믿고 나간다.
Trusting your 주인공, fundamental mind from where you are right now, here and now, in your day-to-day life.
우리 김영래 박사님 좀.
And Dr. Young-rae Kim, please.
이번 국제학술대가 이제 그 출발점이 되기를 저는 바라는데요. 그러니까 이 공생의 이 원리를 우리 큰 스님만 말씀하신 것이 아니고 세계 곳곳에 동서고금의 많은 분들이 이제 말씀을 하셨기 때문에 그런 것을 연결시켜서 깊이 연구를 해서 이게 국내뿐만이 아니고 지구적인 패러다임으로 발전을 시켜 나가야 된다라고 생각을 하고, 그리고 그에 따라서 삶의 모든 면에서 이게 예를 들어서 공생의 문화 또는 뭐 공생의 사업이라든지 이런 여러 분야로 확산을 시켜 나갈 수 있고 그렇게 되어야 된다 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 예.
I sincerely hope that holding this international academic conference will be a starting point to achieve what we are talking about today. And the principle of interconnected existence, symbiotic life, has not only been talked about by our Sun Master De Heng, that is what has been talked about in the Western world, Eastern world, in the past and the present, all around. So if we utilize that principle and lead that into conducting profound level of research, I think we could achieve that goal of living all together interconnectedly, not only in Korea but globally. I hope that will, and I hope and trust that that will expand to achieving symbiotic culture, symbiotic society, and interconnected everything everywhere. Now, Venerable Chonggo, please.
If we practice very diligently and experience and get in touch with this foundation and truly understand that we are connected to everything else, that life is my life, that shape is my shape, that mind is my mind, then the energy, and work at applying this, then the energy of that, the energy that arises from that is very, very real. It's not an intellectual exercise. The energy from that permeates everything, and it changes everything, and it moves people, and it affects them, and everything begins to shift in that direction.
자, 우리가 열심히 수행하고 정진을 해서 그것을 통해서 우리가 그 근본 주처가 있고 그 근본이 모든 것과 모든 사물과 모두와 연결돼 있다는 것을 경험을 하면은 모든 우리가 색과 형과 모든 식이 내 마음에서 비롯된다는 것을 알 뿐만 아니라 이것을 진짜 이게 현실이 됩니다. 레알로 됩니다. 한국말로 하면. 그래서 여기서부터 굉장한 에너지가 발생돼서 이것은 어떠한 지적인 경험에 머무르지 않습니다. 그래서 이것이 발견되고 발현되면 모든 게 전환되고 바뀌기 시작하고 사람들의 마음을 움직이기 시작하는 큰 힘을 발휘하게 된다고 생각합니다. Thank you very much.
우리 브래스 샤프 교수님 한마디 해주시죠.
One simple word or words from Professor Schaff, please.
So I'd like to echo something that Dr. Hans-Georg Eppel and both Mir and Young said.
자, 한시혁 애플 박사님하고 장 박사님이 말씀하신 것을 제가 어떤 메아리 치는 그런 그 개념으로 다시 반복해서 강조하고 싶은 마음이 있습니다.
About 10 years ago, I was at a meeting at the United Nations, and there was a panel discussion with a rabbi, a priest, and an imam. And they were discussing a very important world problem. I can't remember what it was.
자, 10년 10년 전에 그 유엔에서 어떤 회의가 있었는데 그 연사들이 그 연단에서 그 연사들이 이렇게 토의가 있었는데 거기에 어떤 수도승도 있었고 그 레바이 라삐 지도자도 있었습니다. 근데 세 개 문제를 가지고 논의했는데 그 세 개 문제가 뭐였는지 지금 정확하게 기억이 안 나네요.
But the old imam said this.
자,
When I was, I'm sorry, go.
No, I'm so sorry.
When I was 20 years old, I wanted to change the world.
자, 그 이만 그 아랍계의 그 지도자 이렇게 말씀했습니다. 내가 20세 때는 세상을 바꾸고 싶어 했었다.
When I was 40, I wanted to change my nation.
제가 40살이 됐을 때는 내가 국가를 바꾸고 싶어 했다.
When I was 60, I wanted to change my family.
62세가 이르러서야 내 가족을 바꾸고 싶어졌었다.
Today, I am an old man. I am 80. And I want to change myself.
나는 지금 현재 80살 그 노인이 되었는데 이제 와서 나는 내 자신을 바꾸고 싶다라고 했습니다.
아주 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your
우리
answer.
한시옥 교수님.
Again, Professor 한수혁 Apple, please.
Two sentences. First,
두 문장 먼저 할게요.
entrust everything to my true self.
자, 모든 것을 내 본성에 믿고 맡기라.
Second sentence,
두 번째 문장.
it connects to what Professor Scharf just said. Only if I'm able to transform myself, or if we are able to transform ourselves, we can transform the world.
자, 샤프트 교수님이 말씀하신 거에 연결점이 되겠는데요. 내 자신을 변화시킬 수 있으면 세상을 변화시킬 수가 있다. 내 자신을 바꿔야만이 가능한 것이다. 그래요?
제가 질문을 이해 못했는지 모르지만 처음에 고독에 대한 해결책이었던 것 같은데 어쨌든 고독이라는 건 외롭다는 거기 때문에 내가 따로 있고 너가 따로 있다고 생각하니까 외롭다는 느낌이 있을 것 같고요. 그렇다면 결국 진짜 나가 무엇인지를 같이 알면 고독을 좀 방지할 수 있지 않을까 그런 생각이 듭니다.
I think the question was for us to seek and solve the issue of isolation and loneliness. I think people are feeling lonely and feel isolated because they think that I separately exist from all others, and you, my counterpart, exists separately from myself, and that's by way of that thoughts. You get to feel lonely and feel isolated. And by only gaining understanding that we are all together inherently, by way of that understanding, we can prevent the feeling of loneliness and separation.
우리 청중에 계신 분들한테 한 2분 정도만 우리가 시간이 한 5, 6분 정도 남아 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 한 2분 정도 받고 전체적으로 받고 질문을.
We will now entertain only 2 questions from the floor because we only have 5 to 6 minutes remaining for our session. Any questions?
토론 시간이 참 감사하고 그런데 모두 나 자신으로부터 이야기를 하셨는데 특히 한수혁 교수님 오늘 제가 발표를 아주 감명 깊게 들었습니다. 그런데 지금 제가 들으면서 생각나는 게 우리는 모두 어찌 보면은 수박을 들고 설명을 하고 있는 그런 꼴이 아닌가. 그래서 수박은 쪼개가 먹어봐야 맛을 아는데 과연 이것을 쪼개서 먹어볼 수 있는 힘이 나한테 있는가? 그리고 이게 맛있는 거를 어떻게 전달할 수 있는가가 가장 중요한 문제가 아닌가 싶고, 아까 그 한수혁 교수님이 1인称 관점이라는 게 같은 말 아닌가 싶습니다. 아무리 설명해도 내가 1인称 관점으로 봐야지 제3자 관점에서 보면 이걸 알 수가 없지 않습니까? 지금 여기도 마찬가지 아닌가 싶어서 이 자리가 저는 참 감명스럽거든요. 스님께서 늘 관 속에 들어가는 놈이 말이 많어. 그러니까 자기부터고 또 이것도 수박을 쪼개어서 맛을 봐야 맛을 알지. 스님께서는 또 돈은 목이 말라 죽겠는데 설명하지 말고 물을 떴어. 내가 먹고 남을 줄 수 있는 힘이란데 그것은 나로부터 나오는 거 아닌가 하는데, 그러면 이 세상이 참 조용하고 좋을 건데 우리는 이 오간육식을 갖고 있다 보면 그게 잘 안 됩니다. 그런데 이 자리에서 한마음에서 비롯돼서 아마 내년에 그 문제도 한마음 선언하는데 우리는 앉아갖고 공동관이라는 걸 하면서 같이 더불어가는 걸 하고 있는데 이런 자리가 자주 마련돼서 우리가 의식을 하루아침에 뚝딱 변화시킬 수가 없는 것 같습니다. 그런데 여기 계시는 분들이 다 철학자 같고, 특히 한수혁 교수님은 저는 의사인지 철학자인지 아까 들으면서 좀 헷갈릴 정도였습니다. 제가 많이 부족하다는 생각을 했는데, 가장 중요한 거는 모두 다 우리가 수박을 쪼개서 맛을 볼 수 있는 힘이 있고, 그 다음에 그 맛을 나눠줄 수 있는 전달하는 방법이 무엇인가, 거기에 대한 큰 고민을 하면 더 더불어 살 수 있지 않나 하는 생각을 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
First, I would like to deeply appreciate everyone who gave us your respective presentations. Everyone, on behalf of everyone, we really enjoyed the discussion, and especially I was deeply impressed by Professor Hans-Jörg Eppo's presentation. But I thought to myself while I was listening to all these presentations, in a way, I think we are doing this, and discussing about these theories is equivalent to talking about what a watermelon would taste like without cutting it open and tasting it in theory. So our Master Deheng said, only if you really taste, get to experience the taste by cutting open, splitting the watermelon in half, you will really get the experience. And the second inquiry you need to make to your own self is that, do we have the power to split it open to get the real taste? We need to ask that question. And some Master Deheng would give a joke by saying, why do you just talk in words? You will end up in a coffin. So we are limited beings, finite beings. I think what Master Deheng was suggesting by those words. And only if we are able to give water to the thirsty and give food to the starved, we will be really practicing the principle. And although we have that understanding, I know it is really not easy to really put the interconnected existence concept into real practice.
마지막으로 우리 던스단 수사님께 한번 그 질문을 한번 드려보고 싶습니다. 우리 이 세상의 이 문제들을, 얼전탄 문제들을 한 two sentence로 어떻게 how to resolve?
Final question for Brother Dunstan. How do you think we should solve these urgent problems and issues that we are interface with?
You ask about how we should establish the issues. I just want to clarify the question.
How we should solve.
How to
the-
solve.
solve the issues. 잘못 들으셔서 지금 확인하시는 거예요. 어떻게 그 문제를 관철시키냐라고 그러셨냐 그래서 어떻게 이러한 문제를 해결하는지를 여쭤봤다고.
I could kill Cha Young for posing the question.
자, 김재영 교수님을 저 농담으로 이런 질문에서 죽일 수도 있다.
Please forgive.
죄송합니다. 저 농담입니다.
Well, I totally agree with the Imam at the UN.
자, 임만
that we have to somehow change ourselves.
자, 유엔에서 엠맘 그 지도자가 말씀하셨다는데 제가 동의하는데 저도 우리 자신을 변화시키고 바꿔야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
You know, when I
Only two sentences.
자, 지금 마지막
Okay,
문장으로.
we try to change ourselves. We have to grow in faith and love and understanding. So the solution is not totally simple. It can begin in a simple way, our point of departure being changing ourselves. But the enormity of the task requires the use of many different sources. And it grows and spreads out. And maybe in the end we pray for the grace of humility.
Thank you.
자, 우리가 우리 자신을 바꿔야 된다라 그러는데 그러게 하기 위해서는 우리가 신념, 신앙과 사랑과 상호 간의 이해의 폭을 증폭시켜서 우리가 자라야 됩니다. 그렇게 성숙함으로써 해결해야 돼. 그 해결책 자체가 단순하진 않지만 한 걸음, 첫 걸음은 단순하게 시작할 수는 있겠습니다. 그래서 그것을 출발점으로 해서 우리가 궁극적으로 변화하게 되는데 그러게 하기 위해서 그 숙제가 굉장히 커다란 숙제가 있는데 그 여러 가지 자원을 사용해서 그러한 우리가 성숙을 성취해야 되는데 성숙하고 진화해서 그 다음에는 humanity 우리가 인류에 대한 사랑에 대한 기도를 해서 하나가 되어야 되겠다는 답을 드리겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
우리가 이제 종합 토론을 말씀을 하려고 제가 그랬습니다. 말씀.
I was going to let him speak actually. I think Professor Hans-Jörg Epel has one more to add.
I would like to add something, not to the discussion right now.
뭐 하나 좀 추가하고 싶습니다.
These 3 days, they have been very intense days, and I think I can speak for all the speakers, all the guests coming. I want to say thank you from my deepest heart for the hospitality, for everything we could see, not only the conference, but also the way we were treated as guests, every little detail. I could feel so much effort and so much maum that was put in there. And this maum carried us through the whole 3 days of this wonderful conference. And I think this is really putting into practice, as Sinim rightly told. They gave us a very good example. So even if the people all in the background, I know there are many, many people working here. Please tell them that we are here. I think I can speak for us all. We are really deeply grateful, and we want to really say thank you for this wonderful day and for all your efforts you put here. I really wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
제가 지금 이 말씀을 드리는 것은 아마 우리 지금 패널뿐 아니라 모든 스님들뿐만 아니라 우리 게스트들 모든 사람들이 하고 싶은 말씀이었는데 제가 대표적으로 드리겠습니다. 3일 동안 심도 있는 대화를 하고 여기에 참가하신 모든 연사를 포함해서 모든 분들한테 대단히 감사하다는 말을 드릴 뿐만 아니라 배경에 있는 모든 분들이 정말 마음 깊이 느끼지 않을 수 없을 만큼의 정도의 친절함과 모든 분야에서 정말 많은 노력과 마음, 한국말로 말씀하셨는데요. 이러한 지금 한 마음으로 움직이는 것을 느끼지 않을 수가 없었습니다. 3일 내내 훌륭한 학술대회가 이렇게 해서 탄생했구나를 절절히 느꼈습니다. 그래서 대행스님이 말씀하신 그 한마음 근본자리에서 자각해서 실천하라고 가르쳐 주셨는데 그 배경에서 그 노고를 아끼지 않은 모든 분들과 이 훌륭한 대회를 이루도록 애쓰셨던 분이 스님이 가르침을 실천하지 않았나, 그 실천하는 예를 보여줬다고 말씀드리고 싶고 우리 모두를 대표해서 깊은 마음속 깊이에 감사를 드리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
I would also like to add that I want to thank all the Sinims from Hamaum, Hesusinim, Hesolsinim, Hechansinim, and all the Sinims for giving their deep maum and really supporting this conference. Really, thank you very much for this.
자, 이사장 해수스님, 그 주지스님, 해솔스님, 해찬스님 다 열거할 수 없는 모든 스님들한테 깊이 마음 내주셔서 그리고 지원 응원해 주셔서 심심한 감사의 말씀을 올리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다, 스님들.
그러면은 요 정도로 그 종합 토론은 그 매듭을 짓고 우리 그 해수 스님께서 이제 나오셔서 회양식을 하면서 그 3일간의 일정을 매듭을 짓는 거로 하겠습니다. 모두들 수고하셨습니다.
This will conclude our wrap-up discussion for the day and for the entire academic conference. And next in order will be closing remarks by Foundation President Venerable Hesu. So big round of applause, please.
네, 바쁘신 와중에도 귀한 시간을 내어 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사드리며 이번 국제학술대회를 통해 삶의 지혜와 밝은 마음을 발견하는 시간이 되셨으면 합니다.
I would like to really thank every one of you on behalf of everyone else for sparing your busy schedule in order to both attend and participate this wonderful event of International Academic Conference. And by way of this 3 days conference, I hope and trust that you have gained the great wisdom for your life and brightness in your mind as well.
그러면 한마음선언 이사장 스님이신 해수 스님의 회양 인사 말씀. 예, 죄송합니다.
Before Foundation President Venerable Hesu comes to the front stage, we will ask all the panel members to return to your seats, please.
네, 한마음선언 이사장 스님이신 해수 스님의 회양 인사 말씀이 있겠습니다.
Now, Venerable Hesu, President of Hammam Son Center Foundation, will now give a closing address.
이사장 스님께 앉은 채로 목탁 소리에 맞춰 1배 올리겠습니다.
We will give one bow from our seated position according to the sound of gong to our Venerable Hesu, please.
예, 3일간 학술대회에 함께해 주신 여러분 감사합니다. 이번 학술대회는 성논에서 열린 그 어느 학술대회보다 뜻깊고 보람있고 한마음으로 이루어진 학술대회라고 볼 수 있습니다.
Thank you, every one of you, for participating this international academic conference for the past 3 days. And I believe that this international conference was more significantly meaningful and rewarding, and more than anything else, everything I believe was carried out in one mind.
지구촌 공생의 삶이라는 주제가 인류가 모두 겪고 있는 아픔이기에 함께 풀어가고자 하는 마음들이 모여 종교도 나라도 관계없이 다양한 나라에서 다양한 종교임에도 그냥 무조건 한 마음이 된 것 같습니다.
The title of this conference, as you know, is Interconnected Existence in this new normal age. And I think this titled conference was brought about by all collected minds, irrespective of their religion, race, or nationality, that seek great humanity and wish to live symbiotically together.
지구촌 공생의 삶이라는 주제가 무거울 수도 있는 주제인데 우리 참석하신 모든 학자분들이 그리고 우리 한마음선언 사부 대중이 정성으로 지극한 마음으로 이 마련한 자리이기에 이 자리가 너무도 장엄하고 편안하고 특별한 학술대회가 된 것 같습니다.
This interconnected existence, which is the title of this international academic conference, could perhaps become a heavy subject to talk about and deal with, but through the wholehearted sincerity and devotion of the attending esteemed scholars and every one of the attendees, I think that those minds and wishes made this event very great, comfortable, and unique and special.
학술대회 기간 동안 우리 가학원 회원들이 그리고 우리 해외 지원의 브레노스 독일 지원의 신도님들이 발표한 논문이 큰 스님의 가르침에 대한 거를 많이 전해드렸습니다. 그런데 사실 선사에 대한 그 가르침의 10분의 1도 못 전해드린 것 같습니다. 그렇다고 해서 가학원 회원들이나 해외 신도님들이 논문이 절대 부족하다는 얘기는 아닙니다. 오히려 눈물겨울만큼 열심히 노력하고 많은 시간 공들여서 귀한 마음으로 전해줬습니다.
I know that throughout this, the entire duration of this international academic conference, we have listened to the dissertations presented by both Hammaum Science Institute members and scholars from Buenos Aires, Germany, and other countries, which all talked about the great wisdom and teachings of our Sun Master Deheng. And nonetheless, I don't think it incorporates even 1/10 of the entirety of what our Samasa Deng wanted to teach us. This is not to say that any of the dissertation or presentation was less than perfect. I could nonetheless feel and sense that every one of you have put in a greatest effort and time into those dissertations and presentations. So thank you very much.
그만큼 선사의 가르침이 광대무변하기 때문입니다. 그래도 여러분들이 열린 마음으로 듣고 받아들였으리라 믿습니다. 그래서 우리가 전한 선사의 메시지가 여러분 마음에 전해져 오래 남고 여러분 또 저희와 함께 한 마음으로 관이 되어지기를 바랍니다.
The reason is because the teachings imparted by Samasa Deheng is vast, boundless, and without limits. But nonetheless, I do trust that every one of you listen to those presentations that incorporated Samasa Deheng's teachings with an open mind. So I sincerely hope and trust that the messages our Samasa Deng wanted to give to you will be far-reaching and everlasting in your heart, and you could spread the one mind fundamental principle to everyone else.
우리 한마음 대중에게는 주인공 한마음 관하라, 주인공에 맡겨라라는 모든 언어가 굉장히 익숙하고 일상 용어이지만 이 자리에 참석하신 몇 분의 학자분께는 처음에는 굉장히 낯설으셨을 겁니다. 근데 3일간 주인공 한마음 관하고 주인공에 맡기고 이런 얘기를 수십 번을 들으셔서 아마 그분들 마음속에 입력이 됐을 겁니다.
To our Hammam Sun Center members, the words and terminologies such as 주인공, one mind, inwardly observe your inner nature, all those will be very familiar to every one of Hammam Center people, but I think these scholars who participated in this conference would be unfamiliar, and those would feel somewhat strange to you initially, but I believe over the 3-day duration, those words have been inputted into your heart.
사실 그분들께 몇 분의 학자분들께 이 언어들이 어떻게 다가갔을지 궁금했었습니다. 근데 3일간 지켜보면서 또 오늘 종합토론 시간을 통해서 정말 이분들이 한마음 주인공, 관하는 거, 주인공에 맡기는 거를 잘 받아들인 것 같다는 생각이 들었습니다. 사실 그동안 우리가 이제 학술대회를 해오면서 한국의 다른 외부 학자들도 선원에 오게 되면은 학술대 한번 다녀가면 그게 이렇게 주인공 한마음이 입력이 돼서 저절로 이렇게 맡겨지기도 하고 뭐 그런다고 합니다.
Quite frankly, I was personally curious as to whether these new, unfamiliar, strange languages of 주인공, fundamental, one mind, would be well accepted and received by our esteemed scholars. And I was wondering how they would accept and view these concepts. But over the 3-day duration of the conference, I have observed and listened to their presentation, especially through this wrap-up discussions both yesterday and today. I could see and realize that it have been, those words were well accepted and received by every one of you. And I have had the same experience in the past academic conference where foreign scholars would be participating even for one session. And I would hear from them that even by way of the short duration, the 주인공 and one-mindedness were readily accepted and inputted into their mind and head.
그래서 여러분들도 어느 순간 이제 고국에 돌아가셔서 어느 순간 경계에 부닥쳤을 때 한 번쯤은 주인공에 무심코 주인공에 이렇게 맡기게 되기를 그럴 거라 믿어지고 또 그렇게 기대도 해봅니다. 그렇게 한마음 주인공 관하는 거를 한 번쯤은 마음에 새겨보시기 바랍니다. 저희들도 여러분들이 전한 메시지를 마음에 새기면서 오랫동안 여러분들을 기억하겠습니다.
So I truly and sincerely hope and actually trust that when you return to your respective countries and when you are encountered with issues or problems in your daily life, I trust and also anticipate that you will let go of those troubles and boundaries to your fundamental mind, even unconsciously. And I hope and trust that one mind, 주인공, this concept is now inputted and engraved in your heart. And on the other hand, we will say to you that we will be remembering all your presentations into our deepest level of our heart and remember what you taught us throughout the 3-day conference.
우리가 3일간 나눈 얘기가 지구가 겪고 있는 고통을 한순간에 해결할 수는 없지만 종교 지도자들이, 수행자들이 수행의 힘으로 완화되어지게 할 수 있다고 얘기를 나눈 것으로 기억됩니다.
By way of 3-day discussion, I don't think that these presentations and discussion would solve and alleviate the pains that the whole planet Earth and everybody living in it will be solved right away. But I do believe that it will help towards alleviating a lot of problems and pain.
그리고 무엇보다 중요한 거는 앞으로 우리가 이런 고통을 겪지 않기 위해서는 더 이상 환경 오염을 시키지 않고 환경을 보호하고 지구를 지켜나가는데 노력을 해야 할 겁니다. 그래야 이 시대를 살아가는 일체 생명들을 지키고 후손을 지켜줄 겁니다.
And the most important thing of all, in my belief, is that in order to alleviate and ultimately solve the pain and suffering that the entire mankind on the planet Earth is experiencing at the present time, will be achieved by our own efforts to avoid the environmental contamination and pollution, and we should strive towards protecting our environment and to make our planet Earth sustainable Earth by way of such efforts. In that way, we could salvage and save all the living beings on Earth, as well as our next generations that we love and care.
한마음 선언에서는 사부대중이 매일 사시 예불 축원에 물과 불, 바람, 원만 순환하여 공용으로 물이 불어나지 않고 공채로서 지진 나지 않고 모든 생명 살림살이 사고 나지 않고 가난하지 않으며라는 축원을 지극정성으로 하고 있습니다.
At our Hammam Sun Center, we offer our sincere, one-minded prayer at 10 a.m. Prayer session that all the earth's water, fire, and wind will be flown and carried out in a harmonious way, so that the water on the planet Earth does not get overly expanded, overly flown to harm the living creatures living on the Earth, and so that the earthquake does not occur. And by way of our one-minded prayer, there will be no accidents harming people and poverty from happening.
오래전부터 대행선사께서 그리하라고 그렇게 자연으로부터 피해 입지 않고 피해 주지 않도록 미리미리 관하라고 하셨고 실천하라고 하셨습니다. 한마음 대중은 그런 마음으로 그런 실천으로 살아가고 있습니다.
From a long time ago and at all times, our Sun Master Deheng has taught us and asked us to inwardly observe to our fundamental mind in one mind, so that we do not harm our nature, and to have a fundamental mind be at the root towards making that be achieved, and throughout our cultivation of mind and through our practice.
늘 학술대회를 할 때마다 아쉬움이 남는 거는 모든 발표하시는 분들이 오랜 시간 준비해 왔는데 이 자리에 와서는 20여 분의 짧은 시간에 전하기에는 그 마음을 다 전하지 못해서 아쉬워하는 모습 보면서 저희도 늘 안타까운 마음이 들었습니다. 그래도 그 속에 들은 전하고자 하는 진술을 들을 수 있는 귀로 마음으로 듣고 마음에 새기셨을 거라 믿습니다. 그래서 이번 학술대회가 여러분에게 귀하고 소중한 시간이 되었길 바랍니다.
After each academic conference is over, I cannot but feel that there is a lingering feeling that we want to hear more, and some regrets remain. And I thought about the reason for that is because although the esteemed scholars have consumed and invested a lot of time and energy into putting together their presentation, they're only confined to give their presentation in a short period, 20 plus minutes. So that's why there are such remaining lingering feeling and regrets. But even though the short presentation was exercised, I believe the mind that they wanted to communicate and convey is deeply engraved in our mind and heart. So I hope that esteemed scholars have spent valuable and precious time here by attending this conference.
네, 이렇게 이번 학술대회를 위해서 해외에서 논문 준비를 해서 와서 발표해 주시고 또 우리 과학원 회원들 또 이렇게 논문 발표해 주시고 그리고 부에노스 지원하고 독일 지원해서 이렇게 발표해 주신 신도님들께 너무 감사합니다. 특히 부에노스 지원하고 독일 지원에 그 신도님들이 한마음 주인공 큰 스님 가르침을 전하는 그 논문을 들을 때는 정말 두 배로 더 감사하고 마음에 전율이 느껴집니다.
I thank and appreciate all the presentations and scholars who prepared and put this together coming from abroad. And I also appreciate Hanmaum Science Institute, the members who put together their presentations for this conference as well. And especially the members of our Hanmaum branch, Sun Center in Buenos Aires and in Germany, especially when those Sun Center members from Buenos Aires and Germany made their presentations. I was all the more touched and moved when I was hearing their concepts of Hanmaum 주인공 and the teachings that Sun Master Deng was trying to impart to us. And I could feel the repercussion of the touching and moving impression and feeling from their presentations. So thank you very much.
그리고 고효림 통역사를 통해서 큰 스님의 그 가르침을 번역하는데 얼마나 어려움을 겪고 있는지 새삼 더 느낄 수 있었고 독일이나 부에노스나 모두 그렇게 이분들이 이렇게 통역할 수 있고 번역할 수 있고 이렇게 와서 논문 발표할 수 있게 이끌어준 해동 스님과 혜진 스님께 이 자리를 빌어서 감사의 마음을 전합니다.
And when I heard our Buenos Aires interpreter, Hyorim Ko's presentation, which presented her efforts of translating and interpreting Master Teheng's teachings and Dharma words, I could realize how difficult a job that she is undergoing. So I was ever more thankful for her efforts. And I would like to extend my special thanks to Venerable Haedong and Venerable Haejin for making all that possible. So thank you very much again.
네, 그리고 아까 한수요기 미리 또 감사의 말씀을 전해 주셨는데요. 이 학술대회가 이렇게 경이롭고 감동적으로 3일간 이루어질 수 있게 함께 해주신 모든 발표자분들, 좌장 사회 맡아주신 분들, 또 이곳에서 계속 뒤에서도 방송하고 촬영해 주신 분들, 그리고 도량 곳곳에서 아름다운 마음으로 안내해 주시고 이렇게 도량 아름답게 꾸며주신 분들, 또 아주 정성스럽게 맛있는 공양 잘 지어서 우리 자리에 참석하신 분들 다 만나게 건강하게 드시게 해주신 모든 신도님들 네, 감사드립니다. 그리고 또 네, 그리고 큰 스님의 가르침을 진짜 널리 펴기 위해서 뭐 우리 과학원 회원들이랑은 모두 너무도 말할 것도 없지만 그러기에 너무 노력해 주시고 정열적으로 펼치기를 바라시는 김재영 교수님, 그리고 이 학술대회 준비하는데 많은 도움 주신 김재영 교수님 감사드립니다.
I would like to also expend my special thanks to all the moderators and presenters and the background, the people who worked so hard behind the scenes, and including the people who escorted guests to various places and who made healthy food by offering wonderful food items for our guests and Sun Center members. and not to speak of our Hammaum Science Institute members who always try to expand the teachings of Sun Master Deheng. And I would like to also especially thank Professor Jae-young Kim for your wonderful support as well.
예, 그리고 마지막으로 과학원의 모든 분들이 애쓰셨지만 이 학술대회를 열기 위해서 총괄하시면서 너무너무 애써주신 이양희 부원장님께 마지막으로 인사 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Although every one of the Hammaum Science Center members put their greatest effort, I would like to invite the Vice Chair, Ms. Yang Hee Lee, to the stand.
예, 아유 감사합니다.
Thank you so very much.
정말 저희가 맨 처음에 그 대행선사 열반 10주기를 맞아 국제 학술 대회를 개최하겠다고 이사장 스님과 그 과학원 담당 스님이신 해찬 스님께 겁없이 말씀드렸습니다. 그리고 나서 가만히 생각해 보니까 이걸 어떻게 감당해내야 할지 모르겠더라고요. 이게 막막하더라고요.
When we thought about holding this international academic conference in commemoration of our Sun Master Deheng's 10th year memorial, initially we talked about that idea to our foundation president, Venerable Haesu, and Venerable Haechan, who is the head of the Hammaum Science Institute. We so courageously came up with that idea and talked about it to our masters. But I thought to myself, there was no vision inside as to how we should carry this out.
그런데 그때 문득 청백 스님께서 불사를 하신 체험을 전에 한번 들었거든요. 그때 내가 한다고 하니까 걸려가지고 일이 안 되더라. 근데 나를 내려놓으니까 그때 비로소 일이 되더라. 라고 말씀이 그때 생각이 났습니다. 그래가지고 그때 내가 한다는 생각을 하지 말고 해야겠구나. 이런 생각을 먹고 그냥 하는데 우리 스님들께서 이사장 스님, 주지 스님, 우리 법사 스님, 담당 스님, 그리고 모든 스님들께서 마음을 내주시니까 그때 비로소 뭔가 큰 스님 가르치면서 마음을 내면은 그때 뭔가 열린다, 방법이 생긴다 라는 거를 그때 느꼈습니다. 그리고 내가 한다라는 거를 내려놓았을 때 비로소 그때 뭔가 방법이 생기고 그런다라는 겁니다. 그래서 저는 이 학술대회를 하면서 조그마한 체험을 하게 됐습니다. 그리고
신경 안 해요?
죄송합니다.
When I was contemplating as to how we should put this together, I suddenly realized that I had once heard about the Venerable Cheongbek's experience of new construction of Buddhist temple. And the teaching conveyed by Venerable Cheongbek is that the thought of your physical self, ego, is doing something that serves as an impediment of making things work. If you let go of the ego entity, that is the point where everything opens up and make things go. So from the teaching, I realized that I should let go of the very thought of my physical self entity doing everything. And that is when things began to open up and everything's followed in due course. And that is when all of a sudden Professor Jae-Young Kim emerged. And he served as the consultant for academic conference, and that served us as a great help indeed. So thank you very much.
그러면서 저 훌륭한 분들이 초대되고 그다음 독일 지원도 또 이렇게 참가하시게 되고 그다음 저 아르헨티나 지원도 이렇게 참가를 하셔가지고 그게 내려놓으니까 그게 되더라고요. 그래가지고 이렇게 아주 훌륭한 분들을 모시게 됐습니다. 그리고 또 훌륭한 분들이 정성을 다해서 또 그 논문을 써주시고 그리고
So when I let go of everything and let go of my self entity doing everything, everything opened up, and that is when our excellent esteemed scholars were invited, and people from Hammaum Sun Center branch in Germany and Argentina got to participate. When I let go, everything seemed to work from then. And that's when all these scholars said that they would prepare their presentations as well.
그리고 우리 과학원 회원님들도 열심히 정성을 다해서 그 논문을 준비해 주시고 그렇기 때문에 뭐 이 자리가 이제 마련이 되지 않았나. 그리고 또 스님들께서 그 정성스럽게 마음을 내주시고 여기 모든 분들이 또 정성스럽게 들어주시고 또 우리 독일 청년들이 또 정성을 다해서 또 도와주시고 청년회에서도 또 정성을 다해서 도와주시고 그다음 2층에 가보셨으면 아시겠지만 그 정성을 다해서 우리 신도님들이 그렇게 준비를 해주셨습니다. 그 덕분에
So thanks to all one-mindedness, I thank all members of Hammaum Science Institute members who, with wholeheartedness and sincerity, prepare their thesis. And thanks to all of these efforts and one-minded support, this International Academic Conference was prepared, and it was made to be a real happening. And all the senims, masters, wholeheartedly supported this, and I think everyone who participated and listened to the discourse and presentations. And German branches youth group members and the Korean youth group members gave great assistance too. And if you went to the second floor, you would all probably have seen the great, excellent food that every members of the Hammaum Sun Center prepared.
예, 그리고 우리 한마음 선원의 신도가 아니신 초청자분들은 특별하게 거론을 하겠습니다. 수사님, 단스턴 수사님, 그리고 샤프스 교수님, 그리고 후터 교수님, 감사합니다. 초청에 응해 주셔가지고 감사합니다.
그리고
I would
참 이번에
I would like to also extend my special thanks to non-Hammam Center members, especially Brother Dunstan and Professor Shafts and Professor Herder. So my sincere appreciation goes to special guests. So thank you very much.
그리고 이번에 발표하신 논문들이 너무 훌륭해가지고 그 논문들을 어떠한 방법으로 좀 출간을 하고 싶은 마음을 내고 있습니다. 좀 응해 주셨으면 감사하다라고 생각이 되고요.
I believe your presentation and the thesis that you presented were so excellent and impressive. So I'm raising this mind that using some type of methods, I wish that those would be published for general public to get a chance to hear and see. So I would appreciate it deeply if you would agree to that eventually.
그리고 저희 국제학술대회가 금년에 대행선사 열반 10주기를 맞아가지고 이제 시작을 했는데 앞으로는 한 3년 정도 간격으로 정기적인 국제학술대회를 개최하면 좋지 않을까 이렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
This international academic conference was held this year in commemoration of Sanmaster Daeheng's 10th year memorial. This is the beginning, so I hope and desire that it will become a regular, periodic international conference every 3 years. That is my sincere hope.
초청 발표하신 분들과 한마음과학원과 그 유대 관계를 유지하기 위해서 공동 연구도 좀 추진하면 어떨까 이렇게 생각해 보고 있습니다.
I also am thinking to myself that it will be such a wonderful thing if we carry out the joint research in order to enhance our relationships between Hammam Science Institute members and those who gave presentations.
예, 정말 모든 분들께서 정성을 들여 주신 덕분에 이 학술 대회가 원만하게 회양되지 않았나 생각합니다. 정말 감사합니다.
I would like to convey to you my deepest appreciation for your sincere efforts put together in presenting your theses and presentations, and only because of that, and thanks to your efforts, this has become a successful and wonderful conference. So thank you, everyone.
네, 그러면 사홍소원을 끝으로 한마음과학 국제학술대회를 모두 마치겠습니다. 오늘 동참해주신 사부대중 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 모두 자리에서 일어나 주시기 바랍니다.
I would ask that you stand up as we will conclude with the four great vows. So I deeply thank every attendee. So thank you very much.
네, 그럼 모두 잠깐 자리에 앉아 주시죠. 마지막 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. Please sit down just a moment. Yeah. 네, 2022년 한마음과학